pillow. And he's, you see, I get a bit worried with things like this, because we're not sort of having a go or anything, it's just things that fascinate me.
you.
Yeah. And, yeah, it's a guy, it might be the same sort of thing. What's your one
I
called?
bet you used to stare at people with goiters, didn't you, when you were little, in Tesco's?
Well, just go to xfm.co.uk/Ricky, it is.
What's the worst thing you've ever seen on, like, a human face?
You know what it is, and I don't want to talk about it.
I can't remember. Have you told me?
Yeah.
What is it?
But go,
it's not
go
the
to,
elephant lady.
Go to the, yeah.
Is it the elephant lady? You talked about that, I know.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it again. Go to the website and see the human pillow.
Why is he a human pillow?
That's what annoyed me. I thought he was more of a draft excluder.
Oh, that breaks all kinds of rules.
Buzzcocks, harmony in my head. Now, things are flying here at XFM. People have called in. There is a video of Freaks on the way. Carl's going to see that within the week. That's exciting. That is exciting for me. Do you know what I mean? About our education of Carl. We started off trying to teach him about science and history, and now we just find that he likes pictures of hairy Chinese kids and women. Who doesn't? No, true. You've got a theory about pictures of freaks, haven't you?
You see, you always bring things up that I don't want to talk about, because I'm really worried that people, if you've just tuned in for the first time, it's the first time you hear it, and we're talking about hairy Chinese kids.
Yeah.
Talking about the human worm.
Carl, listen. People don't think that you're taking the piss out of those people. They lump you in with them. Do you know what I mean? They think that you're a freak of nature. So you can say anything you want. Do you know what I mean? Because it's honest, it's from the heart, it's genuine. So... don't worry about that.
Yeah, but Suzanne was saying last night that I've got a heart of stone, or whatever it is.
Why?
Because I wasn't crying at Comic Relief. And all I always used to say to her, get out Elephant Man, let me watch that for 30 minutes, I'll be crying my heart out.
Why? Why do you care about that but not...
Because it's... that is more real, isn't it, right? Think of John Merrick.
Sorry. What, the film starring John Hurt... is more real than footage of starving people in Africa?
No, but what I'm saying is, think about... See, this is why I didn't want to bring it up, because people are going to...
You're allowed to cry at what you like. People can't have you for not crying at someone and crying at someone else.
Imagine that, like, if you've seen the film, you know, his head's all, you know, messed up and that.
Yeah.
He's getting picked on all the time.
Yeah.
By Michael Elphick, I remember.
Yeah. It's just really, really sad. Whereas... you know, we're trying to help out.
But you give him a bun and he forgets it.
Do you know what I mean, though?
He never forgets, Rick.
Oh, dear.
Anyway.
Oh, God.
We're giving away stuff again.
Yeah.
Tell
me your theory about freaks who have their picture taken.
No, I'd leave it.
No, can I tell you...
We'll do it next week, then.
Can I tell you what this is?
Go on, quickly, what is it?
Right, when he sees a little picture, like, in his books he's got, he carries round those things, right? And there's, like, a fella with a little head with some, like, able-bodied people. He goes, the only reason... he must know the only reason they got to take that picture, right, was so they could show their mate, say, look at me, the little fella with a little head. That's his theory.
Yeah. For every picture of a freak, they're being...
Steve, let me describe the picture to you. This little fella with a little head.
Right.
Playing on the piano.
I've seen it.
All his family stood around, and mates and that. When have you ever seen a picture of someone playing the piano and everybody wants to be in on it? Doesn't happen.
Maybe it was one of those kind of Christmas cards they sent out to everyone.
It wasn't. You could see one of them was, like, in a rush to go away. He was probably planned to go out, and he was like, but they were taking a picture. It's, I'll be in it then before I go out. And it was all... he's out of order.
Yeah.
If you say... do you know the one I mean?
I do know the one you mean, yeah.
Go,
what about the one in the, when you went down to Cornwall? In that little
we'll
pub?
We'll talk about that next week.
What, you want to get on, do you?
Yeah, right. We've got to give away, another prize.
Yes, you lucky people. For those of you that haven't seen it, and do not have the requisite £4.99 to buy it yourselves, you can win on VHS cassette, panned and scanned. Billy Elliot, the special edition, includes bonus documentary, The Billy Elliot Boy.
Oh, and, I'd like to see how they really sort of made that film.
Exactly. Well, it's the hit film Billy Elliot, and you can win that on VHS. because Carl, I assume you have included yourself in an excerpt from the movie.
Taking a scene from the film.
Uh-huh.
Who do you play, Billy?
I'm playing the part of Billy.
Brilliant.
And we'll have a question at the end of
Come
it.
on.
Yeah?
Brilliant.
2, 3 part of ball way and go.
Alright. Just been down the valley. So I don't know where you... What are you looking like that for? What's wrong with Bally?
What's wrong with Bally?
Yeah, well, what's wrong with it? It keeps you fit and that. What do you think, Auntie Nora? You think about me doing Bally?
I used to go to Bali.
There you go. She used to go to Bally.
Used to say I could have been a professional dancer if I'd had the training.
Bet you were pretty good, weren't you? Wasn't the time you had wind for 5 minutes, was it? But you well glided across
Will
the
you
floor.
shut up?
What's wrong with Bally, anyway?
For girls, not for lads, Billy. Lads do football or
Well, I've done that, yeah.
boxing or...
Did that for a couple of weeks, so... Wrestling?
Wrestling?
Yeah, wrestling, yeah.
Friggin' Bally.
Well... Don't worry about it, anyway. Just... Is it alright if my mate Wayne stays over tonight? He just wants to sleep over. He's just coming over to...
Wayne, sleep?
Yeah, he just stays over. I'm not gay or anything, he's just... I don't fancy him, I'm not...
Yes, you do.
I don't.
Yes, you bloody well do.
What, just because I want my mate Wayne to sleep over and I've started doing ballet, that turns me into a gay man, does it? You haven't seen my Village People album lying around?
You're asking for a hiding.
Just joking, just having a laugh. Just didn't mean... I've had enough in here, I'm going out.
No, from now on, you stay here. You look after your nana. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, there it is. What's the question?
Powerful. I'd like to know what was the name of the actor that Carl was taking the role of. Does that make sense? That's not
Yeah.
grammatically quite right, but
Well,
anyway,
it's
yeah.
fine.
Who was the young lad that Carl was taking the place of there? Name of the actor, not the character.
And just email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
You can win yourself.
You gotta be fast.
You can win yourself a VHS edition of Billy Elliot worth £4.99 price. I'm going to leave the sticker on, which has actually got the price on.
Brilliant.
I'll leave that on so you know just what you've got in your hand.
Foo Fighters. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Feeder.
Feeder.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing now. Why have we got to stop? Sorry, we just had an argument then. Why have we got to stop at 5-2?
It's just the football's on, isn't it? So
So what can we do? We go do a link here, and then we can play.
we can talk here. We'll play a song, do a little.
What about the
chat.
competition? We got to announce the competition.
Well, Steve.
Well, I can tell you right now that there's only 2 people, it would appear, that are interested in a VHS copy of Billy Elliot. That's how mediocre that gift and that prize is, Carl. I don't know if you want to learn from that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give this one to MJ McKay, who has correctly identified that you were taking the part of Jamie Bell
That's
in
it.
Billy Elliot. So, well done.
Right, just forward me that, and I'll
Sort that out.
get the video.
What film are you doing next week?
Don't know. I've got been out and bought a couple. Got Silence of the Lambs I can do something with.
Right.
Bought Fight Club, but it's a bit difficult. You know, always open to suggestions and that. So, you got any favourite films?
What about the 1930s film Freaks?
Oh,
Can't wait. I cannot wait for
that'd be
your.
brilliant. That'd be good.
Excited about
Why
that?
don't you do a film review of that next week as well?
Yeah. Well, it depends. If the fella, you know, if anyone's got it, just send it in. I'll send it you back once I've watched it. So that'd be good. Next week we'll do.
Oh, please tell me there's going to be more Cheap as Chimps.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
We'll see what the press say. We'll see what the press say about that.
Looking forward to that.
Do you know, like, you're always having a go at my ideas?
Yeah.
Little,
Yeah.
you know, cheapest chimps you've put down.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I normally come up with these because you don't come up with a competition idea.
Sure. Yeah.
He's done him again.
Yeah.
Well, cheapest chimps, mine, you're dissing it.
Yep.
Rockbusters, one of the most successful competitions ever.
Uh-huh.
And he means in the world, not just
yeah.
on XFM.
Yeah.
You put that down.
Yep.
Right. What are you thinking about this, right? I was watching Comic Relief
Okay.
last night. came up with an idea, right? You get Jono,
Okay. John
Right.
O'Coleman, yeah.
say Vanessa Feltz, you know, maybe, you know, Dawn French, because she'd be around for that. And then get them all in a room for comic relief. And what you do, put a cake in front of them,
Yeah.
right? And like, you don't feed them. And like, they're going, oh, I'd love a bit of that cake, right? It's called Famine Academy,
Right.
right? Whilst they lose pounds, they get pounds.
Right.
What do you think?
Play a record, Carl.
Well,
I love it,
again.
I love
Do you know
it,
what I
Carl.
mean? Yet again.
I love it. XFM 104.9, kicking off there with the Dandy Warhol Steve.
Sure.
Ricky Gervais Show with
With
me,
Steve.
Steve Merchant.
Well, then
That's
always
what I was
let
gonna
me say that.
Well, I thought you would.
What?
Well, it's 5:01, isn't it?
Already an error has occurred.
Yeah,
It's a shame, 'cause
yeah.
it could have been slick.
But Steve, we've got some great music.
We've got some
I'm
good
on a bit of a soul tip this week,
Are
to be
you
honest.
really?
Yeah, I was a bit
Right.
of a folky last week, but you know, you got stuff from like you know, early Bowie, some Stevie Wonder,
Sure.
a little bit of Groove Armada. We've got the classics. We've got Coldplay, we got Blur, we got Ash.
Sure,
We haven't planned anything for the show. I haven't
Got
planned
nothing,
any-
have you? You're
No,
just reading the list
reading
of
a
songs
list
there.
of songs that I
Thinking
might
that
play.
will fill up some time.
Oh, no.
Anything interesting happened to you over the week? Nope.
No, I just swore off air, and
Yeah.
Carl went, never swear in an on-air studio.
I love it when Carl tries to sound like he's professional and understands the business.
Yeah.
You don't fool us, Carl.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I could buy like a Carl. You know, like those Garfields you can stick on a car window.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon we should be able to get a car like that we could send out as a gift to people.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't
Just
it?
this little face pressed up against the glass, like a window licker.
Yeah, like you'd have to lick his face to stick it
Yeah,
there.
that'd be a joy.
Oh, bless him. Or one of those things you throw out a window and it sort of like flaps down. They sell them for a quid.
Yeah, exactly. On Oxford Street.
What are they
Or
called?
those little dancing
baby
cars.
pigeons. That's what we used to
Yeah.
use. Or frogs from
Sure.
the pond.
Sure,
That's
yeah.
cruelty to animals, and I don't condone that. And it was a joke before the RSPCA phone in and say stop throwing frogs at windows.
Well, people who are listening
And
know
I don't
what-
mean the French, by the way. That sounds like xenophobic. Before someone calls in and says stop throwing French people at windows. So I'm digging myself into a
Yeah,
hole here, aren't I?
yeah.
It's all gone horribly
Quick,
wrong.
mention the Germans and then let's get out.
yeah. I don't mind the Germans.
No, good.
Carl.
I was just saying, I wonder if people know what Carl looks like in the wide world. Is there any reason why they should? Have you ever
He's
featured
sort
on
of-
anything? Or
He's like Moby. He looks like Moby.
he does look like Moby. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it does.
Does that help?
Is that a compliment?
Sort of a Moby who's
Mank.
had a bit of a tough paper around when he was younger.
Yeah,
Think
that's
he look
right.
a bit more knackered than Moby.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I think Moby's great. He's one of those people that every opens his mouth, I sort of like, oh, I'd love to be mates with him. He talks sense. He's interesting. He's lovely. I don't like his records. There's nothing I can do about that. If I ever become top mates with him, and after about a few years of us like driving around and having a party, I go, I'll go, Moby, I've never liked anything you've ever done.
Is that what you do with your mates? Just drive round? What are you, 16?
Never. I've never done that.
Go to a car park and just do handbrakes.
Never. I haven't done that since I was like 17, when like it was great to sort of, someone had a car.
You couldn't believe that you were just moving.
I remember once, right, my mate, Bob, had a car, and there was me and another friend in it, and we were young, we were about sort of 18, and he did a U-turn when he shouldn't, and this motorbike hit him and came off, and the music, it was turning the music down, it was really, really bad, right, and he was there, and he was really worried, and the motorbike bloke was dazed, and he went, "You okay? I'm really sorry," and the bloke said, "Yeah," and I put my head out the window, and went, "Sorry about that, mate, that's the third one today." And this motorbike just looked at him, and he went, "No, don't do that, Gervais. Why'd you do that? Why'd you say that? I just thought it would be funny." I didn't really understand the severity of this.
Have I told on the radio before about that time when I just passed my test and I was driving my parents' Volvo estate and we went off driving down some country lanes? Have I
Is
mentioned
this the
that?
one with the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've told you, have I?
Yeah.
Have I told you, Carl?
No, go on.
Well, then maybe I'll tell you a bit
Oh,
later
let's
on.
play a
Yeah,
record.
play a record, I'll tell you that.
There's
It's
a
quite
great
fun.
anecdote about a Volvo estate coming up.
Exactly. That's the kind of stuff you're getting on XFM this Saturday afternoon.
Do you want some Coldplay or what?
Oh, I'd love to.
Bones sinking like stones, all that we fall. Everybody here's got somebody to lean on.
Don't panic.
Oh.
That's the title of the song as well as what I was saying.
Classic.
In fact, I was just saying the title of the song,
Yeah.
if I'm being honest, making it sound like it was Conversation,
yeah.
XFM 104.9. It's the Ricky Gervais Show with Steve Merchant.
Thanks.
You were going to tell us a little story about
Just
a Volvo
passed my
estate?
test.
Yeah.
My parents had a big Volvo estate, and it's quite a big car to
don't show
drive.
off. My parents didn't have a car.
But I know you don't drive cars, Rick, but it's quite a big car to drive if you just passed your test.
It's safe though, isn't it?
It is very safe. That was the thing.
Yeah.
And I come from the West Country. Obviously, there's quite a lot of windy lanes around there.
You're joking, do you?
They have cars there.
Oh, here it comes. Blimey, Carl.
Learned on a tractor, automatic it was.
Do you want me to tell it or not?
Oh! Don't go about the accent! Oh no, I'm not a Wurzel. Go on. Oh. Go on.
So I went to this party.
You have a go at him being from the north.
Not when he's telling an anecdote.
He's never told an anecdote.
Oh yeah, fair point.
Yeah, go on.
So I went to a party, and I was quite excited because I had the car, I had the motor, and there was a chick heading down to the party that I was like, I had my eye on. And I thought, now I've got a car, and going to the party, it's going to be amazing, right?
You glassed
And
eye,
various friends had said, like, can we get a lift? I thought, yeah, groovy.
Yeah,
I'll pick up the chick as well, who's a friend of a
yeah,
friend.
yeah.
So cruising down to the party in the motor, the Volvo estate, and there's nothing sexier than that. Slipping a little bit of Billy Joel on the stereo or whatever, something classy.
Go changing.
Exactly. And maybe it was Billy Ocean. I think maybe it was quite a Billy.
Maybe it
Billy
was
face.
get out of my dreams, get into my car.
Ideally.
Yeah.
So I get to the party, and inevitably it was one of those house parties where the chick that I had my eye on, she kind of was chatting to other guys, and she wasn't really paying attention to me, and I was sort of
Found out to get, was she again?
same old story.
Oh, they make me
They
laugh.
know how to tease, don't they, the
make me
ladies?
laugh. Who are they kidding?
So I'd follow her like a dog, from room to room,
Yeah.
and watch
Quite
her while,
literally, sometimes he was barking.
Yeah.
Go on.
and while just watch her while she talked to other blokes. And then obviously I wasn't, because I was driving, I wasn't drinking, so I was not really enjoying myself. And then somebody said, should we go and pick up Vera? And I thought, right, okay. And they went, Steve's got a car, let's all leap in there, we'll go pick up Vera. And this girl was like up for it as well, so I thought, brilliant, I'll be back in the car with her, away from all these lads.
yeah.
One guy she had her eye on, he came as well, I was a little bit annoyed.
Yeah.
But anyway, he was in the car, so I'm driving down these country lanes, just driving along, and they're directing me, they're saying, go left here, go right. And then suddenly we stop, and one of them goes, just drive into that field, this pitch black field, right? And I'm sort of, well, it is my parents' car. Just drive in the field, Steve. I'm thinking, well, I don't want to, not seem like I'm a hard, cool, crazy kind of guy, because the chick's in the car. So I drove the car into the field. They all leapt out, started running off into the darkness, shouting, Vera, 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 where are you? So I'm just sort of sat there in the car, waiting.
Wasn't Vera Lynn, was it? Because she likes to hide in fields.
Bizarrely, it wasn't.
Right.
It was just I was just left in the car on my own with Billy Ocean, and suddenly, at the darkness, they come back holding a Vietnamese pot-bellied pig that they had stole from a nearby farm, and they knew that the pig was called Vera because someone knew the farmer or something. Anyway, so they got this pig, so now they're going, I'll put the pig in the back of the car, we'll take it back to the party, it'll be hilarious. I'm thinking, well, I'm not sure I want a pig and all its, piggy crap in the car, right, crammed in there. But they say, yeah, so obviously I'm thinking again, I don't want to look like I'm, a nerd. I'm terrified of that, Rick, ever happened.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So
you go, hey, bring the pig into the car.
Exactly.
I'm no nerd.
Exactly.
Yeah, go on.
So now we drive off again. I've got this pig kind of screeching in the back of the car. And they say, stop again, let's do some cow tipping. And they do that old thing, about the fact because cows sleep standing up, don't they? So you can push a cow over and stuff.
Yeah.
So they're having a wild time, hilarious. So this time, now we get to a sort of dead end in the road. And they say, well, turn around, let's go back to the party. And I'm thinking, fine. Try and do a 3-point turn in this very narrow country lane, right? Get the Volvo estate wedged horizontally across the road. Can't get it out, just can't seem to sort it out. I don't know what, I'm panicking because there's a pig in the car. Right, and local disgruntled farmers, right? People drunk, partying, probably off their head on some kind of weed. Rick.
Was it loads of blokes with, pitchforks and flaming torches
Exactly.
going, burn him. He's playing with our pig.
Exactly that. And so that, I was so terrified that all I could think was they're going to have to send a helicopter to lower a magnet onto the top of the car to lift the car up and put it the right way round.
You used to read a lot of comics, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you know what I started doing?
What?
Crying.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Why?
So started crying, just very slightly, started getting upset. And the other guy that the girl fancied, he had to get into the driving seat and sort it out for me by slowly edging forward
so
and
that's
backwards.
the worst bit of the whole story?
Yeah, edging slowly back and forwards. He just sorted it out, just slowly worked the car back round, and then we were off.
You're just gently weeping.
Just gently
where
weeping in the back.
The bloke had just taken the bird that you saw from a distance.
Exactly.
That was basically your wife in your head by then.
Oh, yes.
Wasn't it? I can't
We were
believe it.
happily married with a pig for a child.
Don't joke, that could happen.
I know.
The pigs come, if you like.
Sorry?
What?
What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?
When you do what, Carl?
What did you say? No, what did you say? Because I don't want to have to go to the radio authority again. What did you say then? Just remember.
We are going out live, Carl.
Yeah, remember Tom Binns, right? What did you say?
What I'm saying is, why were they shouting Vera? Because pigs don't come to the name, do they?
Hey? I don't know the ins and outs of pig, you know, how to lure a pig into your trap.
Can I just tell you some very, very interesting things about pigs?
Please do.
Right. One, everyone knows they have a corkscrew-shaped penis, right?
Yeah,
A corkscrew-shaped
Yeah.
penis. That's the tail, isn't it?
Two, they can't look up. They can't put their head back and look up, right? Three, they can have a 30-minute orgasm.
Rick, is it only pigs that have got a corkscrew-shaped penis?
No, and landlords.
Okay.
Very handy.
Here's one for you.
Go on.
Like insect facts and stuff.
Go on.
If a man was a flea...
You could jump over St Paul's Cathedral.
No.
What?
Wrong. It's gone up now. It's... the big wheel. The big wheel.
The Millennium Wheel.
Now. It's gone up now. Play a record. You're the best. Ash, there's a star on XFM 104.9. Now, Steve.
Yes.
Carl text messaged me in the week, very excited, because he just watched a programme that proved me and you were stupid. Remember we sort of championed the anti-supernatural?
Yes. Sceptical view.
We're just absolutely sceptical about things like that. We're atheists. We don't believe in ghosts, anything like that. Anything supernatural. We're followers of James Randi, a genius of our times. But Carl saw something that proved us wrong. I'd like Carl to tell you what this proof was, what he saw it on, and look at him. Go on then.
It was on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I was watching... you see, the problem is I didn't get the full story, so you could pick holes out of it.
Sure.
Unlike your usual investigations into the supernatural.
Which are
It
thorough.
was called... Can I just say what the programme was called?
Mr. Exorcist.
Oh, brilliant.
So
Sounds like an academic work to me.
Yes.
the bit that I caught, I just flicked it over, sort of seen what's on the telly, and I thought, oh, Exorcist, I've seen it, but there's nothing else, and I watch it, and then I realised it wasn't the same thing.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, I'll have a bit of this. And there was an old woman and a daughter, and as far as I was aware, the bit I picked up on, they were saying, oh, you know, it's dreadful, and unless you've been through it, you know, you've had ghosts in your house and that, you really don't know what it's like.
Yeah, sure.
And the main thing that seemed to be getting them down was the fact that the budgie was getting stressed.
The budgie was getting stressed.
Because animals can sense the other side, can't
Oh, okay. Can they?
they? Yeah.
Okay.
So,
And how was that manifesting itself? You don't know. What was the budgie doing?
I think it just wasn't happy.
Right. Did it explain that to people, or
No,
how
you
did
know,
it express that?
Budgies are known for being chirpy, aren't they?
I see, and it
And
wasn't chirping.
It you know, it normally swings on its little perch and that. And
Just depressed because it was
Right.
possessed.
It was just sat around in its pyjamas.
so
No. Come on,
So
Steve.
the-
Come on, Steve. You're making this a mockery. So the budgie was depressed because he could sense the ghost.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then this
Yeah.
this guy, this Mr. Exorcist, came round.
Was that his name?
Yeah,
Okay.
Was he a priest or something?
yeah, he might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I picked
Did he
up
did he
at
have
the
a
end.
did he have like a black coat with a little white collar? That's usually the.
He had his coat on, so you couldn't tell.
No, sure. Okay.
But so he came round and he sort of did his thing,
Yeah.
and then
And was
the
he trying?
next shot,
Was he trying to exorcise the budgie?
No,
the
the
ghost.
house.
Right.
The
I
house,
see. It
yeah.
wasn't that the budgie had a
was
demon or
clearing the
anything.
house
No.
out.
Okay.
No, this
So-
wasn't a possession, was it? This was a straightforward. It wasn't a poltergeist or anything. It was just a.
Well,
It's a haunted house.
Yeah, but
Sure.
that's the thing he was saying. He was saying you can have like your ghouls and that aren't that bad, that aren't going to cause you any
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah.
But obviously the budgie, they've got weak hearts and that, haven't they? and
Sure.
I
So
don't
so
know.
he go on. So how?
so anyway, basically he sorted it out, did whatever he did, and the next shot you see is like the budgie making a noise and swinging
It's
the
happy
dice
again.
over the moon again, and the old woman was like happy because she was
She
getting
couldn't believe her luck.
stressed.
Yeah.
And that's
The
it.
priest didn't come in and go, well, you should feed that bird. Give it a bit of millet. It was happy. He goes, right,
No,
see you
it's-
later. No. It was a... So
It's budgies are... my mum's got a budgie, and they you know, they're fairly happy all the time, aren't they? So it's got to be something fairly odd.
Right.
You never see a budgie sitting down going, I feel like topping myself, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean, though?
No.
Do you know
no.
you can have, like, a moody dog? You can see a dog when it's unhappy if it's walking down the street.
You can have a moody canary, can't you? And what they do is they often tell the police what you've been doing. They're known for that. Yeah.
So basically,
So that for you is proof that the supernatural exists. A bird in a cage got a little bit annoyed, wasn't chirping as much as it normally did. Who knows why? There could have been a little draft up its, and
Cloaca.
exactly.
That's
Anyway,
a medical term.
Anyway, a man came in and did whatever he did.
Yeah.
to use your phrase.
Mr. Exorcist, though, Steve.
Yeah.
This wasn't any bloke off the street. This was Mr. Exorcist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And for you, that's the proof that there's.
just because, like, if it was a person, you go, oh, they're playing up for the camera.
yeah,
you know,
a budgie could possibly act like that, Steve.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You're saying a budgie would not be trying to. It wouldn't be trying to become famous.
No,
or trying to get
not
on the
like
telly.
not like Lassie.
No, sure.
It was
sure.
basically a show off.
Yeah, or Champion the Wonder Horse.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think
I've changed my tune, Rick. I don't know about you.
I have, and I think we should play a record.
I'd love to get Mr. Exorcist in. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Never dabble with things you don't understand,
Sorry.
like women. See what I did there?
He's turned that back on me.
Blur. Boys and girls.
Girls and boys, embarrassed to say.
Blur. Girls and boys there, Steve, on XFM 104.9. So it's not so bad, really, because we didn't plan anything.
No.
We've proved the supernatural. We were wrong about that.
Well, just one other question. Was there anything else in this woman's house that led her to believe that there were ghosts, or was it just the fact that, Tweety or whatever his name was, wasn't chirping?
You see, this is the problem. I was watching UK Style. I was watching something on that.
What were you watching on that?
It was, it's not changing rooms. It's like that, but cheaper.
Quite seriously, right? You might be the most interesting man in the world. I'm fascinated by it. I'd like to follow you. I'd like to have a hidden camera on you. I'd like to have you in a cupboard in my flat. So I just think about it. I wonder what Carl thinks of that. And I'd just throw something at you, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, because that's what my dad did. Just kept me in the cupboard.
You know what I mean, though?
Yeah.
I wonder what Carl would
You're
think
never
about
stuck
this.
for a conversation point if Carl's around. That's
No,
what's genius about it.
he's always got an opinion. He's got an opinion about everything.
Yeah.
It's
But I love the fact he was watching UK Style without a shadow of irony.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No,
He's
that's,
just
that's,
like-
what, that's what I like about him.
Exactly, that's what's
I wouldn't
brilliant.
like it if he was trying to be
No, he's not.
kitsch
Yeah.
and stuff like that. I like it because he's down the line, straightforward, no nonsense.
Yeah.
This is what I like. You know what I mean? He's going to be sort of like Jeffrey Boycott, Dickie Bird when he's about like 60 or 70. He's going to get on a bus and go to the driver somewhere. You need an haircut. You look like a scruffy get. You know what I mean? He's going to be a great old bloke that you.
Genius.
He doesn't get chinned in the pub.
Yeah.
Right? People protect him. Because he's like 70 or something. But it's great. You're looking forward. You're actually in that nod. That nod went. I can't wait to be 70.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Can I make a suggestion that we just get people, they can email in just questions or comments they'd like to hear from Carl. Maybe they just want to know his opinion on the Afghanistan situation.
Yeah, like
or
like
last night's Coronation Street, whatever.
Yeah, like they do. In the NME or a magazine that coming up to the election, they go, Billy says Labour.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I think the
Carl.
Sun has White Van Man. Each
Oh,
day
right.
they interview a guy who drives a white van, see his opinions on various topics. Carl is very much our white man van. White
Yeah.
man van.
Yeah.
So
I think-
any query you have,
I think most of our listeners are.
any
to be honest.
opinion that you would like to hear voiced from the K-Man, ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk, or you can phone in. I forget what the number is.
Doesn't matter, does it?
700, 800, 1234.
Sweet.
Now it's time for our first regular feature of the day. That film sounds good.
That film sounds good.
I stopped the film reviews because I've done all the films that are 9 or 10 out of 10. I don't want to drop my standards.
Absolutely.
This is a feature where it's a soundtrack of a film where I like the single from it. I might want to see the film, might have seen the film. Today is our first request.
Right, interesting.
This is for Martin, who wants to hear Live in the City by Stevie Wonder, and it's from Jungle Fever.
Let's hear it.
Well, I love the song
It's
and I
an
love the
absolute
film.
classic.
Living for the City.
Genius.
Stevie Wonder.
The man's
from
a
the
god.
film Jungle Fever.
Absolutely.
It's a great film.
Yeah.
Well, not to be confused with Living in the City, which I think is a Desiree track.
So
never do
know,
that.
because you're a huge
But
Desiree fan. of course.
we were grooving along to that. It's a great, not my favourite Stevie Wonder track. I actually, He's Mr. Know-It-All, but a great track. Stevie Wonder's just fantastic anyway. And during that, we just had down, we just like, just enjoying the moment. We said, turn it up, didn't we? We liked it. Carl, just halfway through, just looking at me. He's got a driving licence.
Yep.
I went, what? He went, he's got a driving licence. I went, as he went, yeah, just for his own land. I went, you don't need a driving licence for your own land. He went, you might be right. He said, who else is blind?
I remember hearing something. It was someone famous
Right.
who shouldn't have a driving licence.
Well,
And they have. And I'm sure
a lot
it's
of
'cause
people.
I'm sure it was someone who's blind. But you're right, it's a bit of an odd one.
isn't it? No, but don't forget, this hasn't just happened, this is in your head. So you can't say that and go, isn't that weird? How did that happen? It's in your head, don't forget, at the moment. There is no proof
There's
of
no
this.
proof of that.
You can't say something and then go, isn't that strange? You said it.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? We didn't just see something happen out the window. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? What's in your head and what happened and all that? What are you thinking?
I'm just thinking, who's that other fella?
Ray
Ray
Charles.
Charles.
Yeah.
Why would he have a driving licence? He's blind as well. I think it's the blind thing we've got a problem with. It's the idea of people who are blind driving cars that's maybe made us question that. I mean, Stevie may have a driving licence. I very much doubt that he's passed his test.
No.
He probably hasn't even... I mean, he could have done the theory one, maybe. But
And
that's touchscreen.
And until Labradors actually are allowed on the Queen's Highway,
Exactly.
I don't think we'll see many blind people driving
I
cars.
might be wrong.
You might be, mightn't you? Oh, we hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you might be wrong.
Could well be
Well,
wrong.
there's a start. I fancy a bit of Ed Hardcore about now.
Well, Rick, you've embarrassed yourself because his name's Harcourt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just play the song, Carl. Let's mop up this ugly mess. Still to come, loads of our other features, of course, including Hip Hop Hooray!
Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Love Burns, XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais.
My name's Steve Merchant.
Carl, what's your name?
I'll press the buttons.
That's it.
Carl, I press the button.
Yeah. Oh, bless him. He's
People
got
are loving the K-Man, aren't they?
They are. People are saying they love him. He's just. Oh.
He is. He's
I think we've created a whole new Will McDonald.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
Carl!
Or Gordon the Gopher.
I used to have a show in Manchester.
You
Did
used to
ya?
host a show.
Yeah, overnights.
What kind of things was it? What kind of stuff?
What sort of tip were you on?
Phone-ins and stuff.
Yeah.
You did a phone-in?
Not a proper one.
What did people phone in about?
No, they didn't. That was what's the problem. There was no phones. Go on.
No, just, how things were going and that.
Problems. Were you like an agony uncle?
Kind of.
That's amazing. Imagine that. Imagine sending someone to Carl. You got problems? Is it delicate? We'll go to Carl Pilkington.
Hang on, looks like maybe there's some questions
Oh, we've got
coming in.
got a few questions here. What's the one? What's Carl's view on?
Carl, what do you make of nudism?
Who's that from?
Let me just check who that's from. Hang
Sort
on.
of there's a time and a place for it.
That's from. It's very difficult to tell.
That's
on
great. You
these
see,
things. There's a time and a place for it.
That is just brilliant. That is Dickie Bird. That's that sort of northern, confident soundbite. Wasn't it nudism? Time and a place for it.
There's a time and a
Would
place
you
for
do it, Steve?
Would I do nudism?
Yeah.
He's not allowed.
Not again.
No,
Yeah.
It's
not
not
in-
nice, is it, really?
No, it's not with Steve. He's not allowed on any National Trust land doing it because he's caused the death of millions of starlings.
That's
See,
true.
there was something on BBC Choice the other night. It's a really short show. I haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
Like an odd
It's
court
not. It's
thing.
not a bloke eating cup of soup and then another short show like maybe someone cleaning their teeth with Colgate and then a really short show. What was it? Go on.
No, what it was about this old fella who he's into nudism, and he was saying he's done all right.
Does he
out
play
of it.
volleyball a lot?
He said he's done all right out of it because there's not many blokes who are willing to go nude for modelling and that, and he's
Yeah.
about 70, so it's not.
Is there much cry for that? Do you think? Is there much demand for
He's doing
70-year-old
all right.
nudes?
He's doing all right for it.
Sure. Good luck to him.
And the odd thing was, you see,
He had a corkscrew penis.
he was just like walking around on a main road in like a
In the bus.
seaside town, and
Right.
yeah, and cars would.
See, that's not nudism, is it? That's mental illness.
Yeah, he's just a bit div.
Yeah.
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 So
I tell you, one of your favourite programmes. Isn't one of your favourite programmes just that one with the hot air balloon? And it's
Yeah,
adventures.
you love that, don't
It just
ya?
goes. It's like
Oh,
in
you love
Sydney.
that.
Sometimes then he's at a carnival.
His favourite programme when he was little, he used to watch it for hours, was that little girl by a blackboard with two toys.
Yeah.
He used to love
You
that, didn't
enjoyed
you?
that, didn't you?
Right, listen. Here's something else I learnt in the week, and we can use this if you want to give away the Incubus tickets.
Go on.
There's a
Oh, I
program.
must have. There's some tickets to give away later. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what it is later. Go on.
Who?
Carl. I don't know. We're going to save it. It's a surprise. Go on, Carl.
Oh, have I ruined it?
No, go on.
Crack on, mate. Crack on.
Yeah, there was a program about the body.
Sure.
And what is it, right? Barbie doll. Why couldn't that be real?
Yes.
Play a record, Carl.
I do know the answer, actually, I have to say.
What do you
Yes.
mean, why couldn't it be real?
If the Barbie doll was like a real person,
Right.
it wouldn't work out.
I don't understand the question! If you do, this is what worries me.
I don't understand the
Don't
question.
say
Why do you understand it?
Because
Why
it's one of those facts which I've heard in the past, but so therefore, because I know the answer, the question makes sense. But unless you know the answer, the question makes no sense.
Well, of course it doesn't.
That's what's brilliant.
Is it worth using for the tickets, do you think? Is it that good?
It's not a real question, Carl.
I don't
Well,
think
it
it
is.
can count, really.
It can't be a real
Why?
question. Well, because it's like one of those things about, a man went into a field and died. Why? You have to ask a question. You go, because his parents didn't know. But, well, I've got a million explanations. Okay, she'd be hollow. Do you know what I mean?
No, he's right, actually. There, it is too vague. Why don't you give the answer, and then you'll understand what your question meant.
What was the answer?
She'd have to walk around on all fours, because...
No, physically, the proportions of Barbie could
Yeah.
not be replicated on a real human woman, because she just couldn't have those dimensions.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
But that you know what I mean? Yeah. Same goes for Fred Flintstone. Do you know what I mean? His head's half his body. It's a cartoon.
Right.
Don't have a go at Carl. He's the caveman. People love him.
Sorry.
God, they're
Have I
going
gone
to
too far?
alienate yourself.
I'd like some hip hop, Steve. Seriously.
laying into
I'd
him.
like some hip hop, Steve.
We'll come up with a question. We're giving away some Incubus tickets later. Look forward to that.
Yeah.
It's time for Hip Hop Hooray! This is from...
Hooray.
Whoa. Hey. Whoa. Hey, this is from De La Soul's 2000 album, not the current one. Artificial Intelligence,
Yeah.
Mosaic Thump.
Yeah.
A lot
They've
of people-
changed a bit, haven't
They have, and a lot of people have dismissed De La Soul, but there's still some tracks you can dig out
Not
that
as
are good.
jazzy, but this is a soul tip to this
This
show,
is a
isn't
wonderful track. This is With Me. Play it, Carl.
A live POD or pod,
Absolutely.
as I call them.
Yep.
On XFM 104.9, a bit of rock.
Who are you?
I'm Ricky Gervais.
Steve Merchant here.
Yeah. Carl over there. Now listen, there's a bit of rock there.
Yep.
Takes us into a competition. We got Incubus tickets to give away.
Incubus, you say?
Now I like Incubus.
Okay.
I mean, for what they are, but, I'm a bit worried about all this crossover, this new metal, and these people coming out that are a bit like Pearl Jam and a bit all this sort of. I'm not too sure about it. I'm still not convinced, but Incubus have got a bit of style about them. Well, the competition we just ran there, the phone in, ask Carl and thing. People were phoning up. One person said, "What do you think about new metal?" Carl just quick as fast went, "I hate it."
Exactly.
And he threw a question right back at them and went, "Do you listen to that in the morning?" She went, "Yeah." He went, "Wow, you see, in the morning I like Ash. In the evening, I might listen to
I think he said Magic FM.
Yeah. But I love the fact that he is now, we've put him on a pedal. He's happy with his own opinions. Before he was like, don't know. And now he wants to tell the world. He'll be down Hyde Park Corner tomorrow, won't he? And they're going, right, who wants to know what I think about, I don't know,
At 2 o'clock, I will listen to the Human League.
Today at 4:13, I had one apple and listened to Primal Scream. Thank you. Oh, no, you're a great bloke, Carl. We better stop now because, you know, we're going to make you into the new
There'll
Jeremy
be more
Spake if
from
we're not
Carl next
careful.
one. This is a very last question that this is Jim, he's emailed in. He says, does Carl think that that Waterworld, Mad Max, Judge Dredd or similar films present an accurate portrayal of what a post-apocalyptic world might be like? How do you imagine the world will be, Carl, when the bomb is dropped?
Lousy handwriting. The police had a theory about that. They thought that Justin was just writing with his weak hand. In other words, if he was right-handed, he was writing the notes with his left hand.
To
Which would
mask
make
his
sense.
handwriting.
Yeah.
And I bet there's no way. I don't know this. I'm just totally spitballing, but I would assume that it would be really hard to analyze someone's non-dominant handwriting.
Oh yeah.
In
Because
crayon?
there's no in crayon, but even like there's no. I don't know that you would even be able to. I don't think I form letters the same way.
No, you wouldn't.
Like when I write with my left hand, an A and then the next A is probably totally different because I am so right dominated that I think it's probably pretty clever actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a trick that's unheard of either.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
But in this case, we're talking left hand, but also our perp, Justin. Was also careful not to leave any fingerprints on the notes, so he knew what he was doing. But the banging on the side of the house continued. More notes arrived, and one note read, quote, "You scum, I'll get even. No junk." before, and I put a nice little pause in there. Actually, that was bad punctuation in this note.
Yeah. You scum, I'll get you even.
Yeah. Here's how it should have read. You scum, I'll get even, no junk. But here's how it actually read. You scum, I'll get even, no junk. Because no punctuation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the word choice that's happening here too. You know, like your lights are a laugh. That sounds like a film noir kind of, term. And you scum, I'll get you. It all kind of sounds like Perry Mason, sort of like harken of a detective novel. Doesn't it? A little bit. Like
it's weird phrasing.
It's weird phrasing.
Agree, yes.
Yeah, you're right. It sounds like something out of like a Humphrey Bogart detective movie.
Yeah, kind of.
You scum, I'll get even, no junk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Oh, back to our story. This stuff went on for a long time, but I should note that there were long periods of time where a lot of time would go by. Months and months and months would go by with absolutely no incidents.
Wasn't there a year that went by?
Yeah, I think so. A year, maybe more.
Yeah.
But then sooner or later, Justin would come back and go back to his evil deeds. But things came to a head kind of in October, like late October 1993. Dorothy was attacked again by Justin. Damn you, Justin. Who snuck up behind her, or somebody snuck up behind her and hit her on the head again. Now, this time her injuries were more serious than the previous knock on the head. So she had scalp lacerations that I think had to be stitched. And I read somewhere on the webs that she got a fractured skull, but I don't think that this is true. I think she just got some lacerations, and that was about it.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, she was an old woman at this point.
Yeah.
And your skull is kind of eggshell thin in spots, so it's possible.
Maybe she got, so she had to wear a cast on her skull for a while. But,
that's not how that works.
Yeah, I know.
My grandma years back took a fall, and she had to be held, and she had bleeding, blood on the brain, had to be held, and it wasn't, it was a pretty bad fall. That was a pretty bad fall, but I would imagine that it would be similar to getting whacked on the head with a hard object. So I would presume that it was serious.
Well, it's definitely...
Honestly, anybody getting hit on the head with something hard, like...
Yeah. Well,
unless you're a
maybe.
child, because children are just made of, like, bubblegum and...
Yeah, they're totally okay
spit,
with this kind of stuff. Yeah, they're fine. That's why it's okay to hit your kids. Yeah.
No!
Just kidding. Well, anyway, the police did take this attack a little more seriously because there was blood, and they canvassed the neighborhood.
It's brought to you by Pitney Bowes. No matter what your small office needs or sends, Pitney Bowes Send Pro C200 has you covered. The C200 lets you send mail and packages right from your desk, plus save 3 cents a letter and up to 39% off retail shipping rates. Start saving today and get a free 60-day trial of a Pitney Bowes C200. Visit them online at pb.com/sideways. That's PB, as in peanut butter. Well, I guess it wouldn't be peanut butter, it'd be more like Pitney Bowes, but you got the point. pb.com/sideways. Terms apply. See site for details.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, joined as always by
Steve
and Joe,
the boys. Today we're going to talk about...
The boys are back in town.
Oh, God. Today we're going to talk about a mystery.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Cool.
It's actually a mysterious disappearance that happened on Christmas Day, 1929. The disappearance was of a postman in Ireland.
This was, by the way, a big deal in Ireland.
Still actually is a little bit of a
Apparently,
big deal. Apparently, yeah.
I saw actually an article from 2012. They were going to go search for him yet again.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Still haven't found him, though.
No, they have not.
This episode was actually suggested by a number of people. Kira, also Mary and Kilkenny, and David were the 3 names that we actually bothered to write down before we started just saying, yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah. You know, I feel like 3 is a good number.
Listen, we're better than we were at one time when we were so overwhelmed with emails that I would go into the list and I would find the date and the method of the suggestion and the story name and links and not who had suggested it. Because somehow we forgot.
Yeah, it's not so much of a mess anymore, which is good.
I don't forget. I check. But yeah.
So let's start with our postman, shall we?
Yeah, the missing postman of Stradbally.
Was this the movie with Kevin Costner?
No.
No.
Oh, that's the wrong postman.
That was the postman, not the missing postman.
I literally just didn't even know what you were talking about for a minute.
For once, I out-referenced you.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Well, it's just because it's so
years.
old and awful.
Ouch.
Anyway, our postman's name was Larry Griffin. He was born in Waterford, Ireland in 1880. He served with the British Army from 1899 to 1907, and he spent most of his first Army stint in India, and then he was discharged and married a woman named Mary.
Makes sense. Mary.
Yep. Yeah. And then when World War I started, he re-enlisted.
As a lot of people did.
He was honorably discharged in June of 1916, having suffered some pretty bad injuries. His arm was damaged.
Whatever that, maybe a little nerve damage. It sounds like he had use of it, really.
Yeah, I suspect it was,
lack of. I think it was a loss of motion, a range of motion.
I would suspect something like that.
You know,
I think something blew up beside him because his arm was damaged, part of his ear, and many of his teeth from one side of his face were missing.
So some kind of ordnance probably went off near him.
I suspect.
Although I've seen pictures of him, and maybe these were taken before the war. I don't know, but he looks okay. And
no, I think
he
it
doesn't
was
look all messed up.
I think it was mostly, I think it was hearing
probably
damage.
The arm that was the major reason. They don't care if your ear looks ugly, and if your teeth are all messed up.
I think they do care if you can hear out of that ear.
But
though.
if your ear is messed up looking, but still functional, they don't care. But I think the probably limited arms was the issue.
Actually, by World War I standards, he got off pretty light.
He did. He got off really light, and he actually was given some awards in 1918 for his bravery. So whatever happened, it was a brave act.
He took out a German machine gun nest.
Just with one hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just threw his arm at them. Just kidding.
Using rocks.
Yeah. After his discharge, he got a job as a postman, moving to Kilmacthomas.
Sounds right.
With his wife and 3 of his children. He had additional children. I actually don't know how many children total he had.
I had a really hard time with that
4.
as well.
I think it was 4 too, but
yeah.
it's kind of just this, nobody really cares, apparently. But one of his children was working, I believe, in England.
Yeah, that's what I heard, his eldest daughter.
And then the other 3 lived with them in what we're now going to call Kilmac for the rest of the episode.
Actually, that's
okay. Actually the abbreviation. That's what a lot of people call it.
Yeah, I mean, if you lived in that town, would you pronounce the entire friggin' name every time? No, they call it Kilmac.
Yeah. In those days,
people in this town call it PDX, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
I just call it PED. Yeah.
So in those days, it was apparently customary for postmen to deliver mail on Christmas Day, though often they were given great hospitality for doing their job on that day. They would have been offered meals and drinks at pretty much every house they called on. There was some discussion about whether or not it was actually postmen would call for tips. But I believe it was hospitality that they received, but people like rubbish men and other things that collected would expect tips on Christmas Day, which I think is fair.
Well, some people actually, even here in America today, tip their mailmen on the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah?
That's true, yeah.
Or give them a present.
Cookies and stuff like that, yeah. Larry, it is reported, had at least 2 different dinners on Christmas night at 2 separate houses and a lot of drinks.
So I want to point out the number of meals that this guy has had.
Yeah.
Because to me, his state later on, as it's described, is a bit confusing.
Depends on who you ask, actually.
Yeah, some people said he was stone cold sober.
But for the amount that he has eaten, it makes me always question his state of inebriation.
Well, I mean, I think you can get drunk even if you've had a ton of food. I suspect that he was also drinking while he was eating. It wasn't just sitting down to a meal,
I get that. My point is he wasn't on an empty stomach.
No.
Just knocking back shots.
Totally.
So that's why.
Absolutely.
I just want, as I always do, I just want to throw that out there so people keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I think that may be that the people of Stradbally probably after this just chipped in and got the postman a bottle for Christmas.
Probably, yeah.
You get to send it home with him.
So actually, that brings up a good point. Let's talk about this a little bit. Larry lived in Kilmac, but his postman route was actually in Stradbally.
His postal route?
Postal route.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Postman route.
Oh.
I think it was actually, and he had some stops in between also, but I think.
But it was all in the Stradbally area.
Yeah, and so his house was about 6 miles or 10 kilometers away.
It was 8 miles. Stradbally is 8 miles away.
Oh, it is?
From Kilmac.
Oh.
And so
It's a long bicycle ride.
It's not so bad.
Well, it's not a marathon.
I mean, you can walk a mile in 20 minutes.
It all depends on whether it's like level or uphill, that kind of thing.
I think
downhill.
it's pretty level.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. What we know about Larry and what he did on that day is Christmas morning, he got up and went to Christmas Mass like most Catholics do. Then he delivered a few gifts to local families and kids that I think that his family was friends with. And then around noon, he put on his uniform, got on his standard issue bike, and took off for Stradbally. He would have been expected back around 7 p.m., maybe a little later, depending on...
What happened?
Depending on the nature of the evening, drinking and eating and stuff like that. However, that night it started to snow. So when Mary, his aforementioned wife, saw that he just wasn't home and it was snowing, and she just kind of thought, well, he probably just stayed over in Stradbally because...
It's hard to ride a bicycle in the snow.
It is, and he had probably...
Yeah,
and she knew he had probably been drinking, and he probably just said, it's safer for me to just stay here than to make the trek back.
That's a logical thing to do.
Right.
Of course, boozing
changes
that.
This is pre-cell phone, so it's not as though he could have just picked up a phone and called her.
Probably didn't have
She
a phone
actually,
in the house.
Yeah, probably didn't even have a phone in the house, and if it did, it was a party line and whatever. Anyway, she probably just said, whatever, he'll be home tomorrow morning after this all blows over. The next morning, however, at about 7 o'clock, I think it was, a man local to Stradbally.
Is that a Stradballian?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
He was walking on the road between Stradbally and Kilmac and found a postman's bike laid carefully a few feet off the road. Larry...
Can I ask, what does the description... Because I've always just seen laid carefully.
That is the description.
What do you think that means?
I think it means not haphazardly tossed and doesn't look like somebody had just fallen off of it. That they had
carefully
been
laid
walking
over.
it. Maybe they had been walking it and carefully laid it over on its side because it didn't have a kickstand.
Again,
maybe.
I never found a good description, so I was curious as to what the heck.
I'm just making an assumption.
Okay.
And the thing is I would assume, given that it was a postman's bike, I would have assumed that it would have a kickstand on it.
I would assume so, yeah.
But
Maybe
they
not.
Clearly didn't use it for this.
I don't know when the kickstand was invented.
I don't either.
This actually kind of makes me...
I think the kickstand was invented pretty early on when they had those stupid bicycles with the giant front and rear wheels. And the only way to park them was to stand them.
You just had a servant run behind you so he could hold the bike.
Yeah, that's actually...
But I kind of wonder if it stopped snowing early on and the snow turned to rain. Or if maybe because, otherwise you'd see tracks and stuff like that. Like, say, tracks, say if somebody rode the bike up or walked the bike up and then laid it down and then walked away and kept on going towards Kilmac or walked back towards Stradbally.
I have no idea. There's no mention of any kind of tracks or anything like that, so I assume
it must
that
have just
the snow
stopped
kind
snowing.
of blew over,
Must have.
Anyway,
Damn, too bad.
Larry was nowhere to be found and remains so to this day.
Hmm?
The local man is unnamed, but he reported the bike to the police in Stradbally, not in Kilmac. It's all local police is how it's always named. And I know that the police department that did the most of the investigation was based in Stradbally, and I don't know if they also served Kilmac and other regions, but...
The Gardaí?
Yeah, but we're going to call them police officers because...
It's much easier.
Yeah, way easier. But so they were the first people to receive this report that the bike and Larry, it's my understanding, was kind of one that served that area, so they just thought, well, it's probably Larry's bike. I don't know if it had his name on it or something like that. It's possible.
It probably actually had some kind of number on it because it's a postal issue. It's post office bike.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I would imagine it's got something identifying it as a postal bike.
Well, it had his bags and like the saddle
I just
and all
meant
that stuff.
somewhere on it, almost like a license plate, kind of. Not necessarily a license plate, but something that would
Maybe.
identify it.
I think in those days that wasn't as big of a deal.
They were relaxed about that stuff in Ireland back in 1929.
Yeah. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
But he probably had his name like scratched into the, into his mailbag or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, so the police decided, well, we're going to do a search. I have seen reports that there were police and postmen and a bunch of
local farmers,
civilians, like almost 100 people or more were looking for Larry that day, on the day after Christmas Day, which in Ireland is St. Stephen's Day.
My favorite day, because it's my day. I'm a saint on that day.
Yeah, some other Steve
mean
who
you're
was
a saint?
Yeah.
Not a state.
You know what? I'm in a state on that day, which makes me a saint.
Yeah.
All kinds of hungover. But yeah, apparently
between Stradbally and Kilmac is mostly marshlands.
With bogs.
With big bogs.
Nasty
and
little bogs that you can fall into.
If you've listened to our, for instance, Tunguska episode, you know those bogs can be quite deep often. People initially kind of thought that maybe in his drunken state he'd accidentally fallen in, so they started looking in that area, but there was no trace of him at all anywhere. When they couldn't find Larry on the 26th, the investigators, the police department there, decided that maybe they should report this to their higher-ups. So they did. They called Chief Superintendent Harry O'Mara to let him know that Larry had gone missing.
He was from Waterford, right?
He was based out of Waterford, yeah. Which I guess would have been the local head brass office.
Maybe that was the county seat or something like that. It was Waterford County, right?
Yeah.
So
his first act was to travel to Stradbally to question the police who had been investigating, and they were named Officers DeLay, Frawley, Murphy, and Sullivan. They are the main named police officers. They might have actually been the
And that
only...
is an entire bunch of Irish names right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think actually they were the only police officers in that area at the time.
And they were all based right there in Stradbally, where our postman was last seen.
Yeah. Frawley was married, and so he lived actually above the post office in Stradbally, not in Kilmac.
Not in Kilmac, yeah.
But the others lived in an officer's barracks, so they were allowed to, I don't know, whatever. They all denied seeing Larry leave the village, and also all of them, particularly DeLay, claimed that Larry was sober. I do love that the officers were like, no, we didn't see Larry. We didn't see him, but we know he was sober.
I know.
He was definitely sober.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
It's kind of funny when your worst witnesses in the case happen to be the local police.
Yeah, that is actually kind of what happened here.
Yeah.
Other people from Stradbally said that Larry was, quote-unquote, a bit jolly, a.k.a. drunk.
Yeah.
While he was investigating, O'Mara was also able to establish that Larry had not made it to the houses at the end of his route, which were on the road back to Kilmac, nor was his bike on the road at 4 a.m. when a different local man was walking along the road, presumably back to his house from the town.
This is Christmas at 4 a.m.?
It's the day after Christmas.
Okay, my
people
point
have
is,
jobs, you know.
But at 4 a.m. in an area that probably doesn't have street lighting, it's really freaking dark.
Yeah, it would have been easy to could have missed the bike, yeah.
But I'm amazed that they grabbed onto this. It couldn't have been there at this time because this guy didn't notice it.
Well, so, that's fair, certainly. I'm inclined to believe that the conclusions that O'Mara was able to draw from his investigations were by and large correct. But it's totally fair to say we don't know the situation. You know, there weren't streetlights, right? But we don't know if by that point the moon had come out and it was glowing off of the snow and it was super bright, and he was able to say no with absolute certainty the bike was. You know, we don't know.
Okay.
But so the timeline then becomes sometime between 4 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Larry's bike made it a few miles out of town. And if
self-driving bike.
At this point you aren't suspicious about something, you are far behind where O'Mara was at, because he started to become very suspicious.
Oh.
Pretty much
a lot
immediately.
of people.
Yeah.
You know who else was suspicious?
Us.
Yeah, well, us, yeah, but the local priest actually, he was like going all Father Brown on these guys.
He was actually, yeah, we're about to talk about that.
We'll talk about that, yeah.
Actually, right now we're going to talk
Oh,
about
are we?
that.
Okay.
Yeah. So O'Mara continued to investigate because he just kind of thought, there was something weird going on.
About?
Yeah. On January 6th, a local priest named Father O'Shea told O'Mara that he should question a 16-year-old boy from Stradbally named John Power. Seems that the father had likely heard a confession from John that made him think that the Stradbally police might be covering something up. Turns out, probably.
Maybe.
Dun, dun, dun. O'Mara set up an interview with young John Powers at a different police station that didn't include our named officers.
Yeah, see, already he's not trusting these guys.
Already, yeah.
Go figure.
What he told O'Mara was actually very different than the story that the police officers had told him about that night. He told them that he had witnessed a set of events on Christmas Day night and that there were 3 other people with him that night who could corroborate his story. His story was basically that he had been standing outside the window of Whelan's pub with these three other men, who we'll talk about in a second.
Oh, and by the way, sorry to interrupt you,
No,
but
go ahead.
I just want to say, if you get on Google Street View and go to Stradbally, there's like a center part of town, like a crossroads right there. There's a little almost town square-ish, kind of like a little parkish thing right there. And you'll see all these places that are referenced here. The Whelan's Pub is like right there in the corner.
It's still operational.
Yeah, and then
still open.
And then right next to it is the post office, which Garda policeman Frowley lived above.
Yep.
And then the hall is like to the right and across the street, and the police barracks is next door to that.
Yeah.
It's
The
like all
Irish
right
don't
there.
throw anything away.
No.
Yeah,
It's all still there.
It is all there, exactly the same.
Probably in pretty much the same condition.
Just about, but
Probably a little updating, but
so
yeah, that's
if any
true.
of this stuff confuses you, just
go ahead
check
and
it out. Yeah.
just go check it out. Yeah, because I kind of just assumed people would look it up. I didn't spend a lot of time kind of describing where things are in relation to each other. So anyway, the story that John Powers told was that he had been standing outside the window of Whelan's pub and with the other 3 men from 6 p.m. on Christmas Day, and then they had seen Larry and Officer Dulé outside the post office at 6:30, and then they walked past them and around the corner. Officer Dulé was pushing a bike, and Larry appeared to be really drunk and sick. Well, sorry, the quote is trying to empty the contents of his stomach.
Well,
Should we make the sound effect?
Nope.
No, probably
Let's
shouldn't.
not, yeah. Powers said that he remained outside Whelan's for another hour, and he did not see Dulé or Larry again. So, based on this testimony, evidence, whatever it is,
Superintendent O'Mara.
O'Mara, of course, goes back to question DeLay again. And DeLay says at this point, basically, well, yeah, okay, fine, yes, I was with Larry that night, but he was definitely totally sober, and I didn't tell you about it because, I didn't lie about it because, I didn't tell you about it because I just didn't think it was important.
Oh, it really wasn't, I'm sure.
He literally, the quote attributed to him is that he said that it was of no consequence, that he had actually seen Larry on the night that he disappeared. Just, that wasn't important.
No consequence at all.
Sure, of course not, right. To which anyone with a brain, of course, would say, well, clearly you are hiding something. More on this later. O'Mara continued to investigate, and, the story around this is really hazy because there's a lot of conflicting accounts of things.
This is my least favorite kind of story because everybody is contradicting each other and changing
and
their
themselves,
story.
Yeah. Pretty much anytime anybody was interviewed, their story changed substantially.
These guys did not get together and get their stories all lined
Clearly
up.
not.
But even the locals, they would talk to locals, and it seemed like their stories would shift.
We're going to
well.
talk about that in a little bit, actually. There's some pretty compelling testimony that they thought they could get a conviction on that later, when they called that person
fell through the floor.
Yeah, they called him to testify in court, and they were like, totally different story. So we'll talk about that in a second. But this haze is kind of, we're trying to clear it away a little bit. And this is just one of many. It seems to be pretty much accepted by both the research that I did. It seems to be the most consistent story. And reading around the internet, people pretty much agree this is kind of the most consistent stuff. But again, it's all changes a million times. So the people who lived in Stradbally were able to solidify the story that it sounds like about after 6 p.m. a clearly drunk Larry had visited Officer Frawley's flat, the one that's above the post office.
Right next door to Whelan's Pub.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Yeah, and he had apparently showed up with Officer Dulé, where all of them had some more alcohol. More being an operative term here.
Yeah. I suspect it's what they did all day on Christmas in that town.
I mean, that's what I do all day, and I have a lot of other stuff going on.
There's not much going on in that town otherwise, really.
Yeah, and from there, the 3 men went outside, and the officers, in their clearly sober state, decided that Larry was too drunk to go home. So apparently, Officer Frawley went to Whelan's to see if they could let him stay there for the night, sleep it off, whatever. But he realized that he had been followed into Whelan's by Sergeant Cullinane.
Yeah.
Apparently, Cullinane sounds like the actual, what's the word I'm thinking about? The actual...
Sergeant?
Well,
the guy in charge?
Guy in charge, but he sounds like he was more the law and order guy in the crowd there among the local police, and so it might have been...
he was the one that followed, was by the book?
Well, and I think that DeLay realized, oh my God, he's following me into the pub. I better turn around and back right out again because there's people in the pub.
Yeah. So from there, apparently, Officer Dulé took Larry around the corner, which would have been, I guess, when John and his friends saw Larry with Dulé.
Because there was a back door into the pub, right?
There was a back door into the pub, and they both went into Whelan's by the back door, and then neither of them were seen to leave again. This, of course...
Because this version of the story had not been presented to him yet.
Which was a problem because he had interviewed the police officers now not once but twice and had not heard this story from any of them. Mm-hmm. So that was probably a problem.
Yeah, these guys are not supposed to do this. Of course, this was the early days of what we call organized policing, you know.
And it wasn't very organized?
Well,
no,
and it was
really.
early days for the Irish Republic as well.
Yeah.
So that might have...
Played
really
part
matter.
of it.
Yeah.
They were not quite as professional in those days.
So pretty much it's accepted that Larry was at Whelan's that night drinking, and that the police officers were probably a little bit involved in his disappearance. Whether explicitly caused it or at least they had seen him on that night, and clearly they were trying to cover something up because they kept saying, no, he was sober, or we just didn't even see him.
Yeah.
There are a few other details that I want to add, but I actually want to just incorporate those into theories or suspects or whatever we're going to do.
Or hypotheses.
Yeah, whatever they
Whatever
are.
we're calling that today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's get into that.
Okay.
But first, let's take a break.
Is this the point where we break out the Guinness?
Yeah.
What do the Holy Grail, Nefertiti's tomb, and Michael Rockefeller have in common? They're gone. But what happened? Where'd they go? If you're a fan of this podcast, you probably want to know. So join the search for the answer in Gone, a new mystery podcast that dives deep into the past to explore historic disappearances and the theories that they have spawned. If it disappeared, the hosts of Gone are looking and using in-depth research to figure out what happened. Check out episodes on The Amber Room, D.B. Cooper, and what happened to Oliver Cromwell's head right now. With a new episode coming out every Monday, you can also expect to hear about Hemingway's Lost Manuscript, Blackbeard's Treasure, and many more. Just visit Apple Podcasts, TuneIn, Spotify, Google Play, or, well, wherever you go to get your podcasts, and search for Gone. That's Gone, G-O-N-E. Or visit parcast.com/gone to start listening now. That's Parcast, PARCAST.com/gone to listen now.
All right, we have our whiskey and Guinness and soda pop or whatever.
No, more Guinness and whiskey.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. Let's talk about theories or suspects or whatever, because it's kind of both.
It's everything.
It's a whole
It's a mixed bag. Let's just call it what it is.
It's everything. Okay. It's like, aliens. And,
So the first theory that we're going to talk about, just really briefly, because it's kind of like nobody really thinks this happened but mine, is that it was a personal accident caused by Larry on the road with no other human intervention or cover-up whatsoever.
He was drunk.
Yeah.
Yep.
He delicately put his bike down, wandered into the bog, and disappeared forever.
You might have, when you drink a lot, sometimes you have to stop and answer the call of nature, you know?
And listen, I think we've all been there where you are pretty sauced, but there suddenly are some things that you do by rote and very gently and with a little bit of grace, and so you don't just like drop the bike and clatter it on the ground and stumble away. You still stumble, but just you could presumably do that. I just would expect that if this were the case, they'd have found something.
Yeah, well, so there are a lot of problems with this, actually. One is they've never found anything.
In the bogs.
And that's what Joe was talking about earlier. That was one of the things that they were looking for even as recently as 2012. They were excavating more bogs. They still have not found anything.
Yeah, there was, I believe, also a road in a nearby village near the Strad Valley that was actually being repaved or worked on at the time of the disappearance. And the thinking was that perhaps he'd been buried underneath the road and then he was paved over essentially. And
so they've looked pretty much, even with modern technology.
They still haven't found him. It is the mystery is still alive in Ireland.
You know what? Actually, I have a question in regards to this because Joe brought this up earlier that it was weird that there was no footprints and all of that.
Yeah.
I actually was just suddenly thinking about it. Do we know where specifically it snowed? Because there are times in this town where it will snow in one place and not be snowing 4 or 5 miles away.
It might have only been snowing in Kilmac for all we know.
It could have been.
I was wondering about a kind of a microclimate scenario.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question. I have not heard any accounts of it having snowed in Strad Valley. That is true.
Okay.
But I just assumed that it's all kind of the same.
Yeah, you would think that they're close enough that it would be the same, but I just realized that it might
you're
not
right.
have been.
Yeah, what happens at my house, weather-wise, is totally different than what happens at a lot of other places in Portland. So that's a good thought. One of the other problems with this theory is that you remember how I was talking about the search and how policemen and civilians and postmen had been searching.
When
so
one of their own disappears, they got to answer the call.
So they did notice the empty mail bag, waterproof coveralls, and a cape were strapped to the bike like you would expect.
Yeah.
For somebody who was at the end of their route. But the way that the cape was strapped to the bike, the postman said was not the way that a seasoned postman would strap a cape to the bike, because it would actually cause cracks the way it was folded up, and it would lose its
must have been
water
like
retention.
I think it was like rubberized canvas or something.
I think
like
it
that.
was just waxed canvas.
Oh, maybe.
Or even just canvas, for all I know, but I think it was probably waxed canvas. At that time, it seems like that would have been the relatively cheap way to do something like that. But and I know that it will crack when, if you fold something up like that, it will start to crack.
In an area that's not meant to take that kind of...
Right. So the feeling is that Larry was seasoned enough that even if he had been really drunk, it just would have been the natural way that he folded that cape would have been the correct way every time, because it would have been the only way he ever folded it.
And I'm sure did it many times.
I'm confident he did a ton of times. So that brings a lot of doubt onto this. And somebody made a note here in my script as well.
Really?
That everything that they found was dry.
Despite contents,
despite the fact that it had apparently been precipitating in some nature overnight. So it would lend itself to seem like it wasn't just laying out all night.
Yeah, makes sense.
Or microclimate.
Or microclimate. It could have been 70 and sunny on Christmas Day in Strad Valley.
Beyond micro, I mean, it's like tiny climates, like, just surrounding the bicycle itself.
Yeah.
It was a bicycle climate.
It's like the cartoons.
Yeah.
The cloud just follows the person.
Yeah.
Okay, so pretty much nobody thinks this actually happened.
No.
So let's move on.
You got another theory?
I have a couple other theories, yeah. Next theory is it was a murder. This is where we're going to start adding more details to that night, and then we'll kind of talk about some of the suspects and why it could have or could have not been them. Okay? The Strad Valley police were hot for a lead that was not them, obviously. They continued to investigate as well while O'Mara was doing his investigation. And they arrested 2 local men, Jim Fitzgerald and Thomas Corbett. Jim was a 55-year-old local laborer, and Thomas, also a local laborer, was 25. Jim had taken Thomas, who's often referred to as Tommy as well. He had taken Tommy and his pregnant girlfriend into his home because they didn't have a place to live.
Tommy's girlfriend.
Yes.
Not Jim's girlfriend.
Yeah, so Tommy and Tommy's girlfriend, who was pregnant, lived with Jim because Jim was a nice person. And
Or he was collecting rent off him.
I mean,
Or
maybe a little, but that was something. It seemed like it was a unique circumstance that he was being
unusual.
Kind. Yes.
Okay.
One thing to stop and mention before we go any further on this is that apparently, at the time, it was illegal for pubs to serve alcohol on Christmas Day and the day after, which is St. Stephen's Day.
And I have revoked the ban on drinking on my day because I personally think that you should drink on my day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, back to your narrative, Devin.
Yeah. Oh, and also this particular law was passed, by the way, only in 1927, so just a few years before this incident. So
and you said you did some digging into this, and there were some other days that
not a lot, but no, the law that the 1927 law, as far as I know, and again I didn't investigate extensively, but it banned serving or selling liquor on Good Friday, Christmas Day, and best of all, St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Although the St. Patrick's Day ban was actually repealed in 1960.
Yeah.
And just like the past year, 2017, they finally got rid of the ban on liquor sales on Good Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's only
Still
Christmas
just
Day.
Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Well, they would be really upset to come to this country and see what we do on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, not so much about snakes, more about just drinking as much as you possibly can.
Yes.
In case it wasn't clear earlier, as we mentioned, Whelan's is a pub. Whelan's Pub.
Yep.
Still is to this day.
I think the original owner's grandson is running it now.
I think it's still family that runs it. Yeah. I'm not totally clear if it was also an inn at the time or just a pub, or if they just maybe had like a little extra room.
Well, it's a 2-story building, and probably the family lived in on the second floor.
Mm-hmm. But the question becomes because so the reason that I bring this question up even is because, as mentioned, DeLay seemed to think that there might be room for Larry to sleep it off in Whelan. So I don't know if he just seemed to think maybe they had a little extra room in the house, or if they actually did. That was a thing they offered, was a room or two to sleep it off in.
And that actually, if you think about it from a pub's perspective, that is a great money-making avenue.
Sure.
Basically a closet with a teeny cot that's easy to clean off, and you charge the drunk a couple of pence and push him in and say, "See you in the morning, dummy, don't come out." And if he comes out, you say, "Oh, you want to go back in there? It's a couple of pence more." I mean, that is just cheap and easy.
Oh, yeah, I would absolutely do that.
It's called drunk tax.
And it might actually just be something they provided for free. It's just good customer service, you know? What are your
I think it was unlikely that somebody was going to drive home.
Not in those days.
There was only one car in town.
Yeah, and it was the police car. I'm kidding. I actually don't know how many.
Only
one
car.
Okay.
According to a lot of the articles I read, the only car in town belonged to, and I don't remember who it was, but they always said it was the only car in town.
Thomas Cash's
That's who it was.
And he, by the way, lived right across the street from Whelan's Pub.
Well, it was hard to not live right across the street from Whelan's Pub.
I know, that's true too, yeah.
The size of it. But Whelan's, like we said, still in operation today. They still have very strong feelings about this. We'll talk about it in a minute.
Apparently, they don't like to hear about it.
But they're also still very much just serve the local community, and that's that. So I think that's probably how it was there as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you can go to Whelan's Pub now as a tourist and go in and have a drink. I'm sure they'll
I actually
serve
read there's one single Yelp review of Whelan's.
Oh, is there?
There is. And it was from somebody who was from America and who was touring through, and they said, we saw Whelan's, and it was a pub, and we were driving through, and we needed some place to stop, so we stopped, and we went in, and it was clear that we were not welcome since we were not local.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But they stayed. They said they gave it a good review. I mean, but they were like, it was clear we did not fit in.
Did they at least serve them a little liquor or
I don't know.
Or something?
I didn't. Yeah. Anyway, we're a little off topic here. So Jim and Tommy both admitted to having been at Whelan's that night and to having seen Larry. Jim's story was that another man named Morrissey had pushed Larry over maybe a dispute over some money, hit his head on a stove, and
he pushed him hard enough to knock him over.
Well,
And so
reportedly it was not so hard to knock Larry over that night.
Okay,
Yeah.
He actually knocked himself over a number of times walking through the hall.
Yeah, if he had been sober, he would not have fallen.
Yeah, but apparently he fell over and hit his head on a stove and died.
Okay.
And you can read the actual account from Jim of this, and it's kind of hard to follow. It's pretty conversationally wandering.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But that's, as far as I can surmise, that's what happened in his story. Tommy's story was a little different. His story was that they had gone to Whelan's but hadn't been allowed in for whatever reason. Maybe their capacity, maybe it was when the sergeant was kind of around. Because, again, they were serving liquor,
and they were
which was
supposed
illegal.
to, so you had to keep it on the down low.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. So the way it's described, like Fitzgerald and Tommy, it sounds like they went in the back way, and they didn't actually. It sounds like Tommy did not actually go into the bar area.
Well,
and just stood in the kitchen drinking, and I'm not sure why that was. It's whole.
yeah,
that's
again,
local custom or something. I don't know what it was.
Or they were full in the other room, or the sergeant.
Yeah.
So in the original telling of the story, when O'Mara finally went and interviewed the police officers for the first time, they claimed that they had been to Whelan's. Actually, I think it was a couple times after he interviewed them, because somebody was like, we saw them going into Whelan's that night. And the police officer said, yeah, we were doing raids.
Yeah.
We were doing raids.
Yeah.
Did it twice.
In other words,
two raids.
Barging in and checking to make sure no illicit drinking was going on.
Right. Which was maybe not actually the reason.
They were raiding the place. They were raiding the bottles
alcohol.
of booze.
Yeah, but it could have been that was, the moment that the sergeant was in and the Whelan said, well, we're just, for whatever reason, I don't really know what, but they were in this kind of back room. And that was Jim's story. Tommy's story was that they had actually not been allowed in at first. So they went across to the hall, which is across the way, as Joe mentioned. Which was basically just another place where people drank and then they played cards.
Mm-hmm.
And Tommy had gotten into a fight with somebody there. The story of the fight is actually corroborated by a number of people.
It's one of the few things that everybody seems to know for certain happened
to agree
that
on.
night.
Yeah. And so I don't really know where the truth is in these stories. I don't even know if it's possible. It's certainly possible, I guess, that they were both sloshed. And Jim went to Whelan's and was like, Tommy's right behind me. And Tommy, for whatever reason, was like, well, I'm going over to the hall. Or they were like, Tommy, you can't come in here. So he went over, got in a fight, and came back and thought Jim was with him the whole time. I don't really know.
And Jim is like, where's Tommy? He was just here all night long.
How do you lose your buddy in a village that size?
I think you're just drunk and you're not paying attention.
You're celebrating.
Yeah. But like I said, pretty much everybody has changed their stories a number of times, and that includes both Jim and Tommy.
Which is so very frustrating.
It's super frustrating.
Because there's just nothing consistent.
Yeah, so
from one day to the next.
And this is actually where we get into this a little bit. The police arrested Tommy Cashane, the car owner, and Ned Morrissey, both right after the interview, based on the testimony of Jim, because they said that Thomas Cashane was also there.
Yeah, and he also, I think, as part of his testimony, he said that someone said that, like maybe it was Thomas Cashane, said that he was going to bring his car. They put the body in there and get rid of it. So that's why. And
only car.
Yeah, the only car in town.
Yeah, because there's not really like a development on that story necessarily. The story kind of ends with, well, Morrissey pushed him and he fell, and then everybody around was kind of like, whatever, like he'll get up, and then somebody said, oh, he's dead, and then somebody else was yelling at him to get up, and
I think Morrissey turned him over, and then said get up, and he just never moved, except
for that right after that. This is why Jim's story, it's very frustrating, because he says Morrissey turned him over and there was a little blood but not much, and Morrissey said get up, and he never moved again, but he was mumbling about, and it was like, well wait, what was he mumbling about something or was he dead? I don't understand what was happening. But
part of the reason for Jim Fitzgerald's confusion on the whole matter was it turns out that he told another police officer quite a long time after this, like months afterwards, that actually he had not been there, and had not witnessed this.
That he had just heard it.
He said he heard it third hand from somebody who was there. So
So that's why Thomas Cashane and Ned Morrissey were arrested at first, and the police seemed to think they could get some kind of conviction based on Jim's original testimony, and maybe they thought some other people who had been in the pub. They named so many people.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of people.
It was like 10, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think 8 to 10, but there were the Whelans. I think 4 of the Whelan family were arrested.
Well, so they...
2 policemen and several other people.
Exactly. So they arrested Thomas and Ned and then charged them. Also charged them with, like, theft of postman property or something.
Postal property.
Yeah, something like that.
That's
then
a crime in the U.S. also.
Yeah. A few days later, yes, it is, though there's no really evidence to suggest that they actually did steal anything. I mean, the bike and everything was returned, and maybe it was the uniform. I think it was the hat specifically they were charging them for.
Maybe.
But
there was something about the mailbag, too, but I don't remember if the mailbag was with the bike. It was,
It
right?
was, yeah.
So but it might have been actually just touching it. Maybe it might be that if you're not a member of the post office, you're not even allowed to handle that mailbag.
I hope that's not true in America, because then I'm guilty
Actually,
of
it is. If you kick a mailbag in America, you can go to jail.
Kick it or handle it?
If you just kick it, if you abuse a mailbag in any way, that's actually a federal crime.
If you stroke it lovingly and pet it like a
I was
kitten,
going to say, I used to have to move a mailbag to clean my house, so hopefully just picking a mailbag up was not a thing.
You probably won't get arrested for it, just if they really want to
we'll call it
do something
Okay,
to you.
thank you. Yeah, why don't you inquire on my behalf?
I will.
Let them know where we live now.
I will.
Great, cool. So, so a few days later, after Thomas and Ned were arrested, I think it was 4, you're right, of the Whelan.
Yeah, the mom and dad and 2 of their children.
And 2 of their kids.
Yeah.
Then on February 3rd, officers Dulé and Murphy were arrested and charged, though I'm not totally sure how Murphy was the one that got wrapped up in that, because it sounded like it was Frawley that was the one that was actually wrapped up in it.
Actually hanging out with Larry, yeah.
And then on March 7th, they were all let go after some kind of trivial trial time.
Well, they weren't let go per se. They were all reassigned to other areas around the country or other precincts, I thought.
No. I'm sorry. No. All of the people that I just listed that had been arrested and charged.
I'm sorry.
They tried them all together.
I'm sorry.
In one single trial, and the judge was like, okay, you got to give me more than this, O'Mara. Like, you can't just give me one guy who has somehow changed his story sitting on the stand.
Well, and the crazy thing about the trial was that they kept moving things out by, we need another week or 2 to get this, and we need another week or 2 for that, and then it became, 6 or 8 weeks?
No, about 4, but originally it was supposed to be kind of a quick thing, and then Jim Fitzgerald comes in to testify.
It goes sideways on
That's
him.
when he changed his story, which actually it turns out his story was sort of BS because he claimed to have been there when he never was, probably. And he says, well, I didn't really see that stuff. So in a sense, he was almost telling the truth, although it looked like he lied on the stand. But I guess he was sort of telling the truth. He said, well, actually, I didn't actually see that.
Yeah.
Although he didn't explain that, I heard it from somebody else. He didn't say that.
Right.
So that's when they get the first continuance for a week, so the prosecution can firm up its case.
Because that was literally all they were going on.
They didn't have much else to do. Well, I think they had a little bit of evidence. They took, the stove out of Whelan's pub.
Yeah.
And they actually took
they did use some
Tom Cashin's car.
They did some forensic testing at the time, I remember. And they actually, I think they did forensic testing on, all of Whelan's, including the upstairs.
Yeah.
And the only human blood they found was in the trash and was connected to one of the daughter's menstrual cycles. Is the only trace of human blood
that's a solid case right
they
there.
Found.
Oh man!
Yeah, I mean they swabbed the stove extensively.
Yeah,
and there was no sign. It wasn't clean.
Yeah,
but there was no human blood anywhere. So they just didn't have evidence. There was no evidence. Basically.
There wasn't.
So
much
they were all let go. So I guess we can kind of briefly talk about some of the people who were brought in and charged and and kind of discuss them. I would say the first we should talk about is Thomas Cushion and Ned Morrissey.
Yeah.
As far as I know, Jim is the only person who's come forward with that story, and it sounds like there were a ton of people in there in Whelan's at the time. Even by Jim's own account, there were a lot of people in that same room who reportedly even spoke to or reacted to the incident where Larry fell down. I just find it very hard to believe that he's the only one, even though maybe he wasn't actually there, that he would be the only one who would speak up about that.
What about Jim Fitzgerald, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that actually happened.
Well,
you don't.
I
agree?
think that at a certain point, when you enter into a conspiracy, you're breaking the law, and at a certain point, you're kind of, in for a penny, in for a pound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that these people really, and obviously the motive here, it would have just been reported as an accident. You call the doctor, call the cops, but they were drinking illegally in the pub on Christmas Day, and several of those people had a lot to lose. Whelans would lose their license and their livelihood, and the policemen would lose their jobs. And then Tom Cashin was a school principal. He would have lost his job.
Yeah.
And so everybody had a motive. But at the same time, it's like, dudes, there's so many better ways to approach this whole thing.
Literally, the Cashins could have said, all of you get the hell out of here.
Yeah. The Whelans.
Or Whelans.
Yeah.
And we're going to say, Larry wandered in, and we tried to put him to bed, and drunk Larry started stumbling around and fell. Like,
exactly.
Bringing that many co-conspirators in, especially when you're all drinking,
it's the
a
dumbest,
terrible idea.
It was dumb. I mean, everything they did to handle this thing, like they, for example,
this is what happened.
If they took the bike, which is what apparently somebody planted the bike on the road back to Kilmac, they should have wheeled it further down the road before they dropped it. They only took it about a quarter of the way to Kilmac and then left it by the side of the road.
Well, it
should have been closer to Kilmac than to Stradbally.
So the one little thing here that I didn't really mention is it's the one road that goes from Stradbally to Kilmac, but there's one little intersection on that road that intersects with 5 other roads, and pretty much like right there is where they found the bike. So I can understand why somebody might be like, all right, we're going to the junction, and that's as far as I'm going.
Yeah.
And here's the bike, and it could be anywhere.
Especially if they were drinking.
And it was cold. Maybe it was snowing. It was early in the morning. They're starting to have the hangover come on.
But I think that whoever did leave the bike there, probably later on had regrets about not maybe wheeling it a couple of miles further down the road.
Or just tossing it in the bog.
Yeah, that would have been a good way to go, too. Yeah.
So, we can talk about the Whelans, we can talk about all the officers, but I guess we can just hop right to my last and favorite theory, which is that it was an accident and then a cover-up. I actually heard a story that I guess, somebody probably in the village had said that actually what happened is that the police officers had taken Larry up to their barracks to sleep it off that night.
Which is, by the way, also across the street from Whelan's Pub.
Right across the street.
Yeah.
And that what had happened is the stairs at the time coming down from the barracks didn't actually have a railing on it.
Yeah.
And that he was drunk, had woken up drunk up there, walked down the stairs, fallen off, and died.
Yeah.
And that they decided to cover that up for some reason. I don't necessarily believe that so much as some other accident, but regardless, I do think that Larry probably got drunk and some kind of accident happened to him, but then there was this massive conspiracy of pretty much everybody who lived in the village.
Oh, yeah. Everybody knew, I'm sure.
Cover it up. There was actually a lot of talk about, there were a lot of mines in the area.
Copper
mineral
mines.
mines.
Mine shafts.
Yeah.
Yeah, copper mining.
And it's pretty much believed that he was dropped down a mine shaft and then covered up, basically.
Actually, as part of the search effort, they searched a bunch of those mines. They also dug up, there was a local beach. They dug up the entire beach. They also dug up a bunch of graves in the local church graveyard.
Yeah, they've done a lot of stuff, but it's certainly, if you know the area well, it's certainly possible that they could have.
I just still struggle with the sheer number of people involved.
You think somebody would have cracked?
My problem is that these people all seem to have a similar story, and then they diverged, and then they began to turn on each other, And there was this what appeared to be some really vicious fighting going on between them. And if that were the case, if they were all really involved, I could just see somebody being so fed up and just saying, F it. You were there. You did this. You did that. Like, just spilling the whole caper.
So my guess is really that, everybody had been drinking all day and everybody was pretty sauced. And at some point, it was a smaller group, right? At some point, everybody's kind of like, well, then I lost track of him, right?
Oh, so you're saying it's like the Whelans and maybe one of the cops?
Yeah, or
I'm just
or maybe two of the cops or something. But that what happened was, maybe he did fall. Let's say that Jim was telling the truth and that he did fall down in Whelan's pub and hit his head on the stove, and that's how he died. At some point, somebody says, well, we know up to that point, and we were all doing something really illegal, and so to admit that we were there makes us culpable for that illegal thing, so we just got out of the room. We left, and then that's it. And then that explains all this infighting of nobody actually knows what happened. I mean, maybe 2 or 3 people.
Because they didn't actually witness the very end except for
maybe
a few.
2 or 3 people actually know, but the whole group as a whole doesn't really know what happened next. And so that explains this, like, well, I think it was this person doing this thing, but really what the truth is that maybe you were so blackout drunk or just like so sloshed that all you could pay attention to was getting yourself out of that situation that you realized was bad, and you weren't paying attention to anything else, and that's it.
But I can get behind that because that, again, as we've discussed before, it minimizes the pool of people who were involved, and the people who are on the outside know a little bit, but not enough to actually say the right thing to give it away.
Still, here's the problem I have with these people is they should have discussed this and gotten their stories straight. I mean, my God, people, Criminal Conspiracy 101, you boneheads.
Should have.
Yeah.
Come on, Joe. How many times have we been drinking together in years past, and we'd all had too much to drink, and something happened,
and there's a body, and we got to get rid of the body.
And then everybody's story's different.
But because
everybody remembers
the
it
next day
differently.
is like, hey, do you remember what so and so did? Oh yeah, he did this, right? No, he did that.
I'm not saying you get together that night when you're all hammered and hammer out your story. Then, no pun intended. I'm saying next day when you're all sober.
But
that's when you straighten it all out.
I think that would be the difficulty, though, is that if there's suddenly this giant search the next morning right away, it looks really suspicious that you all come together and have that conversation. And if you do it in pairs or small groups, it would become a game of telephone. So the people in the front had one version, the people in the back had another.
The trick, right, is that it sounds like the police officers did have their story straight at first, right? Yeah. Their story was, we didn't see him, but he was sober.
We didn't do it.
Right? We didn't see him. We don't know what happened, but he was sober.
That's the other thing.
And then suddenly somebody else said, no, he was with them. And they were like, oh, dang, you forgot to tell the Whelans.
They forgot to tell a lot of people. This is the problem, is that when you tell lies that are going to be very easily and quickly unmasked,
it was dumb. It was bad.
It was incredibly
But we're not
dumb.
saying that these people were like particularly intelligent. And I guess the last reason that I think that this was like a big conspiracy is that to this day, any kind of inquiries about this with the locals in Strad Valley is met with like extreme hostility.
Yeah, that
there's
might
an F-bomb in there.
Yeah, how about you just the right off?
Yeah.
Right? Like this far, almost, that 90 years later, you could go into that town and say, hey, do you know anything about this disappearance? And for people to just swear at you and tell you to get out of town.
I think they're going about it all wrong. I mean, I would have a little museum to the whole thing myself. I would open it up and I would sell postcards and keychains and,
unless
maybe
my grandpa was responsible
they're gonna put Grandpa in jail anymore at this point, though. That's the thing, is Joe's got a point. This long gone, who gives a crap?
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna go to jail.
Locals, communities that are tight knit like that and don't like outsiders, they don't care about the possibility of making money off the loons that are coming by. They just don't want the loons to come by.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about the fun prospects. Like if you make the museum and then you've got all these exhibits and they're sort of in chronological order of the mystery, and yet as you go from stage 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, they all contradict each other. Wouldn't that be perfect?
So
for this
I know
story?
what you're going to do with all of your Thinking Sideways money is you're going to buy a place in Strad Valley and open up said museum.
And then I will be the missing podcaster of Strad Valley.
You will.
Yeah.
You will be found tarred and feathered in a bog down a mine shaft.
Probably.
Yeah, in a bog in a mine shaft.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have any other theories?
That's all I got.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, really, I think it's just really sad. I wish that we knew what happened to him. It doesn't really sound like it was anyone's fault necessarily.
Well, Ned Morrissey, I think, was the culprit, but I don't think he intended to hurt him. Actually,
I mean, my impression is that he kind of just, like on the shoulder, like, hey, bud, like, why don't you back off? And Larry was just so drunk that he was just like, whoa.
Lost his balance and tumbled into the stove.
Right
and probably nobody's real fault. And if it hadn't been for this silly no selling liquor on Christmas law,
everything would have been fine.
Everything would have been okay.
Yeah, abolish that law,
silly
Ireland.
Puritan law.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Well, I'm sure it's coming one of these days.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 are already down, so Christmas is next. It won't be too much longer, probably.
Yeah. So there you go. That's our story. If you want to see any of the links to some of our research, or listen to this episode, or find a list of all of our other episodes.
Yeah, if you want to listen to this episode, here's where to find it.
Or find links to merch, or I don't know, other stuff that's fun, I guess. I don't know. You can check out our website. Website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. If you would like to have your name read off at the beginning of an episode like this, aka suggest one, or send us, talk to me about how horrible my Irish pronunciation is, anything like that, you can email us. Our email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You can connect with us on social media.
They should write that email in Gaelic, though.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, actually, would you?
Yeah, please do.
I don't really know how it would be said.
With subtitles.
Yeah. If you would like to connect with us on social media, you can do that in pretty much any kind of form. We have a Twitter where we are Thinking Sideways. We have an Instagram where we're Thinking Sideways Podcast, and we have a Facebook page and group, both of which we are just Thinking Sideways. Is that true? Thinking Sideways Podcast? Thinking Sideways. Doesn't matter.
On Facebook?
Yeah, just find us. You'll find us.
Thinking Sideways Podcast,
Easy.
and if you find the page, it'll link you to the group.
And if you find the page, you can like it, and if you join the group, you have to answer some questions, so don't forget to do that.
Yeah. Easy questions.
But we also have a subreddit, Thinking Sideways. Sometimes I forget about that. You probably know how you're listening to us. If it's not Stitcher Premium, you're doing it wrong. But if it...
Loser.
You should get on Stitcher Premium, but it might also be iTunes or, I don't know, Google Play or Spotify now, apparently, too. But if you are listening to a place where you can give us a rating and a review, please do that. It's how other people find us. And, make it a good one because we like you, I guess, or whatever. Oh, and if you really do want to get stupid like us, you can go to stitcher.com/thinkingsideways, and if you would like to sign up for it, you can use the promo code SIDEWAYS for 1 month free on your annual plan. And you get bonus content and ad-free content, and ad-free content is early. It's like 4 days early, so it's totally worth it. All of that having been said, I think we are going to get lost.
I'm going to get a Guinness.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Bye, guys.
Oh, proper rock band. Best band since Thin Lizzy. The Darkness.
Well, big words.
Growing on me. XFM 104.9.
A bit rash, I think.
R. Gervais, S. Merchant, K. Pilkington. With a little bit of... I know for a fact that Steve is getting a little bit sick of Carl's attitude.
Oh, his attitude's appalling.
I quite like it, though, because it's straight away friction, and he's sort of like,
To be fair, I genuinely don't think I'm the culprit in this. I think I come in and I just ask him a simple request, and immediately on my back, whinging, moaning, whining. I don't know if there's any evidence.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually, because in a survey,
it
came up this week, it's quite extensive. Mancunians take more sick days than anyone else. Mancunians take more sick days than workers in any other city in Britain and Ireland, according to Manchester-based employment firm. Survey by Peninsula found employees in Manchester take 11 sick days per year, whereas closest rivals Edinburgh and Dublin take an average of 9. Liverpool, Newcastle, Birmingham, Cardiff, only 8.
Is Reading mentioned there, or
no?
Bristol?
It's not even in there. They don't take days off. London is only 7. So the point is, I mean, I don't think you can take anything from it, but if you're an employer and you had a Mancunian and a Liverpudlian and they were equal on everything else, but you really couldn't afford them to be away, Liverpudlian's going to probably be away for 8 days.
Sure.
The Manc's going to be away for 11, phoning in sick. And
so what can you? I mean, just analysing the data though, what would you extrapolate from that?
I really don't know. I mean, call in if you've got any clues, or email us in if you've got any. I don't know why they. I think maybe. I don't know. Mancunians.
I don't really know many people from Manchester.
Well, I only know one, but I know he was off sick because he put on wet trousers and he got
a cold, I think.
Yeah, well, he just said he was. Didn't come in for. Yeah. He left early as well once.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, that's the survey. I don't know. I mean, it's evidence because it's statistics. So. There you go.
It's guaranteed evidence that that's
so,
proof.
Any thoughts on that, Ricky.Gervais at xfm.co.uk?
I mean, oddly enough, you're from Manchester, Carl.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
On what, sorry?
No, on the survey.
Oh, wasn't really listening.
Sure.
What, Mancunians take off more sick days, they call in sick. I mean, presumably spuriously.
Yeah.
I mean, because they've got the same body, they're biologically the same, so...
so they're obviously making up, they're lying.
Yeah, some of the days, maybe just the 3 extra they're making up.
Yeah, they're moaning.
Probably because we work a lot harder than the others, so we're tired, so you're sick, so you need time off. Probably.
Seems unlikely.
I mean, the Scousers, to be honest, yeah, take them on, let them work in your office. But you know, how many computers are going to go missing?
Right, that...
So offensive.
Is offensive.
Right.
This is a survey that proved. You just made that up. You just carried on the myth that Liverpudlians thieve. Now that's not true. That is not true.
Well,
it's not.
Well, some of them do.
There's been no survey that you're more likely to thieve if you're from Liverpool than if you're in Manchester. So that hasn't been proven yet. So all I've got is the evidence from a survey of, I think, 3,500 people. It's proof that Mancunians take off more sick days. XFM 104.9. This is April Come She Will by Simon and Garfunkel. Simon and Garfunkel, April Come She Will. A lovely, lovely love song there. The X-List was all about sort of like sexy songs because of death of Barry White, of course. And Carl and Steve having a little argument. Steve said, well, there are such thing as sexy songs, of course. Carl said, I can't understand it. How can something be sexy? How can you woo one with a song? Steve went, well, you don't woo one with it, you just put it on the background. Carl said, stick the telly on.
Stick the telly on.
I love that.
You don't believe there's any such thing as a sexy song, is that right?
I don't think it can get you in the mood. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're either in with a chance or you're not. I don't think it matters what song you put on.
Well, I don't think it ups your chances. I don't think if you take...
It does. If you put Channel 5 on a Friday night, right, see a little bit of that action, gets anyone going. It's worked for me, and that's all.
What's on when
saying.
Pets Go Mad?
No, you know, like... I don't know the titles of them. I don't look at the titles. But
that show with Chris Moyles? Do you mean the kind of erotic thrillers?
Yeah, put one of them on. That gets you going a bit.
I
might be tired and that, but...
What does the woman go? Oh, that's an idea. Hey, that's an idea.
They're normally called something like illegal briefs, and they're normally about some kind of female solicitor who's defending a guy who may or may not be a killer, but maybe in a former life they were lovers. It's always some nonsense like that, and presumably there's normally some gruesome murders. So how is that getting you in the mood?
It's plot development.
Yeah, it's the narrative. Oh, I love narrative.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that's a lovely twist. I've got the horn.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So, if you're from Manchester, sorry about that. I mean, it is true. We weren't making that up. We weren't doing a stupid stereotype like Kyle did with Liverpudlians. It's just a survey that Mancunians take off more sick days. But they might be genuine. They might be sort of an iller people, or it might just be people who are in Manchester go, oh, I can't be bothered to go to work, it's rubbish. Whereas if you're in London, you go, I can't wait to go to work. Exactly. What a lovely place this is.
Some great jobs down here.
Great jobs down
here. Rick, I know you're always looking, just to keep you kept abreast of, new developments in music, what's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've got any plans this evening, but you might want to pop along to the Hope and Anchor in Islington.
Why?
Where, playing tonight, Restless Diesel.
Please welcome to the stage.
Restless Diesel. I mean, we've talked about it before. Band names where you just have to imagine you're supporting U2, Wembley Stadium. It can never happen. Please welcome to the stage,
And
Restless
he comes on,
Diesel.
And after the first song, he goes, thanks, because great band before us, Restless Diesel. You hear a lot more of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, it won't happen, will it?
Sure, they're a great band. I think.
What's the tax on that? £5 in, is it?
It's not telling us actually, but yeah, to pop down to the Hope and Anchor, maybe tell us how Restless Diesel were tonight.
Yeah, just call in. Maybe call in on Christian Show Monday. Just tell us how Restless Diesel were. We can make that a regular feature.
Now, what's coming up on today's show?
Well, listen, we got all the usual favourites. We got and some new ones. We got Monkey News. That's sorted. Carl told me.
People are guaranteed Monkey News.
He called in. He said, "I've got some Monkey News."
Brilliant.
He's done that. I had to make sure. Yeah, we got that. We've got some great tunes. I've got a great song from Tupac, some Cat Stevens, some Jimmy Webb, some Thin Lizzy.
Can I surprise you with something from Aerosmith? And a little treat from Evan Dando.
We're quite rocky today, aren't we? There's a threat that there won't be Rockbusters.
Good. That's no threat.
But we can
Great
bring
news.
back Educating Ricky.
Oh.
I mean, because it's sort of like seasonal, isn't it, our show? We don't want it's not like Ant and Dec's takeaways on all through the year.
Yeah.
They go away for a few weeks and we get something else, like Ian Wright's, Friends Like These or something.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And so maybe Rockbusters, maybe not.
Rockbusters on hiatus, but Educating Ricky always fun. If
That's
you've not
what's
heard
coming
that
up.
before.
And I'll tell you what, Jane's Addiction, just because they rock as well, don't they?
Brilliant.
XFM 104.9.
Excellent, Ricky Gervais.
Jane's Addiction, just because on XFM 104.9, broadcasting from London, where people prefer to only be off sick when they actually are ill.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I've ever taken a day off sick. Except when I had that terrible tonsillitis.
Is that when you went home, stayed with
Yeah.
your mum and dad?
Yeah. Why is that a problem? Nurse back to health.
No, I'm not saying it's a
Nurse
problem.
back to health. Yeah, I've got a loving family. So sue me. What do you make of
Love it! The antagonism and piss-taking is just like, oh God, 3 blokes in a pub. There's people listening. I can't go.
Are there? Carl, what do you make of London? Because you often say you'd much rather be up north.
Well, he wouldn't, or he'd go.
Well, this is what he constantly says.
You've chosen to live here, you've lived here for years, you've got a flat here.
No.
No.
I chose to come here because I was offered a job that was good money.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have come here if there was no job.
So you prefer to be somewhere where there's a good job, so you've chosen to live here.
I don't like being here, though.
Well, no, but you can leave.
To what?
Well, exactly! So you've chosen to stay somewhere that's better for you.
It's not better for me.
Well,
it's making me ill. I'm not sleeping.
Well, so you say you're ill, I think you call in ill, but I don't think you are. But I mean...
Are there any stats to prove that?
Well, yeah, because, it'd be of the 11 days that he calls in sick, I reckon probably 7 of them are genuine.
I'd love it if I dropped down dead tonight. Honestly, I'd love it.
If you drop down dead tonight, you'd have it.
I'm
Why
in
aren't you
the door.
sleeping?
What, you're feeling ill now, are you? That's funny, you weren't feeling ill earlier, but you read that, and you're suddenly ill.
I'm run down.
Well, you should take a holiday. Oh, yeah, you just had about 8 in the last 6 months.
Oh, God!
Why are you run down? Why are you run down?
Yeah, what have you done? You sit in a little air-conditioned office.
I haven't got time to tell you. Let's move on. Let's get on with stuff. What have we got anyway? Because we didn't have a chance to meet up this week. Me and Ricky could have done, but you said you were busy, Steve.
Yeah,
so that's probably why you don't get run down. But finishing work at about 4 o'clock.
No. So I could have had the meeting, but we gave you a time and you suddenly decided with very little notice that you couldn't make it. So that was the meeting.
Meetings and that.
Oh.
So what have we got then? What have we got? It's 1:20. What have we got? We're on till 3.
Well, we've been talking, we've been doing well, we've been playing some great rock and roll, we've been playing some lovely songs, we've told them, we've explained a survey, just for employees, be careful.
Yeah.
We've, put that out there, we put a shout out there, people know
I mean, would you say it was probably safest if you are an employer to never employ Mancunians?
Well, I
Would
wouldn't go
be
that
just a
far. I
general
wouldn't go
rule
that
of
far
thumb?
because you see that's only an average. So I imagine some Mancunians, like Londoners, are nice, reliable people. It's probably just a few bad eggs that throw the stats up a little bit. People that would go, I'm not coming in today. I'll put on some wet trousers.
Sure.
All right, stay in bed.
Yeah.
Stay in bed.
Yeah.
You still got them on? Yeah. Well, pop them off.
Yeah.
Put them on the radiator and go to bed with a little duvet. That'd be the best thing to do.
Yeah.
So, all right, Carl?
Right.
What? What's your attitude? Is it because you're tired?
Yeah.
Well, why are you tired, though?
You weren't staying up watching those Channel 5 films again, were you?
I'll tell you what, me and Steve were having a little meeting yesterday over lunch about, planning stuff for the show. And Gary Kemp came up to me started having a little chat about old times, and I went, oh yeah. As he went away, Steve said, right, think of this. He said, Rick, don't take this the wrong way. Remember that sentence, don't take this the wrong way. So there's a right way and a wrong way I could have taken this comment. He went, nodded to sort of Gary Kemp and went, he's aged better than you. I went, well, how could I take that the wrong way?
Yeah, it's not offensive.
No. Well, the point is this. He didn't know me 20 years ago, so he's actually saying, Rick, don't take this the wrong way. He looks better than you do.
Yeah.
Say that, Carl.
What?
Did you really say that?
Yeah, although, can I just backtracking for a second? I love the fact you said you bumped into Gary Kemp and you reminisced about old times. What old times did you share with Gary Kemp?
Well, no, he came up and said, did we drop the pops together? And I went, no, I did Razzmatazz. He said, oh, we did Razzmatazz. I think he was thinking, had he ever met me before? But he hadn't, because we hadn't. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
but if you had to make an objective analysis...
I wouldn't. I think that's out of order.
Sure, sure. I mean, you're always slagging me off, but apparently you can't make a value judgment on something else. No. Well, because you're morally all over the place. You don't know where you're coming and going.
Believe it.
Sure. You should hear what I say about you behind your back.
So, would you say you're better looking now than you were, or
than I'm what?
Would you say you're better looking now than you were?
Than I was when?
Well, like have you aged well?
Yes.
You've aged well.
Yeah, I've kept my looks.
Bit of Dando.
Bit Evan Dando. This would be lovely. Yeah.
Look for sunshine to be burning full time.
Radiohead. Go to sleep. That's good, isn't it? On XFM 104.9.
Brilliant.
No,
great DJing there.
Well, I haven't heard it before.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it was good. It was very good. It was very good. I was just watching cable TV. I do a lot of that. And there's an advert I've noticed. It reminded me of the sort of adverts you used to see when I was a kid. It's one of those attempts to kind of educate young people. But doing it in...
Yeah.
It's on MTV, but it's one of those things where it's clearly been made by people who are in their mid-40s.
Who have never been cool.
Who have never been cool.
Yeah.
Who've been working really hard to get into TV all their lives. And now are trying to appeal to, funky and possibly wayward young people. Yeah. And it's kind of...
Nerdy wells.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a kind of stunning model, and two of her stunning model friends. But they're just a couple of average girls, going about their business. And, it says something like... it's all shot very funkily, like a kind of, lock, stock, and two smoking barrels kind of thing. And it's a girl, and she's just grooving along with her friends. And it's kind of like... The captions are things like, Isabella's 17. She's cool, she's quite funky, she's got these great friends. And they're sort of hanging out, laughing. And she just pops into a tattoo parlour. Sure. Why not? Her friends are like, what are you doing? But she just goes in, she has a tattoo done. And it sort of says, she's wild, she's crazy. She lives life as she sees it. She takes every day as it comes. She's not tied down or anything. She doesn't smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
So it just says, don't smoke cigarettes. If you think she's cool...
If you think all this is cool, then you probably won't want to smoke cigarettes.
Exactly.
If you want to be cool,
then like
don't.
Isabella or whatever.
Except the thing with that is that people watching that, the youth watching that will go, well, Bill at my school, he smokes and he's cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem with it.
Yeah.
It's that it's not that the impulse is wrong. The message is fine. It's just this thing. I can't imagine those things ever working with young people, with youths. It's like when what was it?
What it will do is that you'll get a lot of 13 and 14-year-olds sneaking out and getting a tattoo.
Exactly.
So the parents will be going, I'd rather she smoked.
Exactly. She might give that up sometime. That's for life.
She's got a spider's web on her face now for the rest of her life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like you remember that thing when they tried to get young people to vote. Do you remember that? Was it Rock the Vote? Was it called Rock the Vote? Was it people like Billy Bragg and people kind of...
Yeah.
I don't know who that appeals to. I don't know, some youth is kind of smashing up a bus shelter, throwing bricks at old people.
Goes,
and then,
Billy
Bragg?
Billy Bragg, yeah.
I just can't. I don't believe it ever. I think it was Mick Hucknall was another one. What's that, Mick?
Oh, dear. Well, I remember the ones where if you were going to go off with a stranger... Your cat went, well, don't.
Yeah.
Ask Mummy first.
Yeah.
And I remember I was trying to jump in cars left, right and centre, but my cat,
exactly.
when I was like 5 or 6, would go, and I go, good point.
Yeah.
You're right, he could be a nutter.
But I seem to remember the Charlie's... The Charlie Says. It was Charlie Says, wasn't it?
Yeah. Charlie Says.
I always find them really unnerving. He lived in that really eerie kind of world where you never really saw anyone. Yeah, but it was very it was very eerie. It wasn't very kind of comforting.
No, they hadn't spent a lot of money on the cartoon,
no.
had they? No.
But I always got the sense with him that he was probably really quite lonely.
But what I like the fact is that,
And he had a cat,
Mummy
and a
was
cat
so
could talk.
pleased. But by the time I came out, they'd gone off and I missed the picnic. But Mummy was so pleased that I'd asked her. She gave me an apple.
No, I think
and
she said-
Charlie got something he liked. He gets a fish.
Yeah.
Right. I was thinking an apple.
No, I seem to remember it being that.
I'll get an apple anyway. Get me some sweets.
Yeah, or a tattoo.
I always thought there was a con when your parents got you some clothes you needed for Christmas.
Yeah,
I'm not falling for that.
Exactly.
I'd go, look, I'm getting the clothes anyway. I want battling tops.
But the Charlie says, I seem to remember when they asked him to go off for the picnic. By the time he'd asked Mum, because she was on the phone,
Yeah.
I don't know who she was chatting to in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
The kids had gone.
One
and,
of her,
and I seem to
one
remember
of her clients.
Exactly. I seem to remember that he said, "Don't worry, it was fine because Mum took him and Charlie on a picnic."
Not as good.
Who'd rather go with your mates,
Yeah.
or with your
Or
mum on a
mum and your
picnic?
cat.
And your cat.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think they were friends.
Mum, this Scotch egg stinks of fish. Well, I had to bring it for Charlie. Don't bring raw fish in the picnic basket.
But I think they weren't friends with us. They were just local kids who go, let's go and ask that weirdo with the cat if he wants to come down the park.
Let's go and ask the weirdo who thinks the cat can
He can
talk,
talk, yeah.
and then run away when he goes to
Exactly.
ask his mum.
When he goes off to ask his mum, they're just going,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
ask your mum, ask your mum.
Yeah. Hello, hiya. All right, we're the local lads, the cool local lads. We smoke, we got tattoos. Do you want to come and play with some puppies in the disused mine? Ask your mum first. Quick, run.
Exactly.
Look, he's talking to the cat. Look, he's talking to the cat.
They were just round the corner spying on him. They were just laughing. There was no picnic.
Did you ever go on a picnic, Carl? Was there places to go in Manchester, or was it like Quarryland mostly?
The problem with those adverts, like when I was growing up, they'd sort of give you ideas. Because remember the Charlie's one, right? And we were on holiday, right? And I met these two lads who are knocking about with like mates and that. And that advert came on, and we thought it'd be a good idea to wind his mum up, because this advert had just been on saying, you know, kids are going missing in Wales, right?
Yeah.
So we said, oh, this will be a good laugh. We put the kid in the wardrobe. His mum came back from shopping. We said, oh, he's gone missing. We haven't seen him for hours.
That's terrifying.
I know.
That's
How
an
old were you?
appalling
How
thing
old
to
were
do.
you?
About 13.
And what was his mum? She must have been.
She was, yeah, she was going mad, and that's when we thought, oh God, we've gone. Will we say anything? Will we pretend we don't know where he is?
Open the wardrobe. He'd suffocated.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
horrible, Carl.
I know, but
Such
it's
a
just
cruel
what you
thing.
do, isn't it? It's just what you do.
Well, no, you do.
What do you mean? It's just
Well,
what you do. So what was it? Was he in the wardrobe? Was he listening to this? Why didn't he go, Mum, it's all right, when he heard her crying?
No, she wasn't crying. She was just panicking and like screaming a little bit and that.
Screaming a little bit.
Okay, we'll tell her when the screaming starts.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then what's the other thing? Like on the same, like you know, all this was going on when I was growing up, and one time we're on holiday, and my mum said, right, if you're going on the beach, it's a big beach, but you know, if you're going to go out and play there, I need to know where you are.
So
what part
where
of the
these
beach you're going
bells?
to.
where this cowbell round your neck.
She gave me a balloon.
Good
Give you
idea.
A balloon, and it just, you know, sort of attached to my arm, so wherever I was playing in the sea and that, you can see the balloon and that.
Brilliant.
But then the problem was, everyone else thought that's a good idea, and it was just like loads of kids with balloons and that.
Oh, I ruined it.
So that didn't work.
Yeah.
I had to bin that idea.
Weren't you in a car park once?
Oh no! It was New Year, and we were all gathering up. You know, like in Trafalgar Square at New Year, everyone gathers and they have a big kind of party and stuff. Well, in Bristol, they do something very similar on a smaller scale. And I was there one New Year. I was with my friends, and I for some reason I picked up a balloon during the evening. You know, I don't know where I got it from, but I was holding this balloon, and these girls came up to me, and I thought, yeah, nice. You know, maybe a little New Year kiss. They came up. They said, "Hey, are you going to be here for a while?" And I said, well, yeah, I probably will. They said, it's just that we've arranged to meet back at you at midnight. What do you mean? Because I was so tall and had a balloon, I was towering above everyone else. I said, what? They said, we're going to meet back at you at midnight.
This is...
They said, don't worry, you can go about your business because we can see you wherever you are.
This is where Nelson's column is.
No. No, this is in Bristol.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. And so I'm sort of wandering around, and then at midnight these two girls turn up again, and some of these lads come and meet them, and they're sort of laughing and joking. I'm thinking, oh, they're probably going to invite me back to a party. I watched them get in a cab. They went off. They had a wild night. But then I did have a balloon, so it was a great New Year for me.
I did have a balloon. Oh, should we have a little bit of Tupac?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah,
a little bit of that
there's a great lyric in this. It's picture me rolling, right? But at the end, he's saying about look at me now. I'm drinking Remy and I'm in a Rolls Royce. And he goes, oh yeah, I forgot the DA. Can she see me from here? Can you see me, ho? And I think this is like District Attorney turning on the radio and Tupac going around going, can that ho see me? And she's going, yeah, yeah, I can see you.
Yeah,
it's brilliant. Tupac. I'll tell you what, we should get rolling. Rockbusters.
No.
All right?
No.
Well, he has done it. He just said that he was worried about it because we said it's the last one. What do you think, Carl?
I just don't think... I mean, can I just say now, Carl, seriously, I'm only responding to what we're getting on the email, which is people do not want Rockbusters. They really... There's one guy here who is... He says... it's James Pooley. He says he's preempted, Carl, by giving my answers to this week's quiz. I don't know what the clue would be, but his answer is no Van Ear. Nirvana.
Yeah, good. Nirvana, yeah. That sounds like one.
Number 2, he's just guessed. I don't know, again, what the clue would be, but the answer is Kid Creosote.
Yeah, that's good. That's a typical Rockbuster. That is brilliant. That's a better game.
And the last one is Harry Seacombe.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
So, I mean, maybe we should reverse it so people just...
and we have to come up with the clue for them. And we win the prizes.
Yeah.
Have you got prizes ready as well?
It's all there, but...
Oh, I feel sorry for him now. I mean, what the prizes would have been.
I'd rather just give them away to the first person to email in, frankly, than have to go through the torment of Rockbusters.
Oh, God! Look at Carl's face! I wish you... Oh, can't we get this on telly just for Carl's face? Hey, I'll tell you what we could do, Steve. You know, like Smiley Miley and that used to take the Radio 1 Roadshow out?
Oh, man, that would be amazing.
Come on. Should we take it out?
Hello, Bournemouth.
Yeah, how many miles have I done? Don't care. No,
Exactly.
Should we do this? How many miles have we done? Well, XFM's down the road.
Yeah.
1. Yeah. Should we take it out the road so they can see Carl Pilkington?
To be fair, though, I mean, you're not really keen to leave W1, are you?
Well, we wouldn't.
Right, so where exactly would we take the roadshow?
We'd do it outside.
Outside the building?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And what would we do?
It's called a roadshow because it's in the road, I imagine, isn't it?
And we'd give away T-shirts?
Throw in T-shirts, and then we'd have a band. We'd have band playing. What was that band playing tonight?
I forget, something Diesel, was it?
Yeah.
See, instantly forgettable. I mean, that was my point, really.
we could have them on.
Yeah, great. Yeah. We'll get a couple of celebrity pals down.
Someone from Big Brother 2.
That would be ideal.
Well, Josh, the other little gay fella.
Yeah.
He'd come on, just wave.
Yeah. I'm beginning to like the idea.
Yeah?
That'd be brilliant, yeah.
So we'll have Josh, something Diesel, we're playing the Bull and Gate tonight, whatever. I'll throw out some T-shirts.
Yeah.
And then Carl will do a live Rockbusters. Yeah?
Well, I don't know. Do you want it?
I just think that ruins it slightly. It would just bring the whole afternoon down, Rick, I think.
We'd get it sponsored by someone. Yeah? No? Well, I'm just trying to inject a bit of... Read the prices, what they would have done.
There's a PlayStation game here. I guess it's maybe not been released yet. It's a little demo of that. What's this? The American Song Poem Anthology. I don't exactly know what that is again, but lots of songs on there and a couple of compilations, arbitrary compilations, the Club Anthems compilation, the best summer holiday album ever.
Wow. You've certainly sold it to me, Steve.
The best air guitar album again.
Brilliant.
And an old edition of Only Fools and Horses.
So, you really haven't put the effort into the prizes, Carl. So if that's the prizes, if that's the whole point of the competition, and they're the best prizes you could conjure up, in God's name, how bad are the clues this week? That's why he doesn't want you to do it, Carl.
Alright, we won't bother. Forget it. Doesn't matter.
Good. Excellent. Well, that's resolved.
Brilliant.
That's excellent. What we have got, though, is Educating Ricky, haven't we?
Well, another one of my little things.
Oh, it's brilliant, then.
So how long's this going to last before you want to get ditched this?
Well, we'll see. A couple of weeks.
Not like that, Carl. It's all one. It's one love, man.
We're on the same team, man.
Yeah, we're just one voice, man. One true voice. Like those lads.
Yeah.
They could play.
Right, well, the Educating Ricky,
They could play.
Well, why don't we play a record and come back with Educating
The
Ricky?
Wind, Cat Stevens,
we need to get the jingle queued up as well.
Yeah, I'll get the jingle queued up,
No,
yeah.
I haven't got Neil Young lined up yet.
No, not Neil Young, Cat Stevens, I gave it to you.
I know, we're not playing that yet.
Can we just play a record that's just sounding rubbish?
Well, I told you to. See, so why aren't you playing the record I told you to play?
Because we've just had something chilled, right, from Tupac. Let's lift it up a bit now with a little bit of blur. Right?
Come on, play it. Oh, how much you off?
I just have. Crazy Beat Blur on XFM 104.9. Right, we're going to do Educating Ricky instead of Rockbusters.
Incidentally, on the subject of Rockbusters, we've just an email from Phil. He says, I could do with this week's rather shoddy array of prizes, as I'm doing a car boot sale tomorrow and need a bit more tact to fill the table. Probably send it
we
to
might,
him.
we might as well do it anyway.
Yeah.
But Educating Ricky, it was a feature. Well, actually, about a year ago, I started a feature called Educating Carl because we found out he had 1 E at O level at history, and I'd educate him on things like Rasputin, things that I thought he'd be interested in. You know, Winston Churchill, some of the greats, some scientific facts, and then I said it's your turn, and he started telling me about people born without legs. Some people have got a funny eye. There's a woman whose tongue's longer than her arm. And really, you know, turning the screw on education. So, I don't know what he's got for me today. Maybe a dog born a cat. Let's have a look.
We've done that one, we've done that.
And is there, because often we should point out there's sometimes a crossover between Educating Ricky and Cheeky Freak of the Week.
Yeah.
Just in terms of subject matter.
Yeah, so we've done Cheeky Freak of the Week, we've done all the freaks. What have we done with the Freak of the Week? There's there's a dog. There was a woman that had the back legs of a dog. There was, last week, what was last week?
It was the girl who was born with 4 eyes, 2 mouths and 3 legs.
Sure.
You weren't that impressed, I thought if we've got to that and it's not impressing you...
we are a tough audience.
Let's spin it. Let's move on.
Is there a jingle for Educating Ricky?
Educating Ricky. Oh God. You've told me Educating Ricky. Very similar to some of the other jingles I've done.
Well, they're made by the same people.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
well, it's just. I mean, Educating Ricky is just stuff that I learn in the week, and I think that's interesting. I keep it up here, and then I share it with you. Right, and some interesting stuff. One of them, right? Mount Everest.
Go on. I need more.
Right. Well, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Because people are leaving rubbish up there and that. And like whoever owns it is saying, "Oh,
owns it."
Is saying, "Forget this. They're leaving a mess." And all that. But do you know why it's called Mount Everest?
What was that? That's one, is it? That's one. There's rubbish on Mount Everest.
No.
How many people go up there?
Are we talking about people dumping old tellies and washing machines?
Who's fed up? The Yeti? What are you talking about?
No, I mean, that isn't what I'm educating you. I'm just telling... This is part of the story. I'm just telling you.
It's just a bit of context for you.
Like, they're leaving loads of rubbish up there.
Well, they're not leaving loads of rubbish up there, are they?
No, they are. They're apparently...
Not like prams and washing machines and seagulls flying everywhere.
I don't know.
Anyway.
But anyway, do you know why it's called that? You know why it's called Mount Everest?
Why it's called Mount Everest?
I know the mount bit.
It's because it's a large mount, and if you climb it, by the time you get to the top, you need to have a rest. And that isn't the educating bit. I'm just telling you.
It's not true.
Well, we'll leave that.
Well, no, Carl. In the name of everything holy, do you think that anyone named it because you have to have a rest when you've climbed it?
Well, we'll see. You'll see what people say on email. But
it's definitely not.
But anyway, that's one thing that kind of that's interesting. I'll remember that. I'll teach Ricky that, so you've learnt that. Right, now, are you familiar with this thing that they can do if you're dead, right? No, not if you're dead. It's like if you're ill and you know you're going to die, right?
I don't know what this is anymore.
Extraordinary.
Have a rest. Himalayas. Himalaya. What?
Listen, this is an interesting fact. Come on. If you're ill but you know you're going to die.
Yeah, you can have this thing done in Detroit where you get put in a fridge.
Right.
And if they work out, what's wrong with you in 20 years' time, you go, right, that fella is in the fridge. He had that. We can sort it. Let's get him out. and they sort you out.
Yeah. Is this the first time you've come across this idea?
Yeah, I read it the other day. I didn't know
You've
about
never
it.
heard of this before?
It's called
cryogenically preserved.
It's good, isn't it?
They put you at sort of like sub-zero temperatures, so stop all cellular activity.
So do you stop aging at that point?
Yeah, it's suspended animation.
So, well, what's the law on it, right? Because say if I had something, right?
Yeah.
And I said, oh, put me in a fridge, and when you've got the cure and that, wheel me out, sort me out. Say if they did that.
Yeah.
And it was like 40 years.
Yeah.
And in 40 years' time, they get a cure for me.
Yeah.
Would I have to stay with Suzanne? Because she'd be 70.
Do you mean what are the rules? Should you be allowed to date a younger woman?
Well, it's not fair, is it? It's like good news, we sorted you out, but
I don't think she'd mind. I reckon she'd have the best 40 years of her life.
Yeah. And plus, they're never going to find a cure for what ails you.
That is genius. That is brilliant. You come out, you're cured, and you go, oh no.
I love the fact that's what he'd be lying there. If you could think while he was in that state, you'd be thinking, oh God.
She's losing her looks.
Yeah.
Just, oh dear.
But everything else as well, like my job wouldn't be here.
No.
No. Although the figures would have gone up a little bit.
Yeah. Flat's probably gone or knocked down or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Most of my family would be dead.
Yep.
So what's the point? What? How do you know about it? Who's done it?
Well, famously Walt Disney, apparently. I mean, Walt Disney actually did die, but had his body preserved so that should they one day be able to bring back people from the dead,
they need Walt Disney.
They'd think, hang on, who do we have?
But with him, nothing is going to change because when he comes out, Mickey Mouse will still look the same.
Sure.
And plug and all that.
Play a record. I don't know where your mind is. Play a record. It's brilliant. You just say words. Have a rest. $50 in the club on XFM 104.9. So Carl's a little bit fed up today. Actually whinging. I mean, properly whinging. Fed up. Reckons he's tired. Reckons he's overworked here. But do you know what I mean, Carl? Everyone gets tired. Everyone gets tired. Everyone does the same sort of hours as you. What do you do? Sort of 9 till 6, 7?
About 9 till 7:30, 8.
Well, no, because a couple of times this week I've sort of met you for a drink about 6. So it's funny, isn't it? That's weird.
Some of the times I've come back after it, just for another 40 minutes or something whilst no one's around, try and get stuff done without phones going, without emails coming in.
Yeah, we got to do it.
Can I tell you what I think's a disappointment?
You're head of a department. You got to do it.
I just think it's a disappointment that Carl hasn't been able to put that aside and rise to the occasion. He's only got to do this show once a week. It's 2 hours. I mean, you and I, we're tired. We've got busy lives.
You've got one job. We've got about 6. And we're still doing it. Do you know what I mean? We still do it. We still.
Well, you're a professional, Rick. I mean, that's why you've won multiple awards. Is because you're willing to get up there, even if you're feeling a little bit under the weather, even if you hurt yourself, you've got an injury of some kind. You're out there. You're doing it. You're entertaining. You're providing a service.
Yeah. So
it's disappointment.
Yeah, but I've pressed all the right buttons at the right time.
Indeed.
Right. That's what I get paid for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Done that. The adverts have gone out.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? I've made you cups of tea.
It's the negativity which is the problem. It's the vibe. You're bringing
us down. Bringing us down.
And therefore the listeners.
Therefore the listeners. Bringing us down. If you don't like London, you know what to do. Well,
I'm trying to get out of here, aren't I?
We just bought a new flat. That's not the best way.
Doesn't
Buy a flat in Manchester, live there.
Doesn't matter. I can always rent it out and make a little bit of money.
Why don't you sell the flat in London and buy a street in Manchester?
Pilkington Avenue. Brilliant. You could literally be the lord, the king of that street. People could come to you like Solomon with their problems.
Yeah. Well, he's come up from London. He's got London ways.
Now, interestingly, have you heard? Do you remember the famous King Solomon story? That there are 2 women, they both arguing over whose baby it is, and they present this to. They say, "This is my baby." And the other one goes, "No, this is my baby."
So he knows one of them's lying, but he doesn't know which one.
And so what does he do? How does King Solomon solve that? How does he figure out whose baby is his? What would you do?
They're both white fellas, yeah?
Both what?
White fellas.
It's
Someone's
women, 2 women.
Right. It's two white women.
To be probably, they probably weren't, completely white.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, they're of the same ethnicity.
No, but I'm just working out.
as is the baby.
Right, all right then. So all right.
And don't think about what King Solomon would necessarily.
Yeah,
do.
it wasn't
Think
that.
about what you would do.
Wasn't that easy. No, it's not. There's not one tall, skinny white one with big ears, and so's the baby. The other one's a little short Chinese bloke. It's 2 women for a start.
Yeah.
2 women. Okay. The baby to look at could be either. He doesn't know which, but he knows one of them's lying, obviously.
And is the one lying saying it's hers or saying it's not hers?
Right, okay, this isn't worth it, Steve. I'm going to tell you what he said, and you tell me if you think it was good or not. He says, well, then what we do is, as King, he said, what we do is, I'll take a sword, I'll cut the baby into 2, and you can have half each. And one of the women says, no, don't do that. And one of them says, yeah, that's fair.
Right.
Do you see?
So which one was it?
Sorry? Well, no, my guess is the one that didn't want it done probably was the mother of the child. The one that didn't mind having the baby cut in half probably wasn't a mother of the child. Why don't you think, you bald little mank twat? Play a record.
Well, I'm just, all right.
Although, it's not a very good solution.
No, that doesn't
I think
happen in the NHS.
the woman who was lying could have come up with something better than, yeah, cut it in half. What she should have done is, yeah, I'll give it to the other one as well.
Yeah.
Jaded from Aerosmith on XFM 104.9. Just trying to pep things up.
See, I know you're up. You're up there. I mean, we've got lots of work to do. We're filming soon. We've got loads of things, admin, DVDs, everything like that. We come in here. This is Poxy. This is not a drop in the ocean, the sort of work and money we earn. Right, really? If we do this to keep charitable status. Because, and yet you know, Carl, come on. What's the matter with you?
Are we doing Rockbusters?
I'll tell you what. No, come on, Rick. I'll tell you what. Because it's your special day, and I want you to have a great time today.
Yeah.
We're going to do Rockbusters.
If you cheer up, miserable. He just got ratty then. Go, no, don't push it on me head. Don't put it on me head.
Right, what were you trying to put on my head?
I was trying to put a pear on your head to knock it off with a ball, like William Tell. But it was because your head is so round and the pear was round. I tried to flatten it a little bit, and I didn't know it was a juicy pear. So I thought it'd be like just to crush it a little bit, and then he went mental because he had juice running down his face.
Oh.
Why is it my fault? The pear's a faulty pear.
Exactly.
Get proper fruit in here. It worked with the apple.
That was fine.
And then he gets ratty with me.
Okay, let's not waste any time with Rockbusters. Can we really let's whip through
Just
it?
whip
No
through
one's
it. Just do the
interested,
clues quickly. Quick, go, Rockbusters. Right, go.
Right, the first clue.
Yeah, hurry up, faster.
All the police cars are on fire.
All the police cars are on fire. What's the initials?
BS.
BS. All the police cars are on fire. Good. What's the next one?
The director of 28 Days Later is shouting about sleeping outside.
Yeah. Okay. What's the initials for that?
DB.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. Go on then.
He wants to be a sailor. Why is that?
Yeah. What's the initials there?
B.
Brilliant. Okay.
Give them again quickly because I didn't quite catch the second one. So, but go from the top.
All the police cars are on fire.
Yeah. That's BS.
BS.
Yeah.
The director of 28 Days Later is shouting about sleeping outside.
Yeah. Okay.
DB.
Yeah.
Right. He wants to be a sailor. Why is that?
Yeah.
B.
B. Okay, then brilliant. Okay, now Carl, you going to cheer up now?
Yeah.
Email only, Ricky Gervais at virgin.co.net. Radio 1 Roadshow. Smiley Miley.
Smiley Miley's mileage game. If anyone remembers that, I mean, here's a man, right, whose job Smiley Miley was not a DJ. Lest we forget. Smiley Miley was the guy that organised the vans that carried the equipment to and from the roadshows. Because he was such a crazy personality.
Because he smiled a little bit.
Exactly.
He got recognition, Carl. Longevity, lots of money, and lives where he wants to live. The town that he wants to live in. Why don't you just enjoy the town that you've chosen to live in? Because it's so good. London. What towns have you been to? Have you travelled at all?
I've been about a bit, yeah.
Right, okay, then what towns did you like? Okay, forget Manchester. That's safe. You like Manchester. Right, I'll do the big
stop
three.
shouting.
London, New York, Paris. Okay, you don't like London, even though you live here. Got flats here. Good, excellent. That makes sense. Have you been to New York?
Yeah.
What do you think? It's an amazing city, isn't
like it. It's just noisy, it's smelly.
Right, it's the city that never sleeps.
I'm not surprised with all the racket and that.
Paris, the city of love, the most romantic city in the world.
Not really. I remember seeing an old woman in McDonald's in there, and it put me off. That's where that thing happened, where the old woman was.
What's that? Tell us.
We talked about it before, the old woman in McDonald's.
Yeah,
And
what happened?
She was sat in the corner there with her legs open, no knickers on, alright?
Oh, God!
That's Paris.
Did that put you off your cheeseburger?
Next city, where next?
Have you been to, I don't know, the most beautiful city, Venice?
Yeah, I've been there, yeah.
It's good?
No.
Why?
Because they sell it to you as if it is a romantic city.
Where did you see it sold?
No, I saw it on when I was growing up. Right, remember 3-2-1 with Ted Rogers?
Yeah, of course.
Right, it used to be one of the star prizes on there.
Right.
And they'd say, "Let's show you the video. Let's see what you're going to. Let's see where you're going to be loving it for a couple of weeks." And they'd show you this scene of like the gondolas and all the city lit up at night, like a man and woman sat on a boat loving it and stuff.
Yeah.
I went there, bin bags everywhere.
Play a record.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Play a record.
It's London.
That
flooded.
is Wish You Were Here with Carl Pilkington.
All right.
It's London flooded.
Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Stop on XFM. Carl's back. He's cheering up a little bit because I think he's vented his spleen a little bit on cities around the world that aren't as good as Manchester. So, is any of your family left in Manchester? Because they all moved away, didn't they? You came here. Your dad's moved to Wales, where your family are all around the... Brother joined the army to get anywhere. Just take me anywhere.
We don't know where he is.
His sister's moved away, so no
Ireland.
one... Yeah, there you go, you see? So, that's just one family. That's one family who love Manchester.
Exactly.
Alright?
Tell you what, Steve.
Go on.
Look what I did find out in the week.
Yeah.
World record, right? Person with the longest trump.
With the longest what?
Wind. Fart.
Right.
Right? 2 minutes 42 is the world record.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I'm immediately thinking about a relative of yours who I'm sure did longer than
Who
that.
still lives in Manchester.
Auntie Nora.
Now, Auntie Nora did it for how long? 5 minutes, wasn't it?
Starfighter for 5 minutes. But, unfortunately, she was the only person in the room. Whereas I think, which one's alive, Ross or Norris McWhirter?
I don't know, actually.
He has to be there.
Yeah, I think he actually has to
He'd
be
have
present.
to be there.
Would you want to be there?
Well, he'd have sort of equipment, looking at his watch, going, finish? He goes, yeah. He goes, well, that was 4 minutes,
Did she
59
go from like a
seconds.
size 10 to a size 6?
Did
she show some old dresses?
Like a hovercraft.
Exactly.
In a big dress.
Yeah,
just slightly off. Yeah. So, it has to be invigilated.
But again, you know, how was the Guinness Book of World Records one invigilated? I mean, who was supervising that? Who was
He
monitoring
said,
that?
I can fart for 2 minutes. They went, well, we've got to see this. Went round, and he just probably let it rip. It's probably circular breathing. He's probably sort of sucking in air and swallowing it as he's going. And it's a continuous one, isn't it? It's not like... Yeah.
I mean, I said, you know, that's how Nora's happened. Me Auntie Nora. She had a little bit of wind. It went on for like 2.5 minutes.
Sure.
That's when she called me ma'am.
As it was still going on.
And said, there's something not right here.
I'm leaking.
She said, oh, can you send your dad round? You know, my dad.
Yeah.
Saying to me ma'am.
With a cork.
And...
with a lighter. I think this would be the best one
I want
ever.
to show the kids something.
He said, I'll be there in a bit, get the windows open. But what it was down to, because I was talking to
Is
my
she
mum
the
and
one
dad
with the
about
split tennis ball?
Yeah.
Can we not talk about that again?
I was talking to my mum and dad about it, saying, you know, why do you think it happened and that? And it's because she never chucks food away, right? And she'll sort of mash it all up. And she's got all these ice cream tubs in the fridge that are just full
Cabbage
of, like,
water.
old, mashed up food.
Really?
And she prepares everything. Right, she doesn't work, she's retired now, she's got nothing to do all day, but everything's got to be ready
Still
for
calls
her.
in sick.
Do you know what I mean? Everything's got to be done. Even though, if you're going round to her house and you're going there for tea, it's like, what time are you coming? And it's like, well, I don't know, maybe 5, maybe 6.
Yeah, you're late, because you're late when you have to meet us at 5 or 6.
Do you know what I mean? That's
But
what...
so, when you say she mashes up food, she literally takes the remnants of a dinner, could be sort of some...
Anything.
And just smashes it all up into a...
Yeah.
And then what does she do with it?
Put it in the fridge, and she's got in the fridge, it's like January, February, March, she's got all these ice cream boxes that are just full of...
But she doesn't... She reheats it and eats it.
Oh, then she, puts it in a
she was
pan.
just keeping it as a
No,
souvenir of each meal she'd had.
No, put it in a pan, warm it up.
Oh,
and that's what it is. It's just...
A lot of vegetation, is it?
Yeah.
Why does it only happen once, or does she save it up once a year, just let it go?
I don't know. Well, she is mad.
Yeah, she sounds potty.
She doesn't answer the phone anymore in case there's a burglar. Checking if she's in. It's like, well, answer it and then they'll know you are in and they won't come round.
Yeah.
Mental.
Well,
Mental.
they can't be sure then, can they?
What do you mean?
Well, if there's no, okay, well, maybe it's someone just... They are in, but they're hiding. Whereas if Auntie Nora goes, it's Auntie Nora, we can she'll be farting. We can sneak in when she does a loud one. Because we'll be able to tell you, what's stopping it? It's got a valance round it. It's got caught on the cat.
So, have we got a recap on Rockbusters?
No, just has anyone got the right answers? Has anyone got the right answers?
Let me just check here. Here's one from someone who just says he's given an answer. Answer to number 1, I. Number 2, don't. Number 3, care.
Right. Okay. Is he close? Has anyone got 3 answers?
I can't find one with 3 answers.
So again, you've done something wrong, Carl.
No. No.
This isn't radio. This isn't radio. Play a record.
There you go. Someone's got it.
Give it to them.
Fine. Okay, give us the clues again. We'll give the answers straight away.
Yeah.
No fanning around.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really pointless.
Number 1.
Yeah.
All the police cars are on fire.
BS.
BS.
Yeah. What was that?
I can think of something.
Go on.
Blazing Squad.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Right. The director of 28 Days Later is shouting about sleeping outside.
Yeah.
That's Dan Yell Bedingfield. Right?
Danielle
We're never-
Bedingfield.
Right. We'll never let him do this again.
I told you I washed my hands of it.
I know, but I
Why
just
do you
thought
let him? Why do you?
because he was grumpy.
But this is what happens. Look what's happened. Danielle Bedingfield. That's what happened.
The director of so Danny Boy, so Dan, right? All that for Dan, but shouting about being Dan Yell Bedingfield, right? What's the last one?
He wants to be a sailor. Why is that?
Yeah.
Beyonce.
What does that mean?
Beyonce. He wants to be on the sea.
Play record. You're never doing it again. You've just
can't-
signed your death warrant.
What have we
You're
done?
never doing Rockbusters again. And if Monkey News is about that, we ban that as well.
We've
and we're
unleashed it.
serious this time.
So Joe in Catford. Stuff off to you.
Oh, I can't believe what we've done.
He's even doing the shout out.
You won. Well done on that.
What have we done, Rick? What have we done? Yeah.
Midshipman Knowles. Now, Carl, we're going to do another edition, I think, of Wish You Were Here, because that really cheered you up, didn't it? Where else you been? Where else you been? Have you been, you've been around Europe, haven't you? You've been to any hot country? You've been to Greece?
Greece.
Turkey?
Done Turkey, yeah.
Yeah.
Been to Turkey. Little fellas. Little midgets working in the canteen in the hotel I was in.
Okay.
Hassling Suzanne as well.
Okay. Have you been to Scotland?
Once for the Edinburgh Festival.
Go on.
That's where I looked out in my hotel room, saw a traffic warden putting a ticket on some bin bags.
Brilliant.
Because they'd gone into the road.
So that's Turkey, Scotland. What about places here? Have you been to the West Country where we?
Have you been to my neck of the woods, Bristol?
I haven't been. What else is around there?
Bath.
Been to Bath. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you make of it?
Once you've been, well, they don't need to go again because it's sort of old and they don't change anything.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
That'll be
So
the
once you've
Roman
been-
spa he's talking about,
Like-
I think. What about Brighton?
Not gay people.
Right, okay, thank you. Next week on Wish You Were Here, we'll go to some other places where there are gay people.
Fascinating. And
Brilliant.
Another extraordinary insight there. Carl, could we have some monkey news?
Well, just before we do monkey news, right? Can I do a little psychological test on you?
On me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's brilliant. This. Someone emailed it in.
Brilliant.
Right. Little story with a question at the end.
Okay.
Right. Right.
This is going to be so annoying.
No, it's not. Honestly.
Well, it is, because you're going to think it's science and it's going to be trite.
All right. Well.
Go on.
Right. Little story first. Right. There's this funeral. Right. And this girl was at a funeral.
Same funeral?
Yeah.
Right.
It was a mother's funeral.
Oh, yeah.
Right. She met this fella who she didn't know. Right. But she thought this fellow who she met was amazing. She didn't know him, right? But she thought he was brilliant, right? Like a dream fella.
Right.
And she fell in love with him, right? But never asked for his number, his phone number, right? And she couldn't find him. Now, a few days later, the girl killed her own sister, right?
Yes.
Question is, why did she do that?
Okay, well, it's one of those stupid things then, isn't it? So it's not logic. It's what am I thinking?
No, it's not. So it's a proper, it's a proper
real
mental
logic.
test. It's a proper mental test.
A mental test. It is a bit mental.
So you understand the story, yeah?
Kind of. Let me just get it right. So there's a funeral. A girl goes to the funeral of her mother. Yeah. She meets the guy, or she
meets the guy at the funeral.
She meets the bloke.
He looks all right. I fancy a bit of that.
Right.
Has a chat with him.
Yeah.
But doesn't get his name, doesn't get a phone number or anything.
So to cut a long story short, the things are asked, right? So the reason she kills her own sister, is this something to do with finding out something about the man she met?
Well, just answer the thing. Just why did
Oh, okay then. I'll answer it then. She went mental. He was a spy called Derek. What do you mean, just answer it?
Anyway, I'm testing Steve.
Right, well, she killed her own sister because her sister had stolen some money from her and was sleeping with her husband.
Is that it?
Well, I don't know, Carl.
It's an answer. It's an answer. What's the answer on the paper? So...
Well, come on,
Come on!
Well, the answer is...
No, an answer is...
that she was hoping that the guy would appear at the funeral again. He'd go to the funeral.
Right, that's not a proper psychological test. It's one of those stupid little shitty things. It's like a man goes into a field and dies. Why? His parachute didn't open. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm surprised you learn anything. Honest to God.
I love that.
I'm surprised you
Romeo
learn
and
anything.
Juliet. Oh, Juliet's a fish.
It said she was hoping that the guy would appear again at the funeral. If you answered this correctly, you think like a psychopath. This was a test by a famous fella, right, who used it on killers, and most of the killers got the answer right.
Did you also think that? Was that the answer you gave when you first read it?
No, I didn't know. But I wondered what you would have got.
Good, so that's proof that I'm not a psychopath.
Yeah, but that's the point, but it's a psychological test for looking at something very, very specific.
What's up with that?
Well, what was the best that could happen? That he'd got it right, so he is a psychopath.
What annoys me is you're not happy with that test, but before you wasted 3 minutes trying to balance a pear on my head. What were you getting out of that?
Let's play a song and have some money.
Joe Jackson. Is she really going out with him on XFM? Right, it's the time that most people, I imagine, have been waiting for. Monkey news.
Play the jingle.
Okay. Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right.
Come on. Come on.
Should be ready, Carl.
That's amazing, isn't it? It's Nicholas Witchell. The bomb. No, that's not the first. Come on!
No, it's always difficult, isn't it, to sort of find something that's good each week, right? Last week, we did the chimp.
It is for us, yeah.
We had the chimps who were running a health spa. We've covered the one who nicked a car to go on to Spain.
Yep.
To sort his future out.
All shite.
The hairdresser, I think we've done that one, the little monkey hairdresser. This week, we're looking at monkeys, that they're using... Do you know, like monkeys? They know how, like...
I've lost the will to live, Steve.
Oh, well, I don't want to do it. Right?
Well, come on, come on.
What are monkeys good at?
What are monkeys good at?
Yeah.
Well, running small businesses, cutting people's hair, and driving cars.
Yeah, they love Spain.
Oh, and foiling bank robberies.
Yeah, they're great.
Well, something else they're good at, right, is like weighing up the situation.
Oh, God!
If you stick them in like a field with loads of like obstacles on it, right, they're good at sort of, I can get over that, and I can climb over that, I'll swing from there to there, that sort of thing, right?
Okay.
So the people in charge of somewhere, I've thought...
somewhere!
Come on. I've thought we can use that skill, right? And what they've done is they've got a load of little monkeys, right? They've given them an IQ test.
Yeah.
And the ones that score above 80, right,
get to produce this show next week?
Join the army.
Right, how do they join the army and what do they do?
They just, what they do is they set little obstacle courses up for them. They do that. They do a cross-country run. They do the IQ
cross-country
test.
run?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once they've done all that, they make them a little uniform, made-to-measure little uniform.
Slightly longer arms, shorter legs than usual, yeah.
Yeah. And basically then they taught how to use a gun and that sort of thing.
Yeah, of course they are. You're talking rubbish again.
This came through literally, you know, pretty late on. So
you've not had a chance to corroborate all the facts as usual.
Just have a look.
Right. It's the bit I'm looking for is, well, A, why are they doing it? Why are they doing it?
Yeah.
Why do we need monkeys in the army? And secondly, why are we giving them guns? I'll just check to see if any of that.
I love the fact we only let gays in recently.
Yeah. Yep. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Just have a look.
I can't read it. There's too much pressure.
But it's rubbish.
But
it's rubbish. They don't get. It's the way that there are things. There are animal cores, right? There are horses. There are dolphins, sea lions. You know, there are lots and lots of animals in the army, but they don't have to pass an obstacle test as such, and they're not taught to fire guns. You've straight away assumed that there's going to be loads of squads of men, and then just one little monkey in the middle. Like, you know, he came second on the test. He's in, boys.
What do you think, Steve? You've read it?
Well, as ever, Carl, this is an arbitrary email sent by one of our listeners. You know what Ricky and I think of them. and so we're not really basing this on hard evidence. We're basing it on the ramblings of one of our listeners.
Rubbish. Once again, lazy, rubbish, uncorroborated, nonsense. The stupid test that you got wrong.
Rick, that sounds like monkey news to me.
Hey, you too, to kick off the show, Steve.
Absolutely.
The Ricky Gervais Show with Steve Merchant.
Hello there.
And Claire Sturgis.
Hello, boys.
Carl's ill. Well, he's not here. I mean, I never believe people when they're ill. I think they're always malingering. I never take any days off work. I just think you can drag yourself in unless it's life-threatening or...
To be fair, Rick, can I just stop you there? It's not so much that you take days off as you'll just suddenly decide around lunchtime that you've overeaten and need to go and lie down.
But I'm my own
boss.
With
a cold compress.
Yeah,
and
but
a
I'm
Swedish masseuse.
I'm my own boss.
Yeah. So it's not so much you take days off. It's not so much you take days off as you never actually do a full day's work.
Yeah,
you actually
exactly.
prevent that.
I never take that hour and a half off a day.
Exactly.
XFM 104.9.
So what's the story, Claire? Do you know anything about Carl? Do you know what his illness is?
I think he's got this sort of cold virus that's going around. He phoned me yesterday. He did sound poorly in his defence.
Poorly.
A little bit croaky.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He coughed a bit.
I'm not being funny. He better be in hospital.
To miss this show.
To miss this show. Flagship show of the week on XFM.
Do you know, you are right, because, and you've been away, haven't you?
Been away 2 weeks. We had the best of again. But let's put out the best of.
Yeah.
Let's put out the best of the last 2 weeks, shall we?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to try and get him on the phone. We're going to phone him, and I want him to really explain himself because, you know, I think he's malingering, to be honest.
Well, he phoned me in the week and he said, Steve, don't forget, there's a documentary on Friday night about Oliver the humanzi, the human monkey. He said to me, it's going to be brilliant.
And it wasn't.
And it wasn't brilliant.
It was...
I've specially stayed in and watched it.
I taped it and watched it afterwards, and I've never seen so much hype and desperation. They kept showing the same clip of this chimpanzee that walked upright like a lot of chimps can.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
It lost its hair, so it was half human, because all humans are bald.
Yeah.
So that's the half human bit. It didn't have hair. I'm sorry, humans do have hair on their head.
Yes.
The other thing was, this desperation to go, could it be half chimp? No. It's a chimp that superficially looks less like a chimp than other chimps. So Lee Evans looks a bit like a chimp. Is he half chimp, half human?
Yeah.
No, he's a human who looks a bit like a chimp. That's libelous.
Yeah.
That's a bit insulting,
Evans
isn't
could
it?
have you
Should
there.
we just play some music
Yeah,
now?
I'm really sorry about that.
I'll get back to you on that.
Yes. TikTok, that's Coldplay and Clocks on XFM 104.9 with Gervais Steve.
Can I tell you a Coldplay coming in a couple of weeks' time to co-host Zoe Ball's show?
Right, 1, don't ever interrupt me. 2, don't tell them about other people's shows.
No.
Okay, moving on, thank you.
Please do not mention that there are any other television celebrities on this channel, on this station. We are trying to convince people it's only Ricky.
But the interruption was the main thing.
Sorry.
well, we can't get hold of Carl, right? We looked, it's got his old number out there.
His home number?
Yeah, it's hold on, alright. So, we went to the new records. He hasn't even given him this new home number, so something's funny going on. He doesn't want to be contacted. He hasn't given me his home number. I've tracked down a friend who's looking it for us. That phone might ring any moment. I apologise for that. But why is Carl not available?
It's interesting that neither you or I, and I like to think of ourselves as being fairly close friends of Carl.
Yeah.
We have made him the man he is today. We cannot get in touch with him.
In the same way that bloke bought Oliver.
Sure.
I think that Carl is now ours.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. I think very much that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Carl is very much like a human-z.
If we look, we're going to lose contact with him and find him 5 years in a circus in Manchester.
Exactly, they're doing experiments on him.
Yeah, and they go,
we can't figure him out.
Yeah. Well, there's something wrong with his
looks
chromosome.
like a human, but...
He acts like because usually humans stand upright.
Yeah.
And Carl likes to walk on all fours whenever he can.
Yeah. He's not interested in other human women, he's only interested in apes.
Yeah. It
doesn't make sense.
Oh, my God. And he's bald.
He is bald.
Oh, look. There's as much evidence for Carl being a human-z as Oliver.
Yeah.
I think there's more. And,
Well, Carl barely walks upright.
I know.
Scared of fire.
Yeah. I know. It is interesting, isn't it? Oliver was built, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why were you looking, Rick? I'm interested that I couldn't. What? Your eyes were kind of uncontrollably drawn
Steve, they were
towards
just
his.
there.
No, I didn't say anything. I was just looking at his face.
No,
sorry, Rick, but if there's something you want to get off your chest.
Yeah, and that was the human part of it, then, was it? Being built like that, because that's humans, but.
Yeah.
Although Carl's is very tiny and hidden behind. And I've noticed something else as well. He's got a big red arse.
That's true.
Hasn't he?
Yeah. It's all beginning to slot into place.
And I've seen him climb up a cabinet and eat a banana as well. Just over lunchtime.
And peel it with his toes.
It's all coming together.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to track him down, because he's malingering. He's definitely malingering.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he's at home now, in the garden, swinging on his tyre. He's not ill.
I think, more truthfully, someone said to me, that I said Carl might be ill. They said, right, are you not going to do the radio show then?
Well, that's what annoys me.
I mean, that's the biggest problem, is that, let's be honest, we haven't got anything without Carl.
All we've got is the hook. People are staying listening, because eventually they think we might get through to him at home.
Yeah.
And there'll be fun on this show to be had.
If we don't get in touch with Carl, I think we may as well just shoot off and leave Claire to do the show.
I've got some great music. Is that not a...
Well, it's a small.
Well, you could leave the music with me. I could just play
There's not really
That is
any
true,
reason
isn't
for
it?
us to be here.
Okay, well, play some great music now,
play
Steve.
a great tune.
Okay,
Sure.
wedding present, Steve.
Yeah, I'll explain what it is afterwards. Just play it. It's a joy.
There's a monkey theme.
There is a monkey theme.
monkey connection. Call in if you know the answer.
Wedding Present doing their cover version of Pleasant Valley's Sunday. That's from this new compilation of those. Remember they brought out a load of 7 inches in 1992?
Of course I did. It was my favourite day.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the do you remember on the B-side of each one there was a cover of a different song?
Steve, I even played the B-side of each one and listened to the song. The connection there that we're talking about was, of course, it was by the Monkeys.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
They turned up in yesterday's episode, didn't they?
A lot of people, I'm sure, won't have seen this documentary. It was on Channel 5 after all.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I always feel like we should remind people that what we're actually talking about. If we just happen to mention Oliver, a lot of people don't know what that means.
Yeah.
If we explain that it is the primate version of Carl.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the sort of shorthand, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah. But they were on a
the Human-Z.
The Human-Z. He was on a Japanese TV show. They were doing experiments on him to find out if he was half human, and the monkeys happened to be there.
Yeah.
Mickey Dolenz saying, I'm quite interested to find out because, I'm a monkey. One of the monkeys.
Excellent.
It was utterly bizarre. Of course, we've been off jetting around the world, Claire. I don't know. I don't want to boast. I'm sure you don't want to boast either.
Carl told me you'd been off, off to the States.
Yeah, that was the reason we weren't here the last couple of weeks. That we went to Los Angeles.
Business or pleasure?
It was a little bit of business, a little bit of pleasure. I like to combine the two.
Nice.
It was. We were meeting a company about doing The Office for America.
Actually redoing it.
Not
redoing it with
or any of the cast, but with American actors.
American actors do it. Yeah,
but the thing was, they were flying us over. It was like the whole business class trip. Spending a little bit of money, and
Virgin Upper Class actually.
Virgin Upper Class.
I'd like to recommend.
Excellent.
It's brilliant.
Very good service.
Definitely get free flights now.
Easy.
Yeah, definitely.
Easy.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Richard Branson, lovely bloke, and I love Tubular Bells.
I don't think he owns it anymore.
Does he not?
But he's still a lovely
great
bloke.
guy.
He's still a good. What does he own? He must own something we can get.
Oh, does he involve with Virgin Records anymore?
Wouldn't have thought so.
No, V2.
Well,
what does he do?
V2 and Virgin V.
What's that?
Right.
Virgin V's some
Is that
sort of
phones?
beauty products or
Brilliant.
something.
I'll have some of that,
What
Virgin underwear?
Brilliant. Whatever's
Yeah,
free.
give us some of that.
Anything's
Give us some
free,
of that,
anything's free.
Branson. Give us some of that.
But I was going to New York before going on to Los Angeles, where all the meetings were, just for a little, just meet some friends over in New York. And it's amazing, because Virgin Business Class, they pick you up in a sort of chauffeur-driven car, they drive you down, there's no you don't have to check in with all the wish.
Virgin upper class, it's like,
Yeah. It's, you don't need to sort of queue up with the great unwashed, with screaming kids, with ordinary people.
Yeah.
You know, basically, they just send your information ahead to the airport, and you just drive through, a kind of drive-through McDonald's-style check-in. They take your bag, they check your passport, boom, they drop you at the executive lounge, where there are, I swear to God, lovely free plums. I had eaten plums for years.
He forgets the bloke's name, but he had lovely, juicy free plums, alright? That's the sort of wit that I'm capable of. I heard the word
he is
plum.
Flying first class
He meant
to America.
He meant sucking them through. I changed it, I transposed the whole thing, so suddenly he was sucking on a man's testicles who he'd never met before.
Exactly.
For money.
Exactly.
That's the sort of things I'm capable of.
Which is only half true. So he's used his comedy mind.
No money involved. Right.
That is why he was being jetted off to America to talk comedy. That is the kind of quality.
But it was great. It was a really lovely flight. It was a lovely car, luxury car, and the flight. It was like the advert. They've got those beds that sort of just
the
totally
seats kind of recline, so it's almost
and you got anything you want as much. And I sort of I was falling asleep, and I sort of woke up, and one of the heiresses was like covering me with a blanket. It was like the advert. It was just brilliant. Oh, the lights came down.
A woman comes around and says, "Do you want a massage during the flight?" You can have a massage.
You can have as much drinks, although you can't drink. You have a drink and then you fall asleep because it's so comfortable and they take the lights out. Anyway, it's brilliant.
I can't believe my luck. So I'm driving down. I get to the airport in my chauffeur-driven car. Right, I'm sat there. I'm phoning people. My mum and dad. You never believe what I'm off to. I'm just in a car, just chauffeur-driven car. And I get to the airport and you just hand your passport through the window of this car to this little woman who comes over. And I'm just there. I'm just sort of buzzing the window down, handing it to her, buzzing it back up. Like I don't want to talk. Check the passport. Take my luggage. I don't want to discuss things. You know who I am. And she hands the passport back through the window. She says, "It's expired." I went, what do you mean? She went, "It's expired." I said, "It's business class, what can you do? Can you do anything?" And she went, "No, we can send you to America, but 8 hours later you'll have to just turn around and come back. They won't let you through immigration." I was like, "What am I gonna do? I gotta go to Los Angeles and talk about, like, the office and that." And she said, "Well, it's up to you." So, the chauffeur-driven car drove me straight to the passport office down in sort of Victoria, which I have to say.
Back into town.
So I had to come back into town. I didn't get on a plane. I'm wearing my suit because I thought I'd wear the suit so I look like a real player. So I'm wearing my suit.
I love the fact that you wore a suit. I wore a tracksuit because I thought I don't need to get upgraded. I'm first class.
Exactly.
I wanted to go on in my pants and slippers, but you know,
wasn't that why she covered you with a blanket at one point? But, so they take me back down to, the passport. I don't know if you've had to go down and get your passport changed, but they treat you like you are an illegal immigrant, sneaking into the country. I'm wearing a suit, I've got luggage, you know, I'm clearly a dignified kind of guy, that's obvious. I'm speaking with a certain eloquence, I've got certain pennies. I've just been working on it in the car.
Oh, right, okay.
And,
go on.
and they said you've got to come back that night, so I had to come back. I had to get my passport photos done. I had to buy a sandwich. I had enough change for the machine because it was an absolute nightmare. I began the day in a chauffeur-driven car on my way to Los Angeles to discuss business with Universal Television Pictures, and I ended the day on the tube in a suit with my luggage, stood next to one of the posters advertising this radio show, which was just embarrassing because people kept pointing and staring and laughing.
He called me, like, they said, "Rick, I've really much..." I go, "Go on." He went, "My passport expired." I went, "Oh, so what are you going to do?" He said, right, I quote, he went, "I didn't know passports expired."
Yeah.
I went, "What do you mean?" He went, "Well, your driving licence doesn't." I went, "What are you talking about?" He said, "How old do you have to be to know that?" He said, "When will I know all these things?"
Yeah.
It is. When will I know all these things?
I want to just come and hug you.
But you know what I mean? Did you know that? Did you genuinely know that your passport expired?
I did, because my passport expired
because she's alive.
years ago.
Because she's alive in the world.
There is so much stuff that I don't know because I don't think I've reached a certain age yet. I remember you were walking down the street once and you said there were some roadworks, and you said they're probably doing those roadworks because it's the end of the financial year and they've got to spend their money. I thought, well, how do you know that information?
Can I just tell you?
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't talk to cabs. I'm in chauffeur-driven cars. I put the little window up so they don't talk to me.
How old are you?
28.
Are you old enough yet to help a long-distance lorry driver back into a car park?
Definitely not.
Oh, you're an idiot. Play a record.
And I'm also, I'm not old enough yet to be able to say, can I have a pint of lager, please, Chief? In a pub. I wonder I want to get to that age.
No, you're a long way off. Another classic there from Oasis, Supersonic on XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis standing in for Carl. But where is Carl? Where is Carl?
So we've failed to get in touch with him at home.
Well, look, he doesn't want to be
listening?
contacted. He's turned up every phone off. He hasn't given the XFM his new home phone number. He doesn't want to be contacted. I can't believe he's not listening, to be honest.
So you think he's listening now?
Yeah, he listened in Manchester. If he's not listening, he's out and about. I mean, has anyone spotted Carl?
What's your message to him, Rick, if he's listening?
Call up.
Anything else? More sort of...
Call up or you're fired.
Okay. Any bad language you want to use? Obviously, you can't really swear.
I can't really say it.
What sort of words? I mean, the F word, would you say?
I'd say the F word. I'd call him a twat.
Would you use the P word? I'm thinking of prick.
Prick, yeah. Okay. Definitely use that. not on air, but
sure.
I'd call him a stupid little prick.
Would you just say you're a tit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You stupid little bag of tits, I'd say to him. I mean, privately.
What about the MF word? Because that's pretty intense. That's pretty hardcore. Do you think that this is not appropriate now? Do you think that would be too extreme?
I'm worried if I use that, and he was genuinely ill,
sure.
I'd feel a bit of a
C word.
Cop, sure. Yeah.
Cop.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't thinking of that C word.
I mean a male bird.
Sure, because we've got into trouble with that before.
Meaning penis, and we don't mean that.
Yeah, we don't mean penis.
But if anyone out there, sorry about that. There was a discussion about bad language. We weren't actually using it. But if any of you out there do see the little twat, get him to call XFM immediately.
Yeah, and likewise, if you're listening, Carl, you cheeky MF. Well, you sexy MF, as Prince once said. Yeah. Give us a ring, because we'd love to talk to you. We just want to find out how you are.
Just call in. We know you're listening. Little shit. Amy Man, Red Vines.
Brilliant.
Lovely track. On XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis, in for Carl Pilkington, little... He hasn't called.
He may be really ill. I'm feeling a bit guilty.
How ill is he, though? I mean, do you know what I mean? How ill have you got to be to not be able to make a phone call?
Yeah.
I find that hard to
I've got a
believe.
sore bottom, and I made it in.
Keep talking.
I pulled a muscle in my bum.
How?
I don't know. And it really hurts.
Have you tried to trace back through the week and figure out what may have happened?
Yeah, I went to see the osteopath yesterday. He put an elbow in it for half an hour. I cried. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, they got detachable elbows for that. Prosthetic elbows.
The elbows. Just hold this elbow in there for 2 hours and.
Yeah. Can I take that away? You can take that away. I won't be needing that elbow for quite a while.
We had an email about Oliver the Humanzee. For those that didn't watch it, there was a documentary last night about a chimp that was supposedly a human or was half human or might seem
programme ever.
Yeah.
For a week, Carl has been saying it's gonna be brilliant.
I wish he was here
and he's not here to discuss it, sadly. But Lee Cranston has emailed in and says, I thought the best part of the Oliver programme was the guy Vincent Pace, the camp fella at the piano, telling how he first met Oliver. Quote, he grabbed his female owner, turned her around and bent her over and went to mount her. I made her an offer to buy him the next day. Vincent was then shown in a very nostalgic mood playing melancholic music. He obviously wanted some monkey action.
He really, that's
I mean, it is potentially liable.
That's liable. We it's a joke there, but
I don't take any responsibility for what Lee Cranston says, or indeed the fact that he puts at the end, did he want to turn Oliver into a gay pansy? Question mark. That's Lee's thoughts and opinions, they don't necessarily reflect those of XFM.
He sees the chimp mount a human and go, I've got to have that chimp. I must have that chimp. Oh, poor Carl. Where is he?
As you mentioned earlier, he was very well endowed, apparently. I didn't see it myself.
It was a big
boy.
Chimp.
Sure.
A big half boy. A big half boy, half chimp.
Okay.
Honestly, Juan on XFM 104.9. Right, I just called Carl again. I've been calling him all the time, trying to get through to him, right? He's changed his message, so he is listening, and I've got proof. So, can you just call the number, Claire?
Yeah.
Right, call this number. Now, listen to this. This is really annoying.
We should tell you now that this is not an amusing sketch or setup.
No.
What's happening there, Claire? Not quite happening for you?
No, it's alright. We'll try that again.
Try that again, Claire. Yeah. I'm livid now.
I'm genuinely annoyed, because you'll see, when you hear the message, you'll realise why. Right.
Okay, right. Let's try again.
I don't know who he thinks he is now. I'm beginning to wonder if his minor celebrity is going to his head. All this nice write-up in Heat magazine.
Yeah.
It's changed him. Richard Anderson, incidentally, has emailed in.
Go on.
Dickers Anderson. It's not happening, is it, Erica?
Why not?
Because I'm a bit stupid.
Why
I can't work it out, can I?
Can't figure it out.
How would you call someone normally?
Well, normally I just pick up the phone and dial it.
Sure.
No, I don't mean... no, I mean...
But it's like I have a problem getting it through the desk. I tell you what, can I play an ad break and practice?
Right.
Pretend this didn't happen, and then
Do you
come
know,
back
in a
to
weird
you.
way, it's like
having Carl. It's like having Carl. Play the ads.
I'll get back to you.
Bit of Snoop. Never... And when did a bit of Snoop ever hurt anyone, Steve?
Absolutely. Never,
right.
I don't think.
Okay. Carl's away. He pulled the wool over Claire's eyes. There's a few people out there that believed he was ill. I knew he wasn't. In fact, at one point I thought, maybe he is ill. His message on his answer machine has changed in the last 5 minutes, and listen to it, and this is evidence that he's not ill. Right.
Okay,
Here we go
then.
Yeah.
Who don't read out? Anderson, Richard Anderson, I should just say, has got in touch.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Oh, Claire!
No, I can do it. Just tell
All
me
right.
Anderson.
This is ludicrous. Yeah, so obviously Richard Anderson, he's emailed in his thoughts. Dickie Anders, Randy Anders.
You. Dickster, Dickmeister General.
Dickmeister General. And he says there's something making... Have we got it, Claire? He says there's something making strange yelping noises in the thicket at the end of my garden. Shall I go and prod it to see if it's Carl?
Sorry, I'm not in today, but not well on that. No more Rockbusters. I think that's what's affected me. It's got me down a bit.
So joking.
Yeah.
The doctor said I'll be back swinging on my tyre in no time.
So...
See you later.
So he was listening.
He's clearly listening.
So he was listening, because we said about swinging on the
We'll
time.
message.
At any time.
Right. Carl, call me. In fact, I'll tell you what, we'll play a little game. Carl would appreciate this. Call me, Carl, or I'm going to give out your number. What's the first 5 or 6 digits, Claire?
Well, it's 07968.
07968. Okay. Phone now, Carl. Start calling now. Right, give the next number, Claire. You said give the next number.
1.
Make a note of this, because if you want to call Carl yourself...
07968, and the first number to be given out is 1. He's not ill. How do you feel now, Claire? Because he's made a fool of you, because you believed him.
I actually
He's
felt
made a monkey
really
out of
sorry
you.
for him last night. But now, passed out, I feel a little bit let down.
Right, right, okay, so we give a number out every 5 minutes until now. He's taking the piss. He's not ill, obviously, you can hear that. He could, that was as long as a link, so he could have been here. He could definitely call.
Are we leaving this message? Is this a message we're still leaving on his phone?
Yeah.
We're still leaving it.
Good. Yeah. Good, yeah.
Why don't we leave the rest of the show on his phone?
Yeah,
as a message?
leave it up.
He's got to listen through it all so he can delete it.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing, of course, is that he's not going to get paid for this.
No.
So he's thrown away 80 quid.
That's 80 pounds.
Now, in Manchester, that's a week's wages,
Easy.
so he's obviously been spoilt. So for all his mank charm, he's down here, he's living the life of riding.
He thinks 80 quid's nothing.
He thinks 80 quid's nothing already.
Up there you could be buying you could buy yourself your own horse.
Yeah.
You could probably get yourself a deposit on a flat.
I'd have thought so. I'd have thought so,
easily.
yeah. And so, you know, or sun lamps, because it's always dark.
Yeah.
He could go mental up there. Now...
Dog piece of string.
So what's the first few digits we've given out?
07968.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
then
code.
and then
we've got
1. Okay, we give out a
number
number
of Carl's phone number digits.
So take that down, because we love calling him. Should we have a little bit of feed or something?
Let me just tell you what Dick has said. He said, Richard Anderson, he also said, P.S. the show's still rubbish without Carl.
Still rubbish without Carl. Now, is that a compliment? It's still rubbish without Carl, which suggests he thought it might be better without Carl.
No, I think he means it's equally rubbish.
Right. Brilliant.
Nothing changes.
Thanks, Dickers.
Yeah, he's nothing
Dickmeister. That's Feeder. Just the way I'm feeling on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis. Well, he's defying me. He's not calling in. We're going to give out his number, and he's not calling in. That's even more annoying. Who does he think he is?
I don't know who he thinks he is. I'll tell you I'll tell you who he is.
Yeah.
He is a little bold Mancunian.
Let's never let him forget that.
I don't know who he thinks he is, but there's the fact.
Just, Carl, call in, because you're annoying me and Steve. He's been slagging you off as well, Steve.
Well, Go on, what's
in the week, you know, he was slagging you off. I mean, in the week I was joining in and laughing along, but now I'm thinking but now I'm thinking that you're more on my side than he is.
Thanks very much, Rick. I'm glad to see you've come round.
He said he was. I was in the pub with him and Johnny.
Oh right, so there's a little audience. Good.
And he went, have you seen Men in Black 2? I went, no. He said, have you, Johnny? He went, no. He went, there's a thing in it that looks just like Steve.
Mm.
And I went, what? He went, it's a thing, he's got really gangly arms and bulbous eyes, and it just works really fast in the Aliens registration thing. And I went, all right. I said, we'll bring that up Saturday. Since he's not here, you know, what do you think of that?
Well, the reason is, I think the problem I have with is this, that if I was to say things like that about Carl, I'd destroy him. He'd be a broken man after I'd finished with him.
Call in, Carl, or Steve's going to say a few things about you.
I'm going to get a couple of home truths out there.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Yeah, we were, you know, at the time I was joining it, we were having, you know, slagging you off on other things as well.
Sure.
But now I'm thinking, maybe
maybe you were wrong.
Maybe I was taking the mickey out of the wrong person behind their back.
Because the Night from Patti Smith, co-written, of course, with Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, it was a co-write, was it? I thought he wrote it. Oh,
yeah.
wow, there you go, learning something. Learning something on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis. No Carl. Well, Carl's annoyed me. He's not playing. He's not ill.
Another digit from the number?
Yeah, just do one more digit, Claire.
You serious?
Yeah.
Five.
Yeah. 5. Good.
5, so 1 5. Okay, great. We'll keep doing that. But I'll tell you what. The best revenge is living well.
Indeed.
Why don't we just do a brilliant remaining 50 minutes of show, and show the people that we don't need Carl.
High five. Let's do it.
You don't need Carl.
Ooh,
right, let's go. Starting now. Some brilliant stuff.
Oh,
you're going to say something?
Yeah. No, I remember when I was growing up in Manchester.
No, you can't. So it's funny to me. I'll tell you. XFM 2.9. I said no. I saw a weird thing. I saw we're in Leicester Square. I was coming through China. I saw a hairy Chinese kid.
No, I don't.
It was weird because they're not usually hairy, are they? Did I tell you about me Auntie Flora?
Is that supposed to be Manchester?
Did I by Eck as like? Did I tell thee about me Auntie Flora who shot herself for 3 hours once? Did I tell you? I don't... there was a woman born
Carl,
once...
you have to phone us, we've got nothing!
Oh, God, he's so annoying. Little twat. That's the, new one from Blur. Out of time. Only 3 now. Probably had a sort of Carl equivalent who sort of thought, well, I can't be bothered. Graham Cox and they're probably at home listening to that.
Exactly.
Playing guitar, and they're calling up and say, well, you could play along. He went, no, I'm ill.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ill. Come on, Graham, if you're playing... I can hear you playing guitar now. No, I'm ill.
Yeah. Have they replaced Coxon?
No.
They haven't replaced him?
No.
Oh, right.
Well, they probably will do when they go on tour, but I think they are essentially...
Well, I play guitar, I don't know.
That's true enough, you're pretty hot on the...
If, Diamond, you want someone to,
Oh, actually, Steve, in answer to your question, for the live dates, it's one of the blokes from the Verve.
Oh,
Ex-Verve, remember?
Did she interrupt me again?
I think so. I'm a fear in it.
God, I can't
think I was talking.
Yeah, I don't know if you were...
You know, I might be mental, but I think I was talking.
Claire, when's your radio show on? Normally, when do you host a radio show?
Am I allowed to plug it?
Go on,
go on.
Just tell us.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m.
Right, maybe we'll come along and start talking over you.
No, I'm just wondering, Rick, who's listening at that time?
My
we've got a prime time which everyone is sat at home listening on a Saturday afternoon, Claire.
Yeah.
It's one of the best radio slots
no one's
in the
going
business.
to football matches or shopping or anything like that.
No.
I want a piece of the action. I need it.
Yes.
I need it.
Well, you've got it.
And they're playing a few dates here and there. Old Blur, Blur.
Good.
And that's off their new album probably with all the other songs and that.
Rick, I was watching TV last night. I think it might have been during the Monkey Show, actually, I'm not sure, but there's an advert, and it reminded me of a little crush that I just felt I should express, because I wonder if, I've often used the platform in the past to just express my feelings for people.
Yeah.
And I realised now, for many, many years, I've had a big crush on the Scottish Widow, from the Scottish Widow adverts. I just want to say to her,
Is it because she's sort of mysterious and hooded?
Partly that, it's also because I guarantee she's available.
Because she's just lost her
She's a
husband.
widow.
Yeah.
And I just think it's time to stop grieving. I think you've been grieving too long. I want to say to her, you're a beautiful lady. That's
And
obvious.
she's probably got a big lump sum.
I'm thinking she's probably got a sizable amount of cash.
Yeah.
She's obviously got a lot of spare time on her hands, not working or raising kids because she's wandering across the moorlands most
Yeah,
of the time.
her kids
in
are
a
probably
hooded shawl.
grown up.
I'm thinking it's time.
Or they turn to crack or something.
But I'm just saying this. I think it's just time to say, yes, he was a great man.
He was a good man.
He was a lovely guy.
He worked
but
hard
he's
all his life.
gone. It's
He's gone.
time to move on. He wouldn't want to see you like this.
No.
Still grieving after 25 years.
No, he'd want to see her being humped by a big lanky thing with steamed up glasses, I reckon.
I'll be honest with you, he hasn't got much say in the matter. He's dead.
Well, all right, don't get nasty.
And frankly,
she's still not
she
over
is
it.
squandering that money. She could be out. She could be in Europe. She could be in Barbados or Hawaii. She could be spending that cash. She could lose the hooded shawl and maybe slip into a nice bikini.
Do you know what? I think
she's kept herself in shape.
I reckon she's wearing nothing under that.
That's
shroud.
what I'm thinking.
Dirty slut.
And I'm assuming as she's Scottish, that he was a little bit thrifty.
She couldn't wait for him to go. She couldn't wait for the poor bloke to go.
He was obviously, I bet he was a little bit thrifty. He's probably got quite a lot stashed away that she's slowly working her way through.
Yeah. And I want to find out. I want to find out how he died.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Because if I find it's like, there was a roller skate on the top of the stairs,
Exactly.
I'm going to reopen the investigation.
If it was in any way suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Questions
So, your
could
husband's
be asked.
dead, and she went, oh no, where's the money?
Yeah.
Steve Merchant's outside.
Exactly. Yeah.
Built like a donkey.
Yeah. He's built like he's built like Oliver the chimpanzee.
Yeah, and he wants to get at it.
Yes. He's bought his tandem.
Yeah,
Hop on the back.
We're going off to the moors.
Yeah. He's going to fly executive class.
Yeah.
His passport is valid.
I know
He
that.
knows that
He's
much.
got another 10 years on the passport. Well, I'll tell you what, the boys from Blur, they don't rock.
Sure.
Should we show them how to rock with a bit of Bad Company?
Do it.
It's a classic. Turn it up, Claire. Bad Company. Can't get enough of your love. I'm in a rock mood because
Yeah, I enjoy
Carl's
that.
made my blood boil.
Yeah.
Really. I might even play a song, you're probably too young, called Spirit of the Radio by Rush. It's sort of like, for rockers, and people like that, it's like the ultimate sort of pomp, rock, progressive pop song ever. It's classic.
Yeah, it sounds amazing.
You might hate it, or you'll love it, or you listen to it ironically. I love it.
Well, you know, I was listening to Led Zeppelin recently. I never really understood the rock phenomenon before, but I just understand it now. It just gets in your blood. It's extraordinary. Crank it up loud, and it is just visceral and amazing. And, I wish I could play the guitar.
Sure.
Do you know what I feel like doing?
What?
Writing a little sort of hymn or a ballad.
About to Carl?
To Carl.
Yeah.
We've tried threatening him. That's not worked.
Give that one more digit. We got half hour to go. Because they're 3 digits, so it's what is it?
07968
Yeah.
15
Next digit, please.
7.
Okay, 157.
I hope you're making a note of that. You'll be able to phone Carl, leave messages, tell him what you think of him. Unless he phones. He can stop this at any time by just simply calling here in the studio.
You can just call and say, okay, don't... he can just call and say, please don't give my number out. And I go... As I always do when I'm winding him up and I'm slapping his head and I'm sort of like spitting on him and stuff. Eventually he goes, shouts, stop it, and I go, well, you only had to ask.
Exactly.
So if he calls, I go, you only had to ask. Yeah. Flaming Lips on XFM 104.9. Well, we got through it without Carl.
I think so, yeah, I've enjoyed myself.
Didn't mention him much, did we?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think we need him.
I always quite enjoy it when he's absent, actually.
I know, because we can have a nice chat as opposed to him just going, remember when I had Chinese hair and there were old women eating her own legs
It's
and my
just
dad put a Forrest Gump in a wheelie bin.
Yeah. Claire brings a certain kind of level of class to it, dare I say that, you know. She's inept in her own way.
In her own way, yeah. I mean, there's no one... Oh, no, there's no one any good working
no,
I mean...
No, I don't want to give you that.
There's no, like, proper... the only proper DJ is probably Camfield, I'd have thought, because he's nearly 13 now, and he's been in the he's been in the radio 12 and a half years. See, he took they tested him, and he's half human, half Vance. which is quite
he's got quite
weird.
a lot of. I think he's got the 48 chromosomes that Tommy Vance has got. Yeah, that makes one Tommy Vance.
Yeah, Tommy Vance, and a little bit extra.
Yeah, because one of those chromosomes is pure Jack Daniels. It's just Jack Daniels chromosome. It corresponds exactly to a Jack Daniels.
And there's some Lemmy genes, I think you'll find.
In there as well.
In there. I'll tell you what. I share with Camfield a couple of loves. I agree that one of the greatest programmes of all time is Columbo.
Columbo is brilliant.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
And they're showing them all. There's so many channels showing them now. I think Granada Plus show them. I think BBC show them.
Yeah.
I think everyone's got a bit of it.
I think he's made 18,000 episodes,
Are they
apparently.
still making them, though?
I think they keep turning up.
No, they did in the 90s. They're not quite as good, but I think the original ones, they're great. He's got this great character, and I share that with him. I do like a bit of rock. Should we play Rush? It's just Spirit of the Radio. I mean, we get canned by people who like new metal and Blur and that and those trendy bands, all that, the kids bands and that.
But you think this is pure?
Yeah, I don't
Pure
think
rock.
this would feature in X-Ray magazine. They've got some great bands in them. They've got Kaloop, they've got Demp, they've got Flap Nibble coming out with their new single. It's an EP, and Strep, the early,
excellent.
not the latest Strep, the early Strep, the unrecorded years, which is the only ones I like by Strep. And that guy in it, you know, the drummer Kibble, he's got his own going fringe. He's in for a chat with Christian on the Breakfast Show, where you could win a trip to O'Neill's in Camden. This is Rush. Rush and Spirit of the Radio, everything in that. Let's put every type of music. Okay, go to reggae, into rock. Okay, opera, go mental now. Go mental on the drums. Double that. Double the. How many bass drums have you got? Just the one. Go mental on it.
Yeah.
Right.
It is obscene.
That is everything in that, isn't it?
How long is it? About 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's lovely.
They should people don't play music like that anymore.
There's only 3 of them. I just
Is there
think
only
of
3 of them?
yeah. There's that. And just one day in Canada.
Yeah.
They just went right. We're only going to make one single.
Yeah.
So let's put every type of music into that single.
It's almost like a Stars on 45 version of music of all time.
Of every
music
rock
they've heard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Good,
Are they
isn't
still
it?
going? Do they still play?
I don't know. I've no idea. But that was for Camfield. There was Bad Company there and Rush for Camfield. Columbo. That was for Camfield as well. The A-Team. Do you remember once when we were talking about the A-Team and I was slagging it off on your show in the old XFM?
Yeah.
And I was going, I mean, I quite like the A-Team, but sometimes it's too far-fetched to enjoy without it being ironic or it being for kids. And, I could hear fuming from outside. I could feel him going... He didn't know who to call. He wanted to call Vance or someone or Lemmy. He didn't know... Right? And then I said, if you can't find the A-Team, they outwit the might of the FBI every single week. But an old woman who's having trouble with her landlord can find them.
Yeah.
And the door burst open, and Camfield went, "That is because Hannibal sometimes disguises himself as an elderly Chinaman." And that was his explanation for the whole series.
Yeah.
Ah, that was for Camfield.
That's lovely. That's for his 12th birthday, which is coming up very
13.
soon. Oh, he's
13. Yeah.
Teenager, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna rock, Steve.
Indeed.
Oh, the phone's going. Play that break. I'll answer the
Oh,
phone.
it might be Carl.
Oh.
XFM. 104.9 in London. XFM.
Wow, here's a bit of a turn up for the books. Carl Pilkington on the line.
Right.
Yeah, where you been?
I'm off ill, aren't I?
Right. Okay, what's the matter with you?
Just a bit bunged up and that, and got the shakes, got that sort of that shaky thing to get.
Yeah, that's because you didn't eat last time when Suzanne was at work.
Yeah, well, I think that's what brought it on. Plus, she was away in the week, and I put some wet jeans on. And I think that's what's caused the problem.
Well, when did you put them on your head?
No, they were just on the Maiden, and the legs felt dry, but they
Just
were
on the what? On the what? Have you got the Maiden? What was she doing there? What do you mean?
On the Maiden that you put clothes on.
What? Your clothes horse.
Maiden.
Your clothes horse.
Well, yeah.
Right, okay, so you put wet jeans on, yeah?
So that's why I'm ill and that. I'm
Right.
not having a good time. I've been watching the football.
So you're just sitting at home watching telly where you could have been sitting here?
Well, I would have been better off there, because I've got a chair there. I've got no chair at home at the moment, because
Why?
I sold it last week.
Why did you sell a chair?
What, you only had one chair?
What?
Look, can't we just, I just was calling up to let you know I was alright and that.
We're not interested in that. We want to know about the chair.
I sold it. I had a little two-seater, and I sold it because I'm getting a new one, but I've got to wait another month.
So you've got to sit on the floor for a
So
month.
you sold a chair before you had another one?
She might not have wanted to buy it in a month or something. So I got rid of it whilst I could. She was alright, bloody. We'll talk about that next week.
Oh, you're going to be in next week?
I look forward to that then. That's a dynamite piece of radio to tune in for. The day Carl sold a chair.
Brilliant.
Alright. So you alright then? It's going alright?
But why did you take this long to call? We asked you to call since the very beginning. We've been phoning you. Why is your phone switched off?
I heard the beginning. I heard the beginning of the show. I thought, yeah, it's going alright. Did air and stuff. Turned it off.
You turned it off?
No, I put a tape in though, because even though I'm ill, I'm still showing an interest in it.
Well, you're not, if you're watching football and shaking.
Yeah, well, I'll listen back to it later, so I hope you haven't been dissing me.
No.
Right?
Definitely not.
Don't listen back to it, it's not worth it, but we haven't been dissing you, no.
And I've just been watching a bit of football, right?
Did you watch the Monkey programme last night? You told us to watch the Monkey programme. We all stayed and watched the Monkey programme.
Alright, wasn't it?
It was rubbish, wasn't it? Obviously not half chimp, half human.
Well, I mean, they missed out a lot of the interesting bits.
They didn't have any interesting bits. Those are bits that you made up to make it more interesting.
The bits that I told you about 3 months ago before they decided to make the programme.
Yeah.
What were the bits that you came up with?
Well, they missed out the bits about, you know, the zookeeper.
Right, there wasn't a zookeeper, yeah, go on.
Well, there was, but they left that bit out.
Well, okay, fine. And they left out the bit where it ran for mayor in 1975.
In terms of those that did research, they actually went and filmed it, you read it on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chances are you're the one with the facts wrong.
Yeah, I think they also left out the bit when it jumped over 3 double-decker buses on a motorbike.
On Evel Knievel's motorbike.
Yeah. So, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Not only do you not bother turning up, but you turn off the radio and start watching football.
Yeah, I turned it off, but I've recorded it. I'll listen back later and sort of...
Well, what good is that?
Sort of, I like to keep, you know, keep it in shape and that. I'll have a word next week.
All right. If you receive any phone calls from people you don't know, we don't know anything about that. Instantly, we don't know why that is happening. That is just going to be a weird, spooky thing, so...
And don't bother telling the story about Men in Black 2 either, because I don't think people will be interested.
Actually, on the subject of Men in Black 2... What?
Have you seen that, Steve?
No, I haven't, Carl. Tell me about it.
You should see it.
Go on. Why?
Because there's this thing in it.
Go on. What, a stupid, bald Mancunian tosser?
No, weirder than that.
There isn't anything weirder than that.
Big eyes, it was gangly.
Keep talking.
You've got to see it, because you wouldn't believe the likeness and that. You've got to get the film out tonight.
Right.
It's not as weird, it had a normal voice, right?
He's done yet, he's not even here!
I'll tell you what, mate, it ain't worth coming in next week.
Stay on the line, Carl. Play a record player. Kings of Leon, Molly's Chambers. What do you think of that, Carl?
Alright.
There's a surprise.
Another
I tell you what,
insightful remark.
Steve is not a fan now. Not only does he know you've been slagging him off behind his back.
No, I wasn't slagging Steve. If you get it out on DVD tonight, you'll know I'm not slagging you off. It could be your brother.
I love the fact that it makes it worse, but you're going to go, oh, he wasn't slagging me off. It does look like me. I do think I'm an alien. I love the fact that you hope Steve will go, he's got a point. It's a spitting image. Yeah.
I am, seriously, Carl, I'm really angry. I'm so angry with you at the moment.
You haven't seen it yet?
No, I know, because I know what it's going to be, and I'm just...
Why?
I'm fuming. I'll tell you why I'm angry, because he doesn't do it in jest.
No, but what do you think it's going to look like? What do you think this thing's going to look like?
Going to look ludicrous. It's not going to look anything like me, but he's going to, like, pretend it does. Go on, what? Go on.
No, it does look like you.
Yeah, of course it does. And you looked like the, Human Z.
Well...
I mean, to be honest, you did a bit, Carl. You walk like him, you're bold like him, you got a sort of gormless face like him. Any more?
I don't smoke. That does. I'm not arguing with you, I'm not well on that.
Oh, you're not well.
What exactly is wrong with you, you whinger?
Well, it's just, do you know, like I always tell you about the restless leg syndrome I've got? It's like that, but all over.
So you're just shaking around the house?
I'm just, yeah.
What do you look like, Elvis? What are you doing? You're shaking around the house.
I'll tell you, with your bald head, you probably look like an enormous vibrator.
Oh, God.
That's what you probably look like if you strip naked.
Oh, you'll have a Scottish widow coming round. Oh, dear.
That's, what's her name, by the way? I heard you talking about that. That's,
Amanda Lamb.
Amanda Lamb, who's in the Place in the Sun programme.
Is she actually a widow? Is she a Scottish widow?
Hoots, man, my husband's dead. Do you want any money and a bit of my clam?
Brilliant.
All right?
That's the sort of quality you've missed out on today. Well, anyway, you're going to be back next week. We need you back next week.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know? Also, how did you know you were going to be ill today? Because you phoned and arranged this yesterday.
Convenient.
And I spoke to you yesterday and you didn't sound very ill.
I felt ropey yesterday afternoon.
You've got a bit of a bunged up nose.
Even though
I have a bit of a bunged up
Even though I was ill, I still sorted it out. Yeah?
I'm a little bit sweaty.
Paul, sorting it out does not mean you phone up Sturgis and send her down.
That's not sorting it out. That's making things worse. Have you learnt nothing?
Thanks, Claire.
If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
Mate.
Yeah. My leg's a little bit achy.
Oh, wearing wet jeans.
Oh, I put wet jeans on again. My lasagna it was frozen.
Can you hear the venom and hatred in our voices today? We genuinely are upset and angry with you.
Yeah. Can't believe it. I cannot believe that
Right, well, the thing is, we'll be back to normal next week, right? We've got Billy Elliot doing the film next week.
Right.
Any prizes?
Got some good stuff.
Have you got any films with Burt Reynolds in to give away on VHS?
And well, I'll see you then.
Great, we're looking forward to it already.
I'll see you later.
See you later. Hot heat, bandages, XFM, we're off, innit?
That's it, it's all over.
Yeah.
Back next week.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claire.
Bye.
Total respect.
Yeah,
Yes.
nice one.
Keep it real.
See ya.
Imagine serving 20 years in prison, knowing you didn't do the crime. From the Emmy-winning filmmaker of Paradise Lost comes Wrong Man on Stars. The series follows the stories of 3 inmates claiming innocence and a team of investigative experts who reopen their cases to seek the truth. Watch Wrong Man premiering June 3rd at 9 p.m. only on Stars. Get the Stars app and start your free trial today.
Well, hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am your host, Joe, joined as always by
Devin.
and
Steve.
and yes, that's
And
right.
this week we have a horse co-host.
Sorry,
yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, Devin's had a little problem with her voice, but bear with us. It still sounds good. I can understand you, so I think we'll be all right.
My cousin told my new husband that this is actually my real voice that I've been hiding from him for the last 4 years.
I love this theory.
Yeah,
Well,
it's pretty
actually,
good.
there's worse news. I mean, it could be like, oh, I never told you. I actually have a really high-pitched voice.
That's
you know?
really annoying. This
Yeah,
is actually
okay.
pretty annoying. So
Yeah. Okay, let's get back to that. But yeah, too bad about the voice. But next week it'll be better, I'm sure. So we got a mystery to talk about this week. So let's get right into it, eh?
Hey.
Yes, we're going to talk about the mysterious death of Willie McRae. That's William McRae, popularly known as Willie McRae, a Scottish lawyer and politician who died in a strange auto accident in 1985. This is strange because when the smoke had cleared from the accident, which wouldn't have been fatal to him, it also turned out he had been shot in the head.
what?
Yeah.
Which is not normally what happens when you wreck a car.
No, not typically.
usually.
Yeah, it came as kind of a surprise. Before we go any further, though, I want to give a shout out to our listener Michael, who suggested this story way back in 2015. So, hey, Michael, I assume you're Scottish, so yeah, tell all your Scottish friends. And in honor of all of our Scottish listeners, I'm going to do the rest of this episode in me Scottish brogue.
Well,
No.
that's going to destroy our ratings.
okay, never mind. I'll skip the brogue.
So let's talk about Willie.
Yeah.
Let's get into this thing.
No, I know. I'm sorry, and another apology to our Scottish listeners, but whenever I hear about Scotsman named Willie, there's only one Willie I think of.
Groundskeeper?
Groundskeeper Willie. I know.
Knew that's where you're going to go.
I know, but yeah. Anyway, back
We
to...
haven't been doing this for 5 years or
I
something.
know.
Yeah.
So back to William McRae. Willie was born in 1923 in Scotland, of course. Served in World War II in France and then also in India. Did a stint in military intelligence. Eventually went back to civilian life and became a lawyer. Went on to start his own law firm, Levy and McRae, in Glasgow, Scotland, where they also joined the Scottish National Party. He was indeed an intense Scottish nationalist. He was big into that whole thing. He began to rise in the ranks in the SNP, and he rose to the rank of vice chairman in the party. He also stood for election several times, but never actually won office.
It seemed like every time he ran, it was a wider and wider margin from him being able to take the seat, if I remember the numbers correctly.
Yeah.
Like they really liked him at first, and then he just kept running, and his numbers just kept going down like Paul Rand.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You mean Rand Paul?
Rand Paul. Yeah. You know what? People know him both ways. It doesn't
Paul
matter because
Rand,
nobody
Rand
voted
Paul.
for him.
I know. Yeah, well, the funny thing is I never met the guy or anything like that, but I've seen video of him speaking, and actually the guy was a good public speaker. I mean, I thought he was anyway.
Well, you know, sometimes what happens is somebody's a good public speaker, and so people are really taken with them at first.
They don't like their ideas,
and
though?
then they start to actually listen to their ideas and see how effective they are, and maybe question, is this person actually going to be effective? Maybe they haven't been proving themselves. Maybe their
What is his platform? Maybe his platform isn't as awesome as we thought.
So maybe, you know, at first he was just on charisma, and then next it was kind of like every single time they said, he's less and less effective. This is just This is not a good idea.
Or maybe he just had a really bad run of luck, and every time he just had a better, more charismatic opponent.
Maybe
he had a bad run of luck there. I don't know, but anyway, that didn't totally hold Willie back. He didn't get an MP position or anything else, but he was still pretty influential, I think, in the SNP and Scottish politics until the fateful evening of Friday, April 5th, 1985. When Willie McRae left his house in Glasgow to drive to his cottage in Ardell, which is about 110 miles northwest of Glasgow, 175 kilometers, and that's crow miles. Road miles would be nearly twice that because there's no direct highway that goes to Ardell.
What is that in cow miles?
Yeah, in crow miles.
No, in cow miles.
Oh, cow miles. It's like 186,000, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can find Ardell. It's just.
I guess I would have called that cowlometers.
Oh, I like that. Cowlometers.
We're going to start calling them. No, the look on Devin's face says no, we're
not. No, we're not.
Okay, so nixing that idea. Ardell is like kind of towards the west coast of Scotland. It's on a loch, which is actually kind of a fjord, which actually connects to the sea. So you can almost call it a seacoast sort of town, but no, we shouldn't. Reportedly when he left, he took his briefcase and a bottle of whiskey with him.
And it was, what time? It was in the afternoon, right?
It was 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was Friday, time to go away for the weekend. He headed off in his maroon Volvo 244. And sometime that night, probably around 10 p.m., it's not absolutely for sure, but he was driving north on the A87 road, about 24 crow miles from his destination, 38 kilometers.
Kilometers?
Yeah, kilometers, exactly. And his car left the road for some reason. Nobody knows exactly sure why, but it looks like it rolled a few times, because I've seen a few photos of the car.
It looks pretty beat up.
It's banged up, yeah. It wound up about 90 feet from the road, pointed uphill. So it went down a gently sloping hill and was pointed uphill towards the road, where it came to rest. It was straddling a burn, which is Scottish for a very small stream. And this one was really small, like kind of a rivulet, really. And if you want to see the crash site, the coordinates are, write this down, if anybody cares, 57.116314 by minus 4.982081. That's on the A87 highway, about 2.5 miles south of the intersection with the A887 road.
Wow, that string of numbers is going to be easy to remember.
Especially for everybody who listens in the car.
I know, exactly. How many car wrecks are we going to cause?
None. None. Drive careful, all of you.
Drive careful. You can always go back and look this up again, and I should also warn you, this is where there's a monument to Willie. There's a kind of a cairn that some of his fans built for him there by the side of the road, and that's believed by most everybody to be the crash site. But there's a few people who say the crash site was actually about a mile south of there, so just before one.
Yeah, because there's some conjecture there.
Yeah, there is.
Can I just ask real quick?
Yeah.
Is him being on that road at 10 p.m. was about when he would have
Yeah, because
on that?
the trip from Glasgow, according to Google anyway, the trip from Glasgow to Ardell is about a 4-hour drive via the A87 road and everything.
Okay.
And so if he left at 6:30 and he was most of the way there, then he should have gotten there no earlier than, say, 9:30 and no later than 10. Now, of course, that's, depending on...
He was like 3/4 of the way there, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was
40 miles away, and it was only 110
Where did he
miles.
stop for a spot of dinner and a couple of drinks?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it was
okay.
110 crow miles.
Oh, right,
Road
okay.
miles, a lot more.
Okay.
Road miles
Yeah,
more like a
sorry.
couple hundred.
I forgot that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, he probably stopped for dinner, pee breaks, gasoline, that kind of thing. Maybe he had to
It's
take
called petrol, Joe.
Yeah, petrol.
Get with the times.
Oh, okay. Maybe he had to take detours to try to shake off the special branch tails that were following him.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, I am a little bit. But anyway, it was probably no earlier than 9:30, 10, maybe a little later than that.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like odd that he was out at that time.
Not really, no. No, it was, yeah. And the next morning, a couple of tourists were driving by, and they spotted the car.
So that was the first discovery?
That was the first people who at least reported it,
Okay.
yeah. They spotted the car, and they stopped. The husband, their names were Alan and Barbara Crow. They were from Australia.
And this is 10 o'clock in the morning, 9:30
Right around 10, yeah. So Alan Crow walked down to the car, saw that there was a person in it, and he opened the door and took Willie's pulse, found that he did have a pulse, kind of weak, but he was otherwise non-responsive. And but then, as it happens, another car drove by, so they flagged down this other car, which luckily enough was driven by a person named Dorothy Messer, who happened to be a doctor. And here's another amazing coincidence. There was also a passenger in the car named David Coots, who was a member of the SNP, right, the same party that Willie belonged to.
Yeah,
and actually,
they knew each other.
Yeah, he had known Willie for years. And so when he was kind of shocked and surprised to see Willie sitting behind the wheel of the car that was wrecked. Or maybe it wasn't. Was this a coincidence, or was he a hitman?
You're way ahead for that.
Yeah,
well, we could just start right now.
Yeah, we'll save the accusations for
I don't
later
think we
on.
should. There's more story to tell.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, there is, yeah. And actually, I saw this guy on TV in an interview. He doesn't come off like a mob thug or a hitman at all.
Also, it was, 12 hours later.
Yeah, there was that, too, yeah.
Well, and the interview was much later than that.
Yeah, years after. So they get down to the car. That's when David Coots recognizes Willie. Willie was in the driver's seat unconscious. He was not wearing a seatbelt. And Dr. Messer looked him over and guesstimated he'd been sitting there for maybe around 10 hours. But it's hard to, I don't know how she did that. Maybe blood clotting, because he had like a head injury, as we know.
Yeah, there was blood all over. I mean, it was pooled down his shirt.
And so I guess that's how she guesstimated this. So he's taken to a hospital in Inverness, and from there he was transferred to another hospital, which was the Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. And there at Aberdeen, right around 4 in the afternoon, they discovered, finally, that he had a bullet hole in his head just over his right ear.
How long does it take to wipe the blood off of somebody's head, for God's sake?
I don't really quite get why it took so long to figure that out, but, hey.
I think, you're doing triage for other stuff, right? Somebody says, well, he has a pulse. You assume if there was a doctor on the scene as well, you assume maybe she would have been noticing things. If he has a pulse, clearly he's not brain dead.
Well, I would presume that he was brought in an ambulance.
Yeah.
So I would assume that they would have given him a once-over and said, clean it and bandage it, would be my presumption.
Right, but life-saving care is different than finding a bullet hole behind somebody's ear.
Listen, I watched ER for years, and that's not the way it happens.
Well,
yeah.
You know that I know a little more than that.
Hey,
yeah.
I got one word to say to you guys. Stat.
Yeah, clear.
Stat. Clear. Stat. Okay.
They should have found it faster, but also.
Well, I would have
it's
thought.
It's not that crazy to me, I guess.
I don't know. The guy comes in with a head injury, and I would think the first thing he would do would be like X-ray his head to see if he's got any, massive like brain swelling.
I'm afraid that we're right back to exactly what Devin was saying.
I guess I don't know, but anyway, whatever. It's water under the bridge, right? Or water under the car, I guess in this case.
Burn under the car.
Yeah, I know. When they found a bullet hole, they X-rayed his head. There was a bullet in his brain. So while that changes things, it turns out it wasn't an auto accident after all. But the local police apparently didn't get the memo on that, so his car was towed from the scene at noon the next day. And so
which would have been Sunday?
Sunday, yeah, I believe
Okay.
it was about noon on Sunday the 7th of
By the
April.
way, can I point something out? Because people will see this when they're reading this on the internet, and it was confusing to me at first until I figured out what the problem with the reporting was.
Yeah.
Is sometimes you will see it reported as he left on Friday, and he wasn't found until Sunday. And it took me forever to figure out that what happened is people were mixing up the date that the car was hauled away as the date that Willie was found. In other words, not 12 hours of him being gone.
36
but
hours.
36 hours. And I was like, it really took me a long time to because I kept reading the different articles and I couldn't understand. And then that's the only way I've determined that the screw-up happened.
Yeah, no, I don't think the 87 road is that remote.
No.
I don't think it's quite that remote that nobody would have seen it for that long a time.
So anyway, they go back to they're at the car, they're hauling the car away.
Yeah, the car has been hauled away, so they didn't see it as a potential crime scene at first. They thought it was a car accident. This guy had just gone off the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the first time that's happened. And as for the car itself, that was, of course, in the police's possession. There were three things that were not in it. The gun that shot Willie, his briefcase, which supposedly he had with him, and also that bottle of whiskey that he supposedly took with him. Those things were not in the car. They hadn't been found on the ground around the car either. So this is one of the things that I found really odd about this story. It's the local police, after they found out that it was a crime scene, at least potentially, they took the car back to where the wreck was and put it back in the same spot where they found it so they could take pictures of it.
That's kooky.
Well, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. They should have already taken pictures of it anyway, I would have thought. Apparently they didn't, so they put the car back, and they searched the area, and this time they found the gun. It was about 60 feet from the car, and it was in the burn, which you remember is a stream. And it was kind of below a little tiny waterfall in the burn, which is maybe why nobody spotted it at first. And it was a .45 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver, which had been fired twice.
How do you know? As in there were just 2 bullets missing, or like
there were
two
empty cartridge casings. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which means that it had been. All it means is that obviously it was fired once because he had a bullet in his head.
Well.
But the other one.
If that was the actual gun, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That too, but.
But I just, sometimes it seems like people say it had been fired twice, but like we've talked about this before. It's sometimes you don't get your.
You don't know that. You
don't get your gun all the way full.
Yeah. Well, no.
Well, no. It had empty brass in it.
Yeah.
Two empty brass casings.
So it was a 7-shot
because it's a revolver.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah. And so.
Maybe you forgot it.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't empty it out.
Well, I think Joe's idea is right, though, is that he may have shot it once at some point and left that empty round in there.
Yeah.
I mean, because you don't always just open it up and replace him. It's not like the video game where as soon as you can, you reload.
Yeah, well, you think you would, but the thing about it is this gun. And by the way, I mentioned it was a .45 caliber Smith & Wesson. That's what's on Wikipedia and in some other places too. It turns out that's not what it was.
Yeah, that seems like it would have been a pretty noticeable bullet hole.
You would think that somebody would have noticed that big old bullet hole a lot sooner.
Yeah, it would have done a hell of a lot of damage, like missing skull damage.
Yeah, like the other side of the skull blasted away. Damage,
right.
Yeah, the bullet would probably not be rattling around in his skull.
Yeah, it'd probably gone out the other side. Yeah, the one that they found was actually a very old Smith & Wesson. It's called the first model revolver. And it was called that because it was the very first gun that Smith & Wesson ever made.
Okay.
It was made around the time of the American Civil War.
So it's old.
Very old antique gun. And it was a single-action revolver, 7 shots, chambered in .22 short, which is about the most anemic round you can think of. A very anemic little small round.
Sorry, you said that on a lot of sources it says it's the .45, but it's something else. So how do you know that?
Well, number one, there was actually what I thought was a fairly comprehensive article in one of the Scottish papers about it. And they actually had a picture of the revolver.
Okay.
And
that's helpful.
And so I'm not an expert on Smith & Wesson antique revolvers by any means, but I did a little Googling on antiques. I found a website where all these things were up for auction, and there were quite a few of those old first model ones out there. And I compared the photos very carefully, and they looked absolutely identical. They were, and I did a little research. It was indeed the first model. It was a 7-shot revolver, just like this thing in the story was.
Okay.
And then beyond that story, the official inquiry was also quoted in a few places too. It was conducted,
And they mentioned
it was a 22. They didn't say what the model was, but
they call it they don't call it a 22. They call it a .22.
A .22.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, aren't there different namings for the size of calibers in different countries? Is that inaccurate?
Some of them can be.
It depends.
Yeah, I think
it depends on them, but I think because of the age of this gun,
it was a
pretty well established. It's just that we call it a 22, they call it a .22. But if you buy a box of 22 caliber rounds here, it's got that decimal point is there.
It does say .22. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking at a box yesterday.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and
we do indeed know that it was actually a much smaller.
It was a much
caliber.
smaller round, yeah, and this would explain, I think, the empty cartridge casing that was in there, because this was a lot of the really old single actions. They didn't have a safety notch or anything in the hammer, and so when the gun was fully loaded, your hammer was resting on the primer of a hot round.
Right.
And so if you dropped the gun, or if something just fell on your gun and whacked the hammer, it could go off and maybe shoot you in the leg.
So it was maybe a safety precaution that you'd have one just empty shell casing?
Yeah, you would either leave that whole thing empty, or you'd put a piece of a brass casing in there. And so that's probably what he did, is he just put an empty shell casing in there to put his hammer down on.
Gotcha.
That's what I think, but I'm not totally sure. It's pure supposition. But I would not personally carry that gun with the hammer down on a live round myself. So that was apparently, I don't know where he got that from. It might have just been in the family for years.
Who knows?
But he apparently, according to friends, had that gun for a long time, and some people said he had started carrying it for personal protection.
And it was his gun.
Apparently, it was his gun. Yeah, but it wasn't registered. I mean, that's the thing about Europe is, like, it's supposedly a gun-free area, but it just seems like a lot of people have these old guns just lying around. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to remember when the big push to get guns out of the British Isles were, and I believe it was after this. But, I believe it was after this, but it was right around the same time. Like, I mean, the entire country did not go gunless right away. It took quite a few years for that to take effect.
Yeah, no, I mean, the big push to really get rid of every single gun took place after this. That was after the big Dunblane massacre in Scotland.
So it's not crazy that he had a gun.
Oh no, not at all.
It's not like if it was today. What was the last prime minister? Is it David Blaine? Was that his name?
Who's
David
that?
Cameron?
Thank you, David Cameron.
Oh, yeah.
I am good with names today.
David Blaine is the dumb magician guy.
See? Same thing to me.
Anyway.
Politics and magicians. But it's not as crazy as suddenly saying, oh, he had one.
Yeah.
That's my point.
I was just wanting to make sure that it was his gun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That it wasn't somebody else's gun. So let's just...
Yeah, we're 20 minutes in. Let's not
we're kind of getting
too
the
much.
drift here, yeah. Let's see. So something else they found at the scene of the accident, they found a small pile of torn up papers. These were found by David Coots, remember him?
Yeah.
That was on the day they came across the wreck. And that was between the road and the car, about 25 feet away from the car, towards the road. And he said that it looked like Willie's wristwatch was also on this pile. So it's kind of a neat pile of torn up papers with the wristwatch.
Which is weird.
Which is a little odd. And so I don't know how exactly they got there, if they fell from the car during the wreck, or if Willie's murderers put that stuff there. I really don't know. If Willie was murdered, that is, of course. After that, the inquiry into Willie McRae's death was kind of minimal. It was just assumed that it was suicide.
Because after they found the bullet in his brain, they tried to figure out what to do. He died shortly thereafter, obviously.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, you didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I overlooked that. Yeah, he was in a coma. His life support was turned off on Sunday, April 7th, and he died.
Mm-hmm.
As we know.
Because, I mean, obviously he sustained a lot of brain damage and swelling and all the bad things that come of that.
Well, yeah, and that's, one of those things, like if you get medical attention pretty quickly after that happens, you have
good chances.
Have a good chance to survive. Sitting there for 12 hours, probably not so good.
Not helpful, yeah. I mean, I lost a lot of blood, and your brain needs blood to survive.
It does.
Turns out.
It's weird.
Yeah, kind of funny the way that works.
Also needs to not have a bullet in it.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. It was ruled a suicide because it seems so open and shut. But this case lives on in Scotland. I mean, even today, there's a Kickstarter campaign out there right now by a guy who wants to write a book about this. He's doing a little fundraising just to raise the funds so he can write this book about it. There have been songs written about it, and TV specials about it, tons and tons of newspaper articles, lots of conspiracizing. It's kind of like, almost like Scotland's JFK conspiracy theory, although not as huge as JFK, obviously, but it's still, to a lot of people, kind of a big story. A lot of suspicions out there. And in fact, in about 2 years after the death, Winnie Ewing rose to be president of the SNP in 1987. She actually knew Willie herself. At the request of many in the party, she launched her own investigation into Willie's death. And her conclusion was that she couldn't conclude anything. She said the Crown Office actually refused to share most of their files with her. She said she was basically stonewalled, and in the end, she just couldn't say for sure what happened. She didn't accuse anybody of murder, but she just said she couldn't definitively say that Willie really did commit suicide.
Okay.
Because she just didn't have the evidence. And the reluctance, of course, of the government to share their information, whatever they had, and naturally aroused a lot of suspicions.
Well, I mean...
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the cops defended themselves because they put the car back, and then they said, "Oh yeah, we found it this far away from the car because we're pretty sure." Hey, Tommy, is this where the car was? I'm pretty sure it's where it was. I mean, that just opens up a whole bag of worms.
I was just gonna say, reluctance to share information sometimes just means that they did not do a good job of collecting information.
It might have been.
So they just didn't have anything to share.
Well, it might have been. Well, and we'll get into this a little bit later too, but it does appear that it's involved with the nationalist cause, and
he's involved in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he was, and so he probably was under at least a small degree of surveillance. And they probably had a file on him, just like the three of us have FBI files on us. Probably
his file was probably not nearly as large as ours, though.
Probably not, and so it might have been that they just didn't want to. They didn't want to open up MI5 files or special branch files to the SNP, and so that might have been the whole reason. Not that there was any skullduggery. Another sort of suspicion is when we're talking about why people are suspicious is where the gun was found. It was found 60 feet from the car, which is a little odd, you got to admit. And it didn't have any fingerprints on it. Did I mention that?
No.
Yeah. But of course, as I said, the police say they returned the car to the scene. This came out in an article, I think in 2015. Again, this is still in the news. There's still new stuff coming out. And it turns out that this article in 2015 that was fairly carefully documented. They said that the police put it back, but they don't believe they got it back in the exact precise spot where it was before.
The car or the gun?
The car.
Okay.
The gun
like
was
a mile or something?
No, not a mile. Well, some they said it was off by a mile, but in this case they brought it back to the same spot, but they were just off by 50 or 60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the gun they did not
20
find
meters.
about 20
Okay.
meters, 19 meters. And so when they actually put the car back, they took lots of photographs. Now they was treating it as a crime scene, so they actually searched the surrounding area pretty thoroughly too. That's when they found the gun in the stream. Probably actually just fell out the driver's side window into the burn and sat there undetected. It wasn't spotted because it was underwater.
Well, Coots says that it couldn't have been underneath the car where it originally sat, though.
Well, he didn't say definitively there's absolutely no way. He said, wow, that just seems really unlikely. That's kind of more his tone.
Well, he was there. He was
there.
standing next to it. He was looking down. There was the whole policeman lost his hat thing.
Yeah, he said that, the police was pulling his body out of the car and his hat fell off into the burn, and Coots bent over and picked up the hat and gave it back to the cop.
Right.
And apparently the hat fell right about where the gun should have been, right?
Right, which makes it kind of questionable if it really was in the spot they say it was. There's all kinds, but it's moving the car just screwed the whole thing up. So
it kind of did.
I don't want to go too far down that.
It kind of did.
Yeah, but I will just, I feel like I need to remind people that the crash you described is the car flipped over a number of times, right?
Yeah.
So things could have actually been
flown out. They could have been flung out. Yeah,
pretty
that's true
significantly.
too.
So
that's true too.
If assuming that the gun was fired or whatever before the car came to rest, it could have gone flying much further.
That's the tricky part is when was the gun fired? And it was actually one of the policemen that was involved in this said years later that it appears that he actually shot himself while driving down the road and then went off the road, and that would explain what happened because the car rolled and it fell out. But
that sounds like a theory.
That sounds like a theory. I'm not so sure about him shooting himself while driving, but maybe, I don't know. So that's all the suspicions. Have I left anything out that you guys can think of?
No, I think you pretty much hit all of it.
All right, so now it's time for us to get into hypotheses.
Theories.
Oh, theories. Okay.
Nobody calls it hypotheses.
Are you kidding? I know. Who would do that?
This isn't science.
Yeah. This is the internet. Yeah. Better than science. Before we get into all of our theories or hypotheses, let's take a quick break.
Support for today's episode comes from Grove. Grove is the e-commerce company that makes it easy to discover the best natural products to take care of your home and family, and to make sure you never run out of your favorite things. With their own safe, effective, and affordable Grove flagship products, as well as the amazing brands like Mrs. Meyer's, Methods, 7th Generations, Tom's, Real Simple, and Gad's more, Grove curates premium quality products that are natural, beautiful, and sustainable. And then they deliver everything right to your door when you want it. And better yet, they offer free shipping and free returns, no questions asked. And their Grove guys, who are awesome by the way, are also available to answer questions or to add items to your next order if you run out. Personally, I use Grove. We get it here at the house. I really dig that they have Mrs. Meyer's because I didn't realize what a great soap it was, because I don't wash my hands and then go, ooh, I smell like a bag of perfume. I don't even know perfume came in a bag, but apparently that's what it does. But regardless, I don't reek of those smells, and I really like it. It just feels clean, it's natural, it's nice, so I dig it. If you want to use Grove, which I think you should, then to sign up for the Grove Collaborative, go to grove.co/sideways and you'll receive a $30 Mrs. Meyer's gift set free with your order of $20 or more. Now that's grove.co, C-O, not .com. So grove.co/sideways to get your $30 Mrs. Meyer's gift set for free with that $20 order. You're going to like it.
And we're back. All right, let's see. These basically, there are essentially three theories. So we'll start with the first, that it was an accident.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. As I already mentioned, his old Smith & Wesson revolver could have been discharged by a blow on the hammer. So we don't know where he was carrying it. I assume probably like in maybe the breast pocket of his coat or something like that.
If he was carrying it for personal defense, I could see that.
Yeah, if he's sitting in the car, he doesn't want to have it in his pants pocket. It's hard to get to quickly, right? So he runs off the road. The gun flies out of his pocket, his jacket pocket during the accident. Somehow, discharges.
Seems unlikely.
It does seem a little unlikely, doesn't it? Yeah.
That is an amazing series of events.
And plus, as I said too, it would be not as said too. I have strong reason to think that Willie would have followed what was really standard protocol for those old guns and carried it with a hammer down on an empty cartridge.
Which means that it would have to flown, rotated the chamber,
flown, cocked the hammer,
right?
And then
that doesn't seem right.
I'm not really buying that. So okay, we can dismiss that kind of quickly, I think. Okay, let's go to our next one. This one's a little more possible, I think. Suicide. Remember, a lot of people have said, the government says suicide. A lot of people think murder. But when you're thinking suicide, that little revolver of his really would have been a very unlikely assassin's tool, I think. It was, like I said, very old, chambered in .22 short, which is a very anemic little round. I mean, that's more anemic than .22 long rifle, which is not exactly a great suicide round, although it will kill somebody.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the assertion that it's not a very good murder tool, it's a good murder tool if you know that that person has one.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
People will just assume that they used it on themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that does make a little sense in that regard. Yeah, and it's just like, we'll probably kill him with one round, and if we don't, we'll do it with two. Of course, yeah, it obviously they succeeded with one round because only one was found in his head.
But this theory is suicide.
Yeah, suicide. But again, that's why I was thinking suicide, because it was done with his own gun, and which was, by the way, not a great murder tool.
So did he have a history? I mean, for the suicide theory, I'm presuming that there's a history of depression or attempts at suicide or something like that. Do we have anything like that?
I don't know of any attempts at suicide. He did have a history of depression, and he was a very heavy drinker also. So maybe he was self-medicating for the depression. I don't know.
And that doesn't help,
as we know. Things, yeah. He had some professional and personal setbacks. He got booted in 1981 from the law firm that he had founded. Remember I mentioned Levy and McRae?
Mm-hmm.
He was actually removed. His name stayed on the sign and everything, but essentially he was not allowed to serve duties anymore. And I think that mostly was because of his drinking.
But he had also started another practice.
He had tried to start to get another practice going.
That practice
I'm not
I understood was he was trying to get it off the ground, but it had clients.
Yeah, apparently it was working, but still, you know, it's I don't know, it's got to be considered kind of a blow to at least your ego to get sort of kicked out of your own law firm that you founded.
Did they just shut him out or did they buy him out? Because sometimes places will do that when they're like, listen, you are unfit, but we're going to keep your name and we're going to pay you to go away.
Yeah,
that's not an uncommon practice.
In this case, you know, I don't think he was totally removed from it. I think that if you're basically a partner with the founding members, then I assume you still get a cut of everybody else's fees.
That's what I'm getting at. So it's not as if he just lost out.
But yeah, I didn't lose out completely. They didn't totally rip him off. They just said basically, you're not representing our firm anymore because for whatever reason, maybe because you're always hungover.
But this is speculation, right? We don't really know.
We don't know exactly the reasons why there was this break. But anyway, back to his life. It says boozing was kind of ruining his life. As far as I know, no toxicology report was done on his body. So we don't know if he actually was drunk when his car went off the road or not. I'm guessing that he probably was at least drinking because, you know, he was kind of a big booze hound. No judgment on my part, you know, me too. I mean, a lot of us are. But that's another aspect where the whole investigation fell short in so many ways, and it really would have been better if they'd done a more thorough one. Maybe all these questions would have been answered a little better, and there wouldn't be all this speculation.
So
they didn't do a toxicology.
So what you're getting at here is that there's that 3-hour drive. He's got a bottle of whiskey with him. He drinks that bottle of whiskey over the course of 3 hours, and then presumably chucks it out the window at some point to dispose of the bottle, and then that's why it's not at the accident scene.
That's one possibility.
Okay.
That's one possibility. Another possibility is that if the car went off the road and if Willie came out of it okay, you know, in other words, I'm probably a little banged up, but if he can walk away from it, and he's been drinking. And Willie, by the way, I didn't mention this, had already had 2 arrests for drunk driving. And so if...
I think they call it drink driving in the UK?
Well, I'm not sure what they call it.
It's drink driving.
Drink driving? Okay, whatever it is.
I don't know why it's drinking and drinking, but anyway.
Yeah, whatever. He'd had
it's the
2
same
arrests.
damn thing.
Yeah, he could have gone to jail for it. Being a lawyer, probably would have lost his law license. I know here in America you will. If you get caught, if you get arrested for something like a felony and you're a lawyer, or like for my job, I would lose my license also. A lot of people will in professional jobs like that. So what do? You know, you've been boozing. You got a half full bottle of whiskey in your car. You do the natural thing. You get out of the car. You walk a little distance away and fling the bottle as far as you can. Right?
Yeah.
And so that might be another reason why that bottle was not found in the car.
True.
Yeah. But whatever the reason, the bottle was just not in the car. And so Willie's car comes to a stop, and he realizes he's in a world of hurt. Having just wrecked his car.
A lot of trouble, yeah.
He's in a bit of trouble if the police come along and see he's wrecked his car and he's got all this booze on his breath. Could this be enough to make him? I don't know. Maybe.
I'd have just torched the car. Kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I burned the evidence. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally, if it had been me, what I would have done is just like, you know, if I had been drunk, like, you know, I would have just, and assuming I could walk and everything like that, I would leave the car and go hide in the bushes. You know, and then if
because that's what a true hero does.
That's what a true superhero does. He goes and hides. But anyway,
sure,
yeah. But you know, on the other hand, and this is really out there speculation. What if Willie had rolled a couple of times and he's not dead by any means? He's not even unconscious, but he's sustained a spinal injury, and realizes, wow, hey, I can't move my legs. This really sucks. My life is over. Bang. Shoot myself. And that's speculating. You would think they would have caught a spinal injury in the autopsy.
Yeah, I think so.
But then, given how unthorough this investigation was, I could actually conceivably imagine them missing something like that.
The reason that I doubt that is that that's one of the first things they'll check for in an ambulance. Like, so as we've been sitting here thinking about it, if his gunshot was still bleeding when they arrived, really, they're just gonna cover you're just gonna cover the wound, and
the
you guys,
EMTs, yeah.
well, or the doctor on site or whoever,
right.
First thing, and you guys,
First
I'm sure, have
responders.
heard the pack don't peek thing,
Yeah.
where if
Vaguely.
you've got a wound that's bleeding in the field, you just keep packing. As it's bleeding through something, you just keep packing, packing, packing.
Yeah.
And so that could explain why they didn't really find the bullet hole until he got to the final hospital, because at that point they're thinking, okay, it's time to pull this away and investigate the wound and see and blah, blah, blah. And because they knew if they're going to keep transferring him, you just keep packing, packing, packing. But one of the first things that you'll do is you'll check for spinal injuries, because that's one of the biggest ones.
Was that well? Okay, so
Because
I understand.
you have to check for
today. I get it, but was in the early '80s. Was that standard practice? Do you know off the top of your head?
I believe so. Everybody, for as long as I know, especially in the modern era, people have known that a spine or back injury is one of the most fatal things. So you'll check for a spine injury before you move somebody, because if you move somebody with a spine injury, unless the car's on fire or something, you will make it way worse. So
you know what? Actually, she's right, because I remember the thing when I was a kid. Somebody would be in a car accident and immediately put the big foam neck brace on, no matter what.
That's why they always tell you the first rule of first aid, and especially in things like falls or car wrecks or anything like that, is not to touch them. Don't move the body. Don't move the
body, but stabilize the head.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can do some investigations. But
okay, so he didn't wake up and find himself paralyzed.
I mean, it's unlikely.
But maybe. But
it's entirely possible though that if we ignore the paralyzed theory, if what you're hypothesizing here is, Joe, is in your theory, is that he realizes that he is screwed up.
Yeah.
It is possible that Willie decided to end it all, and he shoots himself in the head. And we had this conversation during the Isidore Fink episode. It may not have that shot may not have immediately incapacitated him. He may have been super drunk at that point because of impeded brain function, and is still ambulatory, and goes, I gotta get rid of this gun because they're gonna figure it out. And he could have chucked it,
or he did the
and
opposite.
Then wandered back to the car, got into the car, shut the door, and then went down. I mean, we had that conversation about the guy who wandered around for an hour with a bullet in his head.
Sure.
So, it's possible. I'm not saying that's it, but it's not inconceivable.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, the thing about head wounds and bullet wounds in the head and all that stuff is that it's really unpredictable. I wouldn't be surprised at all if somebody got shot in the head with a 22 short and dropped totally dead. I also wouldn't be surprised to see somebody get shot in the head with a 45 and actually live on for a while and be able to actually, walk around a little bit. I mean, all those things have all happened.
Yeah.
And so.
So is there no suicide theory that he could have shot himself while driving and that caused the accident?
Well, yeah, no, there was a policeman who actually said that. He believed that he had shot himself while driving.
Yeah.
And whether that was an accident or he deliberately did that, and this is a thought that that's occurred to me, is that if Willie had planned his suicide and wanted to make it look kind of suspicious, because this is something I never knew Willie, obviously, but he strikes me as a kind of theatrical person, a little bit melodramatic. You know what I mean?
If you listen to him speak, I can see that.
Yeah. But you like this theory a lot, and I think
he uses this a lot. Everybody wants to leave behind a mystery, according to you.
I just think that's
not
weird.
everybody.
I think that's crazy.
Most people.
Probably it's not what happened, but it's conceivable. It's conceivable that is what he wanted to do.
Or he just shot himself in the head and wrecked the car, and he was drunk. He was like, "All right," shot himself in the head. Gun goes flying out the window as the car is spinning down the hill, and it lands in water, which might explain why there are no fingerprints on it, because it sat in water for a couple days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or it could have been he was like driving down the road and he spotted these headlights behind him that he had been following him for hours, and he assumed that it was Special Branch following him. So he gets out the gun and I'm gonna put a shot across their bow, something like that, and he cocks it, and then he goes over a bump or something like that, and the gun goes off, and bluey. Oops.
This is not a Leslie Nielsen movie.
No, okay, good point. Yeah.
So what's our next theory here? Because I think we've exhausted this one.
This is a suicide thing. That's a suicide. So it's like, it seems possible. I don't know. Let's go on to our next theory, and then we'll go back to suicide in the end here. Murder. But, somebody wanted to whack Willie. So who would have wanted to do that? I don't know. There are some potential ones out there. According to some of the people out there that talk about this mystery, number one, there was the nuclear power industry and the British government in general as relates to nuclear power. Also, there was drug smuggling on the West Coast.
Let's start with the nuclear power people, because this is your number one willy whacker. So I want to know why. I mean, what is behind this? Because people are going to want to know.
People want to know.
Because people hate big nuclear.
Yeah, they do. They hate big nuke. And the thing about Willie is he was known as an anti-nuclear activist and campaigner. I'm not so sure that he really was. I mean, I'm not so sure that he hated nuclear power and all that stuff and nuclear weapons, or he just didn't want that stuff on Scottish soil. That seemed to be his primary motivation, I think, was just Scottish nationalism. So there was
I would agree.
Yeah, there was a big move by the UK Atomic Energy Authority. They wanted to store nuclear waste in the Ayrshire Hills of Scotland. And Willie played a key role in putting a stop to that, and he became a hero at that point to the anti-nuclear movement. He was expected to oppose an expansion of the Dounreay nuclear facility. That's on the north coast of Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big experimental thing. They had like a breeder reactor, a couple of experimental submarine reactors going there. And apparently it did produce some electricity, and they were planning on expanding the facility, adding a reactor or two. And so they were essentially going to start talking about it in like 1986. Willie was expected to oppose. So the theory goes that, the nuclear industry wanted him out of the way so they could continue with their plans, you know. Of course, as for Dounreay, the big nuclear facility, the reactors there were actually shut down and decommissioned in 1994. So I'm not so sure that they actually ever did the proposed expansion. I did a little research trying to find out, and I didn't hear anything else about it. So it maybe got dropped, and then eventually they decided, for this reason or that, whatever, it's bad publicity, we'll just shut the reactors down and decommission the whole thing. But the nuclear angle, I think, is the biggest thing out there in the Willie was murdered theories. There's some other theories out there, but this is the big one as far as most people are concerned. One of Willie's activist allies, this guy apparently lived up in the Ardell area where his cottage was, and he was a big part of the anti-nuke, especially the anti-nuclear dumping movement up there, was supposed to meet with him the weekend of his death. According to this person, whose last name I never found out, he posted a long thing on this website called Electric Scotland. Signed his name John, but no last name. Said that Willie had a bombshell in his briefcase, not literally, of course, but, and here's a quote from him. He had incontrovertible evidence from a source within the MOD, that's Ministry of Defense, that plans were in place to build an underwater burial casement offshore at Applecross to store all of the United Kingdom's nuclear waste. Willie was beside himself and was due to publicize his findings that weekend. These and other Scottish political issues of these days were in his briefcase, never out of his sight, because of a series of unsolved break-ins to his office in Buchanan Street in Glasgow. He trusted no one but his closest politically active associates. Unquote. And
so
of course,
he was paranoid.
Yeah, and the briefcase, of course, was never found. But on the other hand, I'm not 100% sure that it was in the car to begin with. Might have been.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even think to question this, but how is it that we know that he took his briefcase and a bottle of whiskey with him?
I assume somebody in Glasgow at his house
watched him pack it and get in the car?
Yeah, I assume that's what happened. His wife or, his housekeeper or somebody saw him leave with the briefcase and the bottle of whiskey.
Okay.
But I don't know who it was. But apparently that's what I hear everywhere. So
this guy says that. I mean, basically, this guy is saying that somebody murdered him, and he had the nuclear industry dead to rights, and so they made him dead.
Yeah, he had the goods on him, so they killed him.
Huh.
Yeah. And as for this thing about Willie's bombshell, his friend Mary Johnston said in an interview on Scottish TV that he had told her a few days before his death that, quote, he'd now got something they wouldn't be able to wriggle out of.
You don't think Mary Johnson could be John?
Could be John? Yeah, maybe.
That's
possible.
That's kind of on the nose. She
That
may
could
have
be.
just been using her last name. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm
John
saying.
could be. Might be. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, that's
so
possible.
So it could be not actual corroboration. It could just be one person being...
One person under multiple IDs. That's possible.
Yeah, because, the internet.
Yeah.
Is
And it could be... Yeah, and it could be, too, and not to denigrate Willie, it could be that Willie was just kind of BSing people, too. And saying, oh, my God.
He could have been a big talker that
Yeah.
just made claims to get people all excited and love him more.
Which could have been why he wasn't getting elected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of talk, no follow through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's the next Willie Whacker?
Our next Willie Whacker.
Call it that? That's weird.
Joe wrote it. I'm just running with it.
Yeah. Hey, so who's our next one? Well, this story is a more recent addition to the pantheon of theories out there. This is the pedophile ring, which is apparently there was a mysterious ring of pedophiles in Westminster, and then in the British government and associated with the government. Of course, we know there were some of those in the BBC, etc. We've heard about those more recently. In the Scottish Sunday Express, Willie had somehow gotten evidence of a pedophile ring, and there was indeed a dossier on all the pedophiles that had been associated with the government, which was last seen in possession of the Home Secretary, who was Leon Britton at the time in 1984. The Sunday Express claim was made in 2014, and so that dossier apparently was assembled by an MP named George Dickens. He actually put the whole thing together, gave it to the Home Secretary, and apparently it just sort of went down the memory hole. It was never seen or heard from again.
I have a real problem with this. And listen, I understand that pedophiles exist and that people cover things up, and it is very terrible. And we've seen a lot of things uncovered in recent history of people doing really bad things. But the quote-unquote high-powered pedophile ring, if you look around, that's in the U.S. government. That is in Hollywood. That is in the Kremlin. Like, you see this claim of a high-powered elite ring of pedophiles who are all working together. It's kind of that little plastic tiara that gets put onto every story to see if it fits.
Well, yeah, the problem I have with the whole idea of pedophile rings, especially in the pre-internet days, is, well, how did these guys find each other? Why would anybody, cooperate with other pedophiles? Because, that only puts you in more danger. I mean, if you're going to be a pedophile, just prowl on your own and don't, I don't really get the whole idea.
This is why we never hear about the serial killer gang.
Yeah.
Because they don't work with other people because that's much more dangerous.
Wasn't that Manson's family?
No, they were a bunch of misguided people.
That was kind of more of a cult thing.
Were they not serial killers?
Well, in a sense, but...
It's a completely different thing.
Is it?
It's a completely different thing.
I think when you're... I think...
They're acting...
I think, because it could...
Let's not run down the road.
You don't want to run down that.
Fair enough.
But as I was saying, this original dossier I mentioned was compiled by a member of Parliament, as I said, George Dickens. Dickens himself was not murdered. He died in 1995 at age 64. And you would think if the pedophile ring had wanted to murder anybody, it would have been George Dickens and not Willie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also...
They would have been interested in him when he was younger than older, so yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Yeah, and also according to a few Scottish Redditors that I've seen out there, that pedophile story it's just a new thing that's been tacked on.
Oh, of course.
I figure if you're on Reddit,
I told
you're Scottish.
It's the tiara they set on every story to see if it fits.
Yeah. So, if you're on Reddit and you're Scottish, you know all about this story, I'm sure. Well, let's move on to our next possible suspects here, which is drug smugglers. Willie had an old friend named Michael Strathern who said in an interview there was a special that was done on Scottish Eye, which is, I don't know if Scottish Eye is still on TV or not. Yeah, so he appeared on Scottish Eye, and he said that he believed that it might have been drug smugglers, because apparently the west coast of Scotland is kind of a key drug route into Britain, and if you don't believe me, take a look at a map and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
There's cocaine all over the map.
Yeah, I know. It's all this powdery white stuff everywhere. Yeah.
No, I thought it was snow. I thought it was a winter photo.
Yeah, the cocaine seems more popular at the north end of the world rather than at the equator. I don't get it. But no, I mean, there's so much coastline, and it was so many fjords and all that stuff, and so I could see that. And of course, that's where his vacation home was towards the west coast of Scotland, and apparently he'd been involved in it, or at least he had some constituents, I think, that were really concerned, and apparently he sort of got into the mix about the whole thing. I don't know exactly what the story is there. And a local man named Alan McLean is a local in Dorney, which is next to Ardell, which is where Willie's vacation home was. He said he got the impression from talking to Willie that Willie was investigating the local drug smugglers and that he was onto something big. But of course, this might get back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. He was telling other people
Boasting.
Boasting and BSing people and stuff.
Willie seemed to have the MO of if he was investigating something, it's because he knew how to dig into documents and pull things in that regard. I don't see him sneakily walking down the street and saying, "Hey, chum."
Hey, well, if we're being really honest, though, really the way this could have and most likely did play out is that Alan McLean was talking to Willie at one point and said, "Hey, you're a representative. I'm really concerned about this." And Willie said, "Yeah, I'm looking into it."
And I'm all over it.
As a way that politicians talk to their constituents sometimes.
That's
of just like,
entirely.
"Yep, we'll look into that. No
fairness,
problem."
Yeah,
of course.
in fairness to Willie, let's say that. Yeah, Willie might not have been BSing except in the standard political way. Yeah,
and just the "Yep, we'll look into that." Of course,
it's
we will.
Absolutely, I'm all over this, and I think we're gonna really take them down hard. And exactly.
And then forgot about it immediately.
Exactly.
Because he went and had another scotch and whiskey.
He had to go down and meet his connection at the docks.
So who's the next suspect?
Yeah, our next suspect, the Scottish National Liberation Army, or SNLA.
Every time you do that, we lose more people. I realize every time you do that accent.
Oh, sorry, Scots. Yeah, the Scottish nationalist movement, at least back in the day, included some militaristic elements, apparently. And so there was a former member of the SNLA called Adam Busby, who also appeared on TV. I think it was the same Scottish Eye TV episode that Mary appeared on, and various other people did, and Michael Strathern. He said that Willie was involved with them, and said mostly in a minor way. Basically, he let them use his office. And he said Willie did get involved in one bomb plot, which was what they wanted to do was plant 2 unarmed bombs on the approach to the Coalport military base. Now, Coalport is the storage, still is today, the storage and loading facility for the UK's Trident nuclear warheads. So those are the ones that get loaded onto the boomers, the nuclear submarines that carry nuclear missiles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's where they're stored, that's where they're mounted on the missiles, and presumably, I don't know if the missiles are shipped from there or loaded directly onto the subs from there, I'm not sure. But this idea was that they were going to build 2 complete bombs, real explosives and everything, but just not set the timers and leave them next to the road to be discovered.
Can I be frank?
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
What's that?
Right next to a place where you're running around with nuclear warheads. I understand they're not going to set them off, but you're going to drop 2 live bombs just to send a message? It's a very foolhardy plan. And I don't see how Willie would have expected that to forward his cause of keeping nuclear materials out of his country.
Well, the idea was that they put those things there, and whether they're discovered on their own or they have to phone it in and tell the people, hey, the bombs are here, go find them. The idea was they could say, look, this was super easy for us to do. Now, how tough would it be for a terrorist to bomb your own convoy, load it down with nuclear weapons, and cause a huge accident, or maybe gain possession of nuclear warheads, etc.? That was the idea behind this.
There seems like much better ways to go about that.
This is, and I don't even know if.
Yeah, this just seems so irrational that it bugs me.
Well, no, I don't doubt this guy's word that but it may be that Willie came up with the idea. They chewed it over and decided not to do it. He didn't say they actually went through with it. He just said, Willie floated
when
this
I
idea.
listened to him, I foolishly did not take the time to verify if this happened, but I just presumed that they actually went forward with this plan, and I mean that's my fault for buying into it.
But regardless of that, what would have been the benefit of killing Willie?
Well, that's the problem. Is as far as I know, he had a good relationship with these guys, unless they had some reason to think that he was a snitch. And even then, I'm not sure that they would have killed him, because these guys, the SNLA guys, were somewhat more violent and militaristic than your standard Scottish Nationalist Party or Scottish National Party member was, obviously. Mm-hmm. They didn't strike me as incredibly bloodthirsty, really.
Okay.
I mean, and so I'm not so sure they would have killed Willie, which is why I kind of doubt this whole idea that anybody in the SNLA would have done it. But Willie's involvement with the SNLA, if that came to somebody else's attention, like for example Special Branch, and of course there's been hints that from some of the people out there that maybe Special Branch had a hand in all this.
Can you tell people who don't know what Special Branch is?
Special Branch is kind of like, I don't know, they're the British version of FBI.
Okay.
I guess they're
they have very, very clear names. Just
Yeah.
like we use acronyms.
Yeah.
I mean,
Special branch,
think,
yeah.
you know, people don't
No,
know
I
what
get
a
it. I get it.
government
Every time
system-
I'm like, why don't you just? Oh no, let's just give it some unobtrusive. Well, okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So they think Special Branch might have
Special
told
Branch may have done it. Apparently, their friends of Willie said that he told his friends that he was under government surveillance. Of course, again, this could be Willie exaggerating a little bit too. But on the other hand, if he was involved with these nationalist separatist types, it's not really totally out there to say that they would have kept kind of an eye on him. Really, there was an SNLA member named David Dinsmore who said that he was leaving Willie's office one time and he saw a car that looked like this Special Branch car type of car that they liked. There were two men in it who were basically watching him. He got the license number, and after that, not long after that, he saw another Special Branch looking car, got that license number, and then when he went on Scottish Eye, that show I talked about, gave the numbers to them. They traced the numbers and found that they were indeed Special Branch cars. So looks like maybe they were keeping an eye on either Willie or maybe just David Dinsmore. I'm not sure who they were keeping an eye on.
Yeah, it's true.
It sounds like these guys are like not very good at their jobs, or they just weren't even trying to be subtle.
Yeah, well, sometimes
that's what they do.
much more effective than hiding and saying, maybe they'll know. No, I'm just going to walk up to your office and stand outside the door.
I'm just going to let you know that we've got our eye on you, dude, because, and so, and also, Willie told Dinsmore that he'd been followed by a car to his cottage in Ardelvon when he was driving up one weekend. He took down the license number and gave it to Dinsmore. Dinsmore gave it to Scottish Eye. They traced that one. That, too, was a former Special Branch car. But again, that's even more so. I'd say they weren't trying to be subtle or sneaky at all. If you're trying to sneakily follow them all the way to Ardell, a 3-4 hour drive, you're going to use several cars, not one car. They used one car, so I think they were just sending Willie a message.
Well, they may have been sending Willie a message, or remember, Willie had a tendency to drink too much, and as we all know, when you get booze in, your memory gets a little crappy, and they may have said, hey, Willie, we're going to assign a detail to you for the weekend. So then Willie is driving, drinking his customary bottle of whiskey on the trip up, getting more and more paranoid. And why the hell is this car following me? Oh, my God. When they're like, dude, we told you we were going to follow you. Like, you said yes. I mean, that's not outside the realm of possibility. If he was so sloshed half the time that his own firm booted him out from practice, it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, or maybe. I'm not sure why they would call him up and say, hey, brother, I'm following you this weekend.
Well, there was this weird bomb plot at the nuclear facility, and somebody said that they were going to get you too. I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of ways that could have gone.
I suppose. But, whatever the reason, it looks like they might have had their eye on him, but, it's hard to say. I mean, there were some other people who said that they were kind of involved in the following of Willie. But it's hard to say that proves much about, anybody wanting to murder Willie.
Well, so here's one thing we haven't talked about with this theory yet.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about who, but we haven't talked about, like, how.
How they killed him?
Yeah, like how would the murder have gone down?
Well,
we're talking a lot about murder, but
that's
like,
the tricky part. Is you got to figure out a way to run him off the road, I guess, and then you got to get his gun away from him and shoot him in the head with it. Yeah. So this is the tricky part. This is one of the reasons one of the things, if you think that he was murdered, the thing that really bugs me the most is the bottle of booze was not in the car. The bottle of booze should have been in the car. Because
maybe it was a really nice bottle and the murderer took it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
that's when you run to the liquor store.
I want this.
That's when you run to the liquor store and you get some crap and you bring it back. You put it in your car. But
you pour it all over the car.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to murder somebody in a car wreck kind of scenario, I would want, and assuming the guy was already a drinker and everything, right, like that, I'd want to have empty bottle of whiskey or even an empty bottle of whiskey right there in the car with him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
It would very quickly lead suspicion to that being the culprit. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. And so, but the bottle wasn't found in the car, and I assume they searched all around.
So the murder theory really is missing a trigger man.
It's I mean, so somebody could have shot him, but again, where's the bottle? I mean,
well,
of course, I suppose if Willie had done like we were talking about and flung the bottle out the window on the ride, and the killer didn't think to bring a bottle, then maybe that would explain it. I don't know.
Yeah, I just think there's no it's important to talk about not
There's
only
some
like
big
who,
problems.
but yeah, like how that would have even happened logistically.
It's
And
hard
it
because
seems like it's not. There's no good logistics there either.
well,
I guess.
Dr. Messer said, and obviously the whole thing, if you run them off the road, again, it doesn't look to me like a really solid forensic job was done in the car, this crime scene, anything.
Yeah, at any. Yeah.
I didn't, looking at, if you run somebody off the road, generally speaking, you're probably going to leave some dings in the side of their car from
Well,
it,
though, if his car really did roll,
yeah,
that might have covered up some damage.
could have, yeah.
But you got lucky then, right?
But
that
yeah,
his car rolled.
But then, then you got to stop, walk down there, and take the gun away from him and shoot him. And Dr. Messer, by the way, did say that she saw no other wounds or marks on his body other than the wound on the right side of his head.
That they just assumed
bleeding.
was from.
That they assumed was a contusion.
And his car was 60 feet off the road?
90 feet off the road.
90 feet?
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty big distance for a car to roll and then roll to a stop off of the road. It would have to be at some pretty high speeds to make that distance.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
it was
because
downhill somewhat.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, but if you look at the train, like it would be very easy for it to hit some kind of obstacle and lose almost all of its momentum and come to a stop very quickly.
And his car was damaged enough that it looked like it had, because I guess nobody witnessed it, so we don't really know if it did actually roll.
Actually, if it did roll, I think I've seen a photo of the wreck.
I've seen that same photo,
and I got to say that the Volvo held up very well. I think the Volvo, the car company, should get a copy of that picture and use it in their next ad.
Listen, Volvo for many decades has been all about our cars are solid and safe.
Yeah, I gotta say.
Detroit for years was making ticking time bombs that would just rip you apart and light you on fire.
Yeah.
And Volvo was like, yeah, no, our thing is you'll be safe. You won't die with us.
Yeah. And so
I'm not surprised that the car, while the exterior was beat up, it looked a little bent.
Well, that's why I was. Yeah, like the hood was bent, the headlights were bashed
it looked
up.
like the frame was bent a little bit.
Yeah, but
one way
typically,
or another.
A lot of other cars, you see them after they've rolled, the roof itself looks a little cockeyed, like it's been pushed, pushed to one side of the other. And the Volvo, it was all straight. That's what made me wonder. I had to go back and check to make sure it actually had rolled, because I really wasn't sure. And,
okay, so it did roll.
But
again,
it did apparently roll at least once.
It seems like the logistics of a murder are just really tough. Non-existent even.
Yeah, it would be very tough to do that, I think. There's just, as far as the murder thing goes, it's like Devin was just saying, the logistics seem kind of difficult. And frankly, the motive is not really there. The nuclear power industry, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think saw Willie as a huge threat. I mean, Willie wasn't a huge threat. If they really wanted to get what they wanted, they would have gotten it with or without him.
He was a bird and a saddle blanket, and that was it.
I was going to say, even if he was a huge threat, it's easier to just be like, listen, he's an alcoholic. Like, he's not credible.
Discredit the guy.
Discredit him instead of murder him. Like,
it actually would have been better from their point of view to get him wasted and arrange for him to run off the road as he did and just totally, and this is his third driving offense drunk, and just arrange for the police to show up and arrest him. That would have been totally discredited. That would have been a lot better. If you're going to plan this whole thing out, do that.
Yeah.
That would make more sense.
Right. But again, then there's all the people that are involved in it, that none of which talked, which we've talked about this before. These giant conspiracies require many people to coordinate, and yet none of them uttered a word.
Yeah, there's that too. And so that that really makes me think that this really was truly a suicide, because again, I just can't quite see the murder as happening. Nobody, I don't think, had that great of a motive to kill the guy.
Yeah.
And even though he doesn't strike me as a suicidal guy either, I didn't know him that well.
I will. I have to. I'm not fully committed to the suicide theory, but there are things that I can see, like the not being immediately incapacitated by the gunshot wound and in an altered state, disposing of the weapon because you're kind of in that half dreamland.
Or like I said,
but at the same time,
it just fell out of his hand into the burn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he didn't chuck it. Maybe he was 60 feet away from the car or whatever it was when he shot himself.
When they put the car back, he was 60
and
feet away.
And he wandered back to the car in kind of is it a fugue? Not a
fugue state.
Fugue
works.
state.
Yeah, that works.
Something, some altered state.
Yeah.
But
or they put the car back in the wrong place, and it actually did fall straight from his hand out the driver's side window right into the burn, and David Coots just didn't see it.
I know, but I am not so prideful that if I completely screw the pooch, I would want to end it all to get out of the embarrassment. So I have a difficulty with the theory of Willie got his third drunk driving and was like, nope, not doing it. I'm out, y'all.
Ending it all.
Yeah.
Well,
but that's me.
Obviously, there would have to have been other reasons. That could have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Like I said, if Willie really wanted to go on living, but he's facing a lot of trouble over this, you can go hide in the bushes, dude. I mean, look at Ted Kennedy. He set a sterling example. Just follow that example.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that where you're getting the hide in the bushes theory from?
No, I got that from my own past.
Oh, weird.
No, just kidding. But all right, so I'm gonna go with suicide.
All right.
Yeah. You guys have any thoughts here?
I think
yeah.
Think so?
I think we worked it over.
All right. So, okay, Scotland. I think you can put this one to bed. Okay. All right. And speaking of Scottish people, if you all would like to send us a congratulatory email
for solving this one for you,
yeah, or get really angry with us, or argue with us, whatever. Send us an email. That's at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. We also have a website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you'll find our episodes. There's also an episode list over on the right. We have merch out there. We've also got links to our Instagram and our Facebook and our Twitter account too.
Twitter and Reddit, yeah.
Yeah, Reddit, that's right. Yeah, we got Reddit.
We're all of the social medias.
Yeah, we are totally social media. We're on Facebook, of course, where we have a page and we have a group. So like our page, join the group. You got to answer 2 questions. They're easy.
Yep.
It's just to prove that you're not a robot. Streaming, we're all over the place, but the most funnest place to find us, of course, is on Stitcher Premium, where if you go to Stitcher.com/thinking-sideways, use the code SIDEWAYS, you can listen to us 4 days ahead of time with no commercial content, and also you get bonus content. And if you sign up with that code SIDEWAYS, you get a free month as well. So definitely consider Stitcher Premium. All the cool kids are doing it. Where else? Of course, we are on Twitter, where we are Thinking Sideways, our subreddit, Thinking Sideways, our email, merchandise. I think that's about it. All right, so that's it for this week. You guys, any last thoughts?
Nope.
First round for me. I have no idea what that meant. I was trying to make a joke about the gun, but it didn't work.
Totally.
Because as usual, my puns are really horrid.
Okay. I get it round.
She's giving me the...
I thought you were
what?
talking booze.
She got married, and now she's perfected that angry look.
Yeah.
I know. It's
the wife stare.
Yes, and I'm familiar with it, which is why it scares the crap out of me.
Yep, I got it now.
It's amazing, the metamorphosis. All right, you guys, next week then. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome to the podcast. Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I, of course, am Steve, as always, joined by...
Joe.
And Devin.
And once again, we have another mystery for you.
This is an ancient mystery.
It's a very ancient mystery. We're actually going to talk about a historical mystery this week, which is a little abnormal for us. We are going to talk about what happened to the 9th Roman Legion. You might see it called the Spanish 9th Legion or the Legio 9th Hispania. It goes by a bunch of names depending on which interpretation. But before we get into the story, I do want to say thank you to Jason on Facebook because he suggested this to us.
Thanks, Jason.
No, I was really, again, as always, Love the listener suggestions.
Yeah, me too.
Freaking greatest thing ever.
Yep.
There's going to be some explanations of several things in a minute, but let me give you an overview.
Yeah.
Somewhere shortly after year 0, that's the transition between BC to AD.
Or CE and...
BCE.
Yeah, BCE and
BCE. I'm going to use BC and AD
That's
today. But somewhere after that transition, the 9th Roman legion disappeared from the records that were kept by the Romans.
And they did keep a lot of records.
They really did. And I've seen it in 2 different ledgers, essentially. I've seen it that they disappeared after the records from 120, and I've seen that they disappeared after the records that were kept in the time of Marcus Aurelius in year 165.
So now that means then that they appeared in the records that were made in 120 AD, and they also appeared in the records that were 165?
They were absent from either
They were absent from both.
No, either they were absent from the records of 120 or they were absent from the records of 165. Not both.
One presumes if they were absent in 120, they would have also been absent in 165.
Yes,
just chronologically.
Chronological order, yes, that would make sense.
The set of records in which they disappeared was either
or.
It's
I see it called out as both. Yes.
Got it.
So that's what's the hard part. There's no evidence of specifically concrete evidence of specifically what happened to this legion. Did they get destroyed in battle? Were they absorbed by another legion?
Did they get phased out? Budget cuts?
Yeah, we just don't know.
Yeah, was for the Romans, did they have any superstitions? Like we considered 13 to be an unlucky number.
In my research of the Romans and stuff like that, I never came across that. I know that they had superstitions, but I never saw any of that impacting numbering. I mean, I've looked at the 13th legions and the 21st legion. Like, none of that seemed to apply to them like we're used to it today.
Additionally, one presumes they would have just not ever created
it to begin with. That's true.
Because the gods would not have liked that, so why even offend the gods by starting that?
Right, just like we just arbitrarily say, no, there's no 13th floor, it's the 14th one.
Yeah.
That's a thing we do.
We do. We really do. Okay, explanation time.
Yeah.
Because this is where we've got to get in some historical explanation.
Yeah, by the way, the Romans were around a long time.
They were. Here's the dates. Well, actually, you know what? I'll start off before we get the dates. Is that it was a very deep, very complex history, and it's divided into brackets. There's brackets of time that denote the empires.
Yeah, because there was the Republic, the Empire.
There was the Republic and the Empire, and then after that, so the Roman Republic is dated between 509 BC, and it fell because of civil wars, internal conflicts. It fell in 27 BC. From 27 BC forward, it was known as the Roman Empire.
Later, the Holy Roman Empire.
Because it was ruled by an emperor. And the Roman Empire ran from 27 BC to 476 AD. And by the way, everybody, I'm not going to call out AD on all these numbers. If it's a BC, I'm going to call it out. If I don't call it out, it's an AD, because otherwise it's going to get really annoying me constantly calling these AD, because there's most of what we deal with is from year 0 forward. That means that time from when we went to BC to AD. So just to keep it simple and easier for everybody. But the Roman Empire went until 476. And I know that our history buff fans are going to say, well, Steve, that's not when the empire ended. I understand that the eastern portion of the empire became the Byzantine Empire, which ran into the 15th century. I understand that, but the important thing is we're going to focus on year 0 to ballpark year 200.
Yeah, the empire.
The empire. It's all in the empire. The other thing that you're going to need to understand is what is a Roman legion.
It's a bunch of guys.
It totally is a bunch of guys.
Yeah, a bunch of soldiers.
No ladies involved.
Yeah.
Because ladies did not serve in a legion as a soldier. It's not like what we have today where it's men and women. It was that very antiquated model of men only in battle.
Well, it made sense because, you got to wear heavy armor and carry a big old heavy sword and shield and all that stuff. It's obviously something guys are a lot better suited for.
At the time, with what the technology that was available. But here's specifically what a Roman legion is. The Romans broke their army up into subunits, and each subunit is what we refer to as a legion. Each legion then was made up of 5,000 men accompanied by a cavalry unit. And I can never get a sense of the size of the cavalry unit, but they had a cavalry unit there.
It probably just depends on how many horses were available.
I'm sure. But
or
the thing,
what, the terrain and all that stuff. Sorry.
Where they are is going to have a huge impact. Can you have horses? The legions, though, they were kind of a one-stop shop. Each legion was amazingly flexible.
They were the infantry.
They had let's see, they would fight the battles. Obviously, they were the guys who swung swords and shot bows and arrows.
And they did policing work, right?
They did policing work, but they built fortifications. They had their own internal command structures. They really were. They were a very small, well-rounded army.
Oh, sure.
Here's an example of what a legion could do. So this is going to jump ahead in time, and we're going to come back to this in a moment. But if anybody has heard of, I believe you pronounce it, Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah.
Hadrian was an emperor who, he came into power at 117. That's when he came into power. He became the emperor. And one of the things that he decided to do, because Rome was in Britain, was he was going to stop the Britons because they were beating the crap out of the Romans, and he built a wall. He decided that they would build a wall, and
from coast to coast
wall, east to west. I'm going to describe it west to east, actually. It was built from Bowness-on-Solway to, we always get in trouble for, how do you pronounce this one?
Are you sure it's the same one, Tynemouth?
Teignmouth. Is it Tynemouth?
If this is the same one that we talked about.
It's the same area.
Okay,
it's not to the actual Teignmouth.
Teignmouth.
It's to the town of. It's not actually at the town of Teignmouth, but if you're zoomed out a little bit on the map, it's in that area, and the wall doesn't completely exist anymore.
Well, naturally.
I need people to understand. This was not in the beginning a stone wall. This was an earthen wall, which meant they dug and created an earthen barrier. It was a wall, a ditch, and a wall. Eventually, they came back and they built the stone wall on top of it. But they built that original wall in 6 years.
Yeah, that's covering a lot of territory. I'm assuming they pressed a lot of locals into work.
I don't know that for sure, Joe. From what I understood, the legions did the work, but it could be that they said, "Hey, I'm not digging this."
Well, they could have hired locals, or they could have just forced them to work. There's also that.
Yeah, the whole forced labor thing could completely be plausible. I don't know for sure, because I did the basics on the wall, but I didn't actually get into the real specifics.
Yeah.
Because this is just kind of my general example of how effective they were.
Yeah, the Romans actually left a ton of ruins behind in England. The ones I've seen personally are the wall at Chester. Have you been to the city of Chester?
No.
Yeah, they built, that was originally their fort, their fortifications, and then the town of Chester grew up inside that, and then eventually outside it. But the wall is still there.
Well, we talked about, when we talked about Jack the Ripper, I was talking about when I was on the Ripper tour and walking inside of the remnants of the wall that's in London. And that was one of the things that I know the legions would have built. And it's a 6 foot thick wall of stone.
Yeah, no, the one in Chester is wide enough to walk on. It's amazing.
These things are insane. But this is what these guys were. They were the jack of all trades, and by the way, they'd kill you too.
Yeah.
They could do it all.
Oh, by the way, if you want to learn more about the Romans and the Roman army, see Life of Brian by Monty Python.
That's not a good reference, Joe. That's not actually a viable
not very
reference.
accurate.
Not an accurate reference.
No,
Thank you,
but
Devin.
it's still worth watching, I think.
Okay.
Okay, back to the story.
Yeah, my final thing that I need to point out before we get into the story is the name of our Legion. We're talking about the 9th Legion, but
The Ninth, there's
a
other
bunch
Ninths.
of them. Okay,
There are
so
other Ninths, right?
here's what we have. This Legion, as I'd said, it is called the 9th Hispania. Well, that's in a reference to Spain. That's what Romans called Spain at the time, was Hispania. But the thing is, what gets confusing is that, they use that as a training ground, which meant that every legion that came out of modern-day Spain was a number Hispania.
Mm-hmm. And actually, it was Hispania was actually the Iberian Peninsula, so Spain and Portugal.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm generalizing.
This is something, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, but did they raise these legions in the Iberian Peninsula? So were these Spaniards that populated this legion?
I do not believe so. I do not believe that all of the soldiers that were in the Legion came from the region that they're named for.
So
there's a couple of things
then.
that we'll get into about guys who were Roman citizens joining legions and why they would do so, and being in these different legions. But I think it was a training ground, and it was also a place to find talent at.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Roman Empire is that the Roman Empire colonized everywhere that it was.
It was freaking huge.
So locals is kind of a loose term at some point, in the way that, you say there's
the Iberian Peninsula.
Well, or like, in South Africa, people who were originally British citizens whose family have lived there for a while are locals, but they're not, traditionally
they're not,
local.
They're not like...
So
they're not indigenous.
Yeah, I guess. So, it's kind of a hard question to answer. You had to be a Roman citizen to be in the Legion.
No.
You had to be a Roman citizen to be in the Legion. It was a way to become a citizen.
It was a way to become a citizen.
But you had to be a Roman citizen to be in the Legion.
But how if it was a way to become a citizen, that's kind of
contradictory. You would sign up and you would become
eventually a citizen. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's not getting into the Legion didn't require citizenship.
Being in the Legion required it, not getting into it. Does that make sense?
So you made a citizen immediately upon joining the Legion?
That was always my understanding.
It was not my understanding. Is that it was a stepping stone to citizenship.
Sure.
You had to prove your service to the empire. And here's something to point out. Becoming a citizen in Rome is a hard thing to pin down, because in the 1,000-year actual Roman Empire rule, it changed constantly what a citizen was and how to become a citizen. So these things,
it's not
it
actually,
was an ebb and flow. It flexed around a lot.
Yeah, between the Republic and the Empire, we're talking 1,000 years, and it's hard to imagine that the definition is staying the same the entire time.
Yeah, no,
so we could both be right.
I think we are both right. I think at the beginning it was one, and the end it was the other.
Sure.
But it's okay.
Well, where does Russell?
We're way off track.
Where does Russell Crowe fall in all of this?
Nowhere.
Russell Crowe falls in about 2 minutes after the episode ends.
Oh.
Okay. What I was getting at, though, when I was talking about the 9th Hispania, is that the Hispania part of the name dictates where they come from. The 9th, obviously, is legion number. Numbering the legions is a very common practice. We see it in military practices now, where they'll number battalions. Your battalion 1, 2, 3, blah, 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 blah. And then there's some naming convention after that to say that you're from a certain area. This is very common. What makes it all confusing is 2 bits of information. One, how the 9th was written, because it's all, by the way, if you haven't figured this out, because it's Rome, it's all in Roman numerals. It is either IX,
9,
which would be 9, or VIII, which is 9.
Which is obviously a less easy way to say.
It's
9.
a very long way of saying the
But
same
it's
number.
Yeah, under the rules of Roman numerals,
It
perfectly
still
acceptable.
works.
Yeah.
But what's also confusing is that legions operated on, there was numbers of legions, and they had different naming conventions based on where they were from or who founded the legion. So you could have the 9th Legion, which would be the 9th Hispania, or you could have another legion, which was the 9th Augusta, the 9th Legion founded by Augusta.
Augustus.
So Augustus, thank you. So there could be, based on my research of that specific time, somewhere between 5 to 6 legions with the same name, or different names, but the same number.
Yeah, so the 9th, so there were other 9th battalion, or there were other 9th legions that didn't get lost, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we could say that there are 9th Legion A, B, C, D, E, and F. That's a way to look at it. But we're only talking about one of that numeral set that I just ran off. So that makes it even more confusing. And when we get into the things that are dug up, the things that obviously have been excavated about them, that's going to be an important thing to remember.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit fragmentary, the stuff that's been dug up about them.
Yeah, fragmentary, that was not a pun, right? Because these things are broken up.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, I think we've got enough details. I think. Any other details you guys want?
No, that's all we need to know.
Okay,
So,
thank goodness.
what do you know anything about their history and when they began?
I do not, actually.
When were they
We
started?
don't know. We don't know exactly when the 9th Hispania was created.
Somewhere between the 7th and the 10th? The 8th and the 10th?
Of what?
Yeah.
Really, Joe? The 7th and 10th of what? No, we've got some dates that we can nail down, which help us figure out how old it is. We know that they participated in the Social War, which was a war between Rome and its allies in Italy, which was in 90 BC. We also know that around 65 BC, they were involved in battles that were overseen by Pompey.
The volcano?
The man.
Okay.
Yeah,
That guy,
no.
okay.
Of course. It was totally the volcano was in charge.
Yeah, the volcano. just
Worst general ever.
staged a coup d'etat and, took over.
And then we also know that they were they served with Julius Caesar when he was invaded Gaul, which would have been in 58 BC.
Yeah.
So we've got some...
Gaul being France, right?
France, yes, that is correct. So we've got some before that year zero time frame that I keep referencing. So we know that they're at least 100 years old before that happens. I've got to guess they're older than that, but it's hard to pin down.
Yeah.
Scholars have figured out that the 9th Hispania was in Pannonia, which is modern-day Sicily, which is in Croatia. So they were in Croatia between the year 9 to the year 43.
So if they were there that long, they were probably kind of like doing garrison duty, I assume?
I would guess that. And I've got to think that if they were in that same spot for 30 plus years, that's a serious waypoint, of cycling soldiers through. I can't imagine that it's so much a Spanish group anymore if we're going to talk about that, well, maybe they requisitioned all their men from where it originally started from, unless they're feeding them in, unless it's a trained ship.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have no idea. It's like it's probably they would just get them from anywhere, and there's no particular reason. They're just the original name is still there, but it's kind of like George Washington's axe,
Yeah.
So probably there were not that many, Iberians in there anymore.
It's true, but after about the year 43, it is believed that this legion was transferred. They went somewhere. We don't know where. We don't know why. And we really don't know what happened after that point. So from there is when we start stepping into our theories about this specific Roman legion.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. There are some theories.
There's a number of theories.
Hang on, let me look through here. Not seeing any chupacabras. Not seeing any aliens.
That's because it predates both chupacabras and aliens, Joseph.
It doesn't actually predate aliens, but that's a different story.
Yeah,
it
aliens.
predates Roman aliens.
According to 2001, Space Odyssey, aliens have been visiting us for like 1 million years.
Okay. Now that we're done with that, I'm going to give everybody a heads up that what we're doing with our theories is we're taking them in chronological order. I'm going to go from oldest to newest.
And that's oldest in terms of when and what happened, or oldest
Yes.
in terms of when somebody came up with the theory?
Oldest in terms of date that it occurred. So, for example, our first theory is centered in England between the years of 108 and 119.
Because it does appear that they were in England for a little while.
It does.
There is some archaeological evidence.
And that's exactly right, because in 1854, York, England, these poor schlubs, this bunch of workers, I don't remember what they were digging, but they dug up a stone slab, turned out to be a meter square, or not square, it was a meter rectangle. I don't think it was a meter thick.
No. Yeah, it was a meter on side.
Yeah,
sort of,
but they dug up a slab that turned out to be inscribed in the Roman language.
You mean Latin?
I guess the Roman language would be Latin.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve doesn't know what language is what. Everything is Roman to me.
It's fine.
Well,
I really don't know what I'm doing. You wouldn't think I've been reading about this for weeks on end.
Nope.
Okay, well, that specific stone, now that we're ignoring my stupidity, it talks about the Emperor Trajan. Trajan was a emperor, and he was in that time frame. He ruled, I want to say Trajan was he was 98 to 117, year 98 to 117, so he had an almost 20-year rule.
Which was long for a Roman Empire.
It really was, because emperors got assassinated
real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were prime targets.
Yeah.
A lot of poisoning going on. But it talks about the fact that they were in Britannia. I believe is it Britannia or Britannia? Britannia? I'm going to say Britannia. Britain. They were in Britain. They were in Britain, and the key point is that we know it's Trajan, which means we know that the time frame is in the emperor's rule.
His tenure.
His tenure.
And they had a date on the slab, too.
They had a date on the slab.
And they mentioned themselves, didn't
they? Yeah, exactly. They do mention themselves. And it wasn't the nicest time. Well, to be honest, for the Romans, it was never a nice time to be in Britain.
No.
They paid hell the entire time that they were in Britain. That's one of the reasons that Hadrian's Wall was built.
Yeah, the Brits were not particularly grateful for all the cool stuff the Romans did for them.
No.
They really didn't like them. Not a good thing. Well, the Brits and eventually the Picts, because when we get into the Ireland, that's where the Picts were at, and they hated them even more.
Yep.
And was a lot of people died.
Mm-hmm.
Lots and lots of people died because of this invasion. And you know what the stupid thing is? I've read a lot of accounts. It made sense why the Romans conquered where they conquered around the Mediterranean. Do you know why they appear to have invaded Britain?
No, why? They like the food?
Nobody really does. It just seems to have been kind of a political, I'm going to expand the empire move.
Yeah, let's get bigger.
Because Caesar was one of the ones who did it.
Yeah.
Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
Well, that's the more territory and people you rule over, the more you can collect in taxes. And typically, the empires back in those days, like the Ottomans are a good example, they didn't actually exercise that much nearly as much control as like the Romans did. They usually just like set up a government or whatever, and then just collected taxes, and then the people out in the provinces could really kind of semi-govern themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they sent in their tribute, then it was all fine.
Yeah, it's a great point. So we've got that stone slab.
Mm-hmm.
We also have another bit of evidence that shows that the Ninth Hispania was in Britain at this time.
It does appear that they were.
We actually, well, we do have one good piece of evidence that shows that the 9th Hispania was in that area in that time frame, the 108 forward, the year 108 forward, and that is a guy who would eventually become a Roman senator. And Devin, you are better with this than I. When it comes to Latin, Roman, Italian.
Yeah, Joe and I were talking about this. I think it is Lucius, not
Lucius,
not
Lucius.
Barbulius Legionarus.
Okay, so what's his first name?
Lucius. Yeah.
Okay.
Ligarianus.
We're going to stick with Lucius because that's easier to say.
Yeah.
He is believed to, as a young man, have served with the 9th Hispania as of the year 115.
Okay.
There was a practice among young men who wanted to move up the political ladder to serve with the legion. Because that got you kind of some street cred. It got you, you put your time in, you proved your service to the empire. That would then allow you to move forward. And there's some problems with this because some men would serve with more than one legion. But what he did specifically is he was part of the military tribune, which, is it tribune or tribune? Tribune, thank you. What this did, you can almost think about this in the United States. We've got the House and the Senate, and they're theoretically supposed to balance each other.
Yeah.
This military tribune was supposed to help balance the Senate.
Yeah, Rome was a pretty militarized society, so it makes sense that there would be a military component to their government.
And then a civilian Senate. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, the thing is, of course, then he serves, but like I said, there are times where a guy would serve with a couple of different numbered legions, so it's possible this is going to get messy when I explain it, so I apologize. He could have served with the 9th Hispania. He could have served with the 9th something else.
The 9th inning.
Or he could have served with another numbered Hispania. So we've got 3 possible combinations going on here, which makes it really tough. I don't know. I don't know which it is, but I want to explain something, or I want to share with something that I came across that I found amazingly interesting, and I'm really kind of peeved at my history teachers for not explaining to me about Rome. We all know that Rome was the big deal. They were the hot shots.
Oh, yeah.
Rome...
That's an impressive bunch of guys.
It was an amazingly impressive bunch of guys. And when you think about it, and you take a look at a map of Rome, say in the year 100, they owned the Mediterranean.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean literally owned the Mediterranean. North to south, they went from Egypt to England, and west to east, they went from Spain to Iraq.
Yeah, they pretty much controlled all of North Africa.
They held it all.
Yeah.
And they did it in an insanely short amount of time. The Romans, roughly, this is a rough date, they started expanding from Italy around 50 BC. As of about the year 100, they owned pretty much all of it. That's an amazing rate of progress, especially when you figure ships and horseback. That's how you get around, other than your own 2 feet.
I just looked up the interesting fact. It was 54 countries that they owned at the height of their supremacy.
That's massive.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Here's the great thing that I found, and I love the article that I found that pointed this out, because this is what I never understood, how they made it so rapidly through places. Rome was conquering other city-states or civilizations. They weren't settling or taking over small areas. They were taking over nations. So, let's take Macedonia, for example. Okay, Macedonia had a pretty big, footprint. They went in, they conquered the Macedonians. Well, they conquered the central power structure of Macedonia, therefore they owned all of the areas that it owned. Those people are a civilized people. They're used to dealing with the laws of a governance. They're used to paying taxes. They have to follow rules. Like, they're used to how it works. This all is kind of, status quo for them. They may not like the Romans, but that's not the point. The Romans, once they won, they took it all. Well, now let's contrast that to when they expanded past that point to, say, Britain or Ireland or Germany.
A place that's just tribes.
Yeah, exactly. Warlike tribes to boot.
Warlike tribes who were loosely connected but not centrally organized. So the Romans run in and they think, well, we're going to take over the central government and we're going to own it all. But none of those tribes rule the others. And by the way, none of them like the Romans. So they all fight back. They all revolt. It's constant guerrilla warfare. The legionnaires, the legions, they're used to one style of fighting, which is your army is over there, my army is over here, and we say 1, 2, 3, and we run at each other, and whoever's standing at the end wins. But guerrilla warfare doesn't work like that.
No. It's sneakier than that.
Much sneakier, but having gotten used to that way, I mean, the Romans got a little comfortable. I'm not saying that the wars that they fought were easy, but they got used to, this is how it works. We go into the big city, we conquer the city, and for the most part, things are easy at that point.
It was a bit of rule of war, right? It was kind of like, well, these are the rules of the war, so we're going to play by it. And, wait, no fair, you're not playing by the rules. Hey, I guess there isn't a referee. Never mind.
For the Romans, the rule of war was that in the spring you got ready and you marched out for war. In the summer, you fought. In the fall, you finished the battle, and then you went home. Because you rested in the winter because nobody fought in the winter. That just is how it happened. For all these other tribes, or these other, these rougher, the savages or the barbarians as the Romans called them, that didn't apply. They didn't care. It was December, and they would launch raids, and they would attack. And so the Romans were really scrambling the whole time. They got themselves nothing but pain for those later expansions that went into those areas.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of a waste of their time. They lost a lot of men, but they left behind some cool artifacts. Again,
huge casualties, but they did build some kind of decent decent. Would it be the aqueducts and the roads? Is that what you're referring to,
the
or just
some of the
anything
walls,
in general that
walls,
they built of a stone?
The walled cities that they built, Hadrian's Wall, the baths at Bath, England.
Yeah,
I mean,
been into those. It was pretty cool. You can't bathe in those though.
You can't really.
No, they won't let you.
The hard way, didn't you?
They're an historical kind of thing. Yeah.
You tried, didn't you?
Quiet, Devin.
Yeah.
I didn't get that fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so because they were stationed in England, I know this is one of the theories, and they were confronted with these savages, as we know the Brits to be,
Yeah, the Britons.
Yeah.
The Britons destroyed them. This theory is that they were there.
They were destroyed, and they just never got reconstituted.
Correct.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a popular theory. It was popularized. Some woman whose name escapes me right now wrote a book, a novel, like back in the 50s about that.
Is that the one that was turned into that movie, The Eagle?
Yeah, exactly. And,
yes.
And it's a very popular theory in Britain, and I don't know that it's true.
I put that in. I put the movie The Eagle in my queue, and I was gonna watch it. And then I noticed that it was rated at 2 stars, which really kind of told me something about how good the movie was and possibly how good the story was. And so I never went through it.
I can understand why it'd be popular in the UK, though.
Well, in the UK, it's we triumphed over the giant Roman Empire. We beat them back. I get that totally.
And
kind of the reason. Kind of the reason that Braveheart is so popular in Scotland.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's definitely not Mel Gibson.
No.
Let's move to our next theory.
Yeah.
We're now going to move to the year 117 to 130.
Okay.
This is a bit of an extension of the previous theory. We've talked about Hadrian before. I still can't figure out which way I'm going to
Let's
say
just
it.
say
I go
Hadrian.
both ways, but Hadrian.
I like Hadrian better.
That guy threw the Roman armies or legions at the Brits, and he killed a lot of men because he just continually just threw them into the grinder. Well, it's known that he was constantly having this battle. Obviously, we talked about the wall he had, which was a fortification that he had constructed. It's then plausible that maybe the Ninth was there, and there's actually some historical record that may support that the Ninth was there during his reign. That specifically being some tiles and plates that were found. There was a tile that was found, a roofing tile that was found, a ceramic tile found in the Netherlands. And then followed by that, there was a roofing tile and then a plate found in northern England. The tile from northern England has a stamp in the back of it. And by the way, that was found in 1938. And that stamp in that ceramic says LEGVIIIH, and that's it. Then we've got the plate from 2010.